Our story begins in the sprawling city of Incheon, a metropolis of steel and glass. But trouble is brewing, as shouts echo outside the headquarters of the Waryeong Association. Inside, we meet Taeson, the organization's second-in-command, a man who wears his power like a tailored suit. His day is interrupted by an uninvited guest, and he immediately demands to know what's going on. The young man calmly introduces himself as a prosecutor, here to execute a warrant. Taeson practically scoffs at the paperwork, accusing him of harassing innocent citizens based on looks alone. He smirks, calling this little visit a pathetic abuse of power. But the prosecutor remains unfazed, insisting that public authority must be respected, especially when something is rotten. Taeson just chuckles, thinking this kid has some nerve not to be scared. If he was dirty, he wouldn't have lasted this long, right? He looks down on the prosecutor, calling him a newbie and telling the old man to spare himself the trouble. But the prosecutor calmly corrects him, introducing himself as Kang Baron, and promises they'll be seeing each other often. Later that night, Taeson is riding in a car, his mood still sour from the day's events. His driver notices his grim expression, asking if he got an earful, and suggests they go for a drink. But Taeson shuts it down, a bad feeling washing over him. Today just isn't the day. The driver mutters what an unlucky thing to say just as a pair of headlights barrels toward them. In a flash of light and sound, their car is violently T-boned, the world erupting in a fiery explosion. Dazed and bleeding, the driver struggles to stay conscious, weakly calling out to his boss. Taeson, miraculously less injured, snaps back to reality, screaming his driver's name, Jae-ho. He scrambles out of the burning wreckage, promising to pull his friend out of the inferno. But Jae-ho's legs are trapped. He knows it's over for him and urges Taeson to survive. Taeson refuses to accept it, begging Jae-ho to hold on, but his friend has one last thing to say. Through the flames, Jae-ho saw the truck driver get out, check on them, and then simply run away. With his dying breath, he confirms what they both know in their gut. This was no accident. He grips Taeson's arm, his final plea, a desperate whisper for his boss to get revenge. And then, with a final deafening roar, the car explodes into a massive fireball. Sometime later, the scene shifts to a quiet, modern hospital building under a clear sky. Taeson slowly sits up in a hospital bed, his mind hazy, wondering how he possibly survived that blast. Just then, a caregiver quietly enters his room, pushing a small cart ahead of her. His throat is painfully dry. He clutches it, managing to croak out a weak request for water. But the sound of his voice makes the woman freeze, her face contorting in pure, unadulterated shock. Her shock explodes into pure panic, and she turns to flee the room, screaming for a doctor. Back in the bed, Taeson feels a chilling disconnect. Why is his body so frail, so skinny? This isn't him. He glances out the window at the trees, trying to gauge the time. Have at least 3 months passed? Suddenly, the door bursts open and a medical team rushes in, the doctor calmly asking if patient Kang Baron is awake. The name means nothing to him. He looks down at his hands. They're smooth, fair, with no calluses or scars. His face, it feels wrong. Ignoring the doctor's frantic warnings, he throws himself out of the bed, his mind racing. He stumbles past them, heading straight for the bathroom sink, needing to see a mirror. And the reflection that stares back confirms his worst fears. It's the face of a complete stranger. A memory that isn't his flashes in his mind. This same young man being yelled at, called Prosecutor Kang Baron. The impossible truth hits him, and he begins to fight against the staff, screaming that they have to let him go, that he has to find his real body. Realizing his outburst was a mistake, Taeson quickly composes himself as the doctor tries to soothe him. He puts on a convincing act, a sly smirk on his new face, knowing another outburst will land him in the psych ward. The doctor probes gently, asking if he remembers anything at all about the accident. Claiming total amnesia, Taeson plays the part perfectly, and the doctor assures him not to worry. But as the doctor warns him about potential post-traumatic stress, Taeson listens intently, absorbing every detail. He presses for more information, asking exactly what kind of accident put him in this state. The answer is grim. This body fell from a high-rise building, suffering catastrophic injuries. His life was saved by pure chance when a roadside tree broke his fall before he hit the concrete. And that, the doctor concludes, is the only reason he's still alive today. But Taeson's gut is screaming at him. He can tell the doctor is hiding something. Taeson presses further, pointing out that a fall like that is no simple accident. He demands to know the real story. He fixes his gaze on the doctor, insisting that he drop the act and just be honest. The doctor finally cracks, admitting that a detective had already paid a visit while he was unconscious. The official speculation, he reveals, was that it was a suicide attempt. Taeson's mind flashes to the man whose body this is, the straight-laced Prosecutor Kang. His gangster instincts flare up, his hand tightening on the sheets as he asks if anyone considered murder. But the doctor dismisses the idea, explaining they found a suicide note, though Tae-sun knows just how easily those can be forged. The pieces start to connect. Someone meticulously planned to get rid of Prosecutor Kang. The doctor, oblivious to the storm brewing in his patient's mind, just advises him to get some rest. He then leaves the room, leaving Tae-sun alone to process the chilling truth of his new situation. With a new, chilling purpose, Tae-sun knows his first priority. He has to find his own body. Given the accident, he figures his original self must be in the ICU, so he wheels himself out to search. He's quickly stopped by a caregiver who recognizes him, not as Tae-sun, but as patient Kang Baron. He cuts to the chase, asking if a patient named Tae-sun is admitted here. Playing it cool, he claims they're old friends who were supposedly in the same ICU. But the caregiver's face falls, a shadow of pity crossing her eyes as she struggles to find the words. She begins to explain that his original body was barely clinging to life, sustained only by a ventilator. He listens in horror, his knuckles turning white as he grips the wheelchair, the truth dawning on him. And then, the final blow. Tae-sun passed away yesterday morning, and his funeral is already underway. The world shatters around him, the shock sending him tumbling from his chair onto the cold hospital floor. His entire world flips upside down, the reality of his own death crashing down on him. It's really him. A funeral portrait, surrounded by flowers. He can't believe this is how it ends. He thinks back to his old face. He wasn't exactly a pretty boy, but it was his face, the face of a man who built an empire. His body was a weapon, forged in countless brawls, a machine that never knew fear. But as he kneels in this fragile new form, a hand suddenly rests on his shoulder. A voice cuts through his grief, demanding to know who he is and what he's doing here. Before he can process it, the man grabs him, desperately asking what happened to Jae-ho. Tae-sun's own shock is forgotten. All that matters is his subordinate. He demands to know if Jae-ho is safe, but the man just looks down, explaining that Jae-ho's funeral has been over for a while. The news shatters him. Not just him, but Jae-ho too? The world crumbles. The mourner looks away, his own grief raw, lamenting the loss of a man he saw as a brother. He apologizes for his state, asking this stranger if he was also close with their boss. Tae-sun sits with him, listening as the man recounts a relationship forged not in friendship, but in the respect earned after brawls. He then reveals the horrifying truth of Tae-sun's final days. He was burned alive, saving Jae-ho, clinging to life for a month. So that's when it happened, Tae-sun thinks. The moment his soul transferred, but the mourner's voice cuts in, questioning his informal tone. A slight smirk plays on the subordinate's lips. He's not angry, just testing the waters with this supposed prosecutor. The two men share a drink, a moment of quiet understanding between them as they mourn the same man. But the brief peace is broken as the mourner's eyes harden, his voice dropping with venom as he names the culprit, Park Jung-sung. He clenches his fist, making a solemn vow to personally destroy the man who orchestrated their boss's fall. Tae-sun sees this thirst for vengeance will only lead to ruin, deciding he must step in and temper the man's rage. But his advice is met with fury. As Byung-jin roars back, who is this prosecutor to lecture him on the murder of his boss? The anger quickly crumbles into despair, the loyal subordinate wishing he could do anything to bring his leader back. Looking at the broken man, Tae-san makes a choice. He's the only one who can save him, and he bets that Byung-jin will recognize him. While Byung-jin is still muttering about this annoying interference, Tae-san cuts through the noise, asking him to look closer, to see who he really is. And with the phantom of his former self standing behind him, he drops the bombshell. It's me, Tae-san. For a moment, there's only stunned silence, which quickly curdles into pure, unadulterated rage. Byung-jin lunges, weapon in hand, screaming at this imposter for daring to profane his boss's name. But his wrist is caught in an iron grip, as Tae-san recites a rule only they would know, and Byung-jin's world comes to a screeching halt. The memory floods back Tae-san's voice, telling him he needed a brother, not just a weapon. Followed by another, a private joke from their childhood that no imposter could ever know. Byung-jin's defenses shatter. He stammers, asking how this is even possible. Could it truly be him? Tae-san has no answers, only that he woke up in this strange body after the accident. He even recounts his final moments, apologizing to their fallen comrade Jae-ho in the burning car. And with that, all doubt is erased. Byung-jin collapses, overwhelmed with gratitude that his leader has returned. Now, with his most trusted man convinced, Tae-san's gaze turns cold. He wants revenge, and hell get it himself. He tells Byung-jin to return to the organization, to be his man on the inside. But Byung-jin immediately refuses, unwilling to serve in a place that feels empty without his boss, especially not with Director Park in charge. He makes his own vow. He will stay and ensure Taesan gets his vengeance. Taesan lays out the new plan. Byung-jin must return to the organization. He needs his most loyal man to be his eyes and ears, to find the traitor who tried to kill him. With a grim smile, Byung-jin accepts his new mission, ready to dive back into the viper's nest. Later, as Taesan is being wheeled through the hospital, he's surprised by an unexpected visitor. An older man in a suit rushes over, calling out the name Baron with a worried expression. Taesan has no idea who this is but calmly explains he was just getting some fresh air. The man, a senior prosecutor, isn't buying it, noting he's been gone for far too long. He leans in, catching a whiff of something on Baron's breath and immediately asks if he's been drinking. Taesan feigns a bit of melancholy, admitting he had a little to drink because he felt cooped up. The prosecutor finds this behavior strange and demands to know how he got money for alcohol. Taesan snaps back, tired of the nagging, which only makes the senior prosecutor more suspicious of his unusual behavior. The man tries to soften the mood, explaining that someone called the chairman was incredibly worried about him. He even mentions that Baron is still family, but Taesan is completely lost, wondering what a chairman has to do with any of this. Realizing he's treading on thin ice, Taesan quickly feigns exhaustion to end the conversation before he exposes himself. The prosecutor relents, handing over an envelope containing a new phone and a credit card for emergencies. With a final word to take care of himself, the man turns and walks away, leaving Taesan alone. Finally able to breathe, Taesan lets out a sigh of pure frustration at his complicated new reality. He examines his new face in the mirror, critiquing the slender frame but admitting that beggars can't be choosers. A grim determination settles in as he contemplates his next move. Standing up, he silently apologizes to the body's original owner, vowing to make good use of this second chance fate has given him. He tells the body's former owner that he doesn't believe it was a suicide, promising to uncover the truth. Just then, a knock at the door announces the arrival of Byung-jin, one of his most trusted subordinates. Taesan, hiding his fatigue, asks if the funeral arrangements went smoothly. Byung-jin confirms they did, and adds that he's also taken over the redevelopment project after persuading the chairman. But the association is in chaos, he explains, because a certain Director Park poached many of their people. And there's one more thing. Byung-jin notes that Director Park's recent business activities seem highly suspicious. A knowing, almost predatory smile spreads across Taesan's face. He knows exactly what Byung-jin is talking about. The drugs. Byung-jin continues, explaining that just before the accident, Taesan had a private meeting with Chairman Lee. It was there he learned that Director Park Jung-sung had proposed a massive drug deal to the old man. In the past, Taesan had vehemently opposed the deal, but the chairman simply waved it off, telling him not to worry. But Byung-jin now reveals the shocking truth. After Taesan was gone, the chairman approved that very same business. In fact, he didn't just approve it, he seemed to be pushing for it with enthusiasm. Taesan can't believe it. A cold sweat breaks out as he realizes the chairman isn't the man he thought he was. His mind races back to his own funeral portrait. The timing was too perfect. This was no coincidence. The suspicion shifts from Director Park to the man at the very top. How much did the chairman know? A dark realization dawns on him. He grits his teeth and pivots, demanding to know what happened to the truck driver. Byung-jin explains the driver is being held, but only on an involuntary manslaughter charge. Hez sticking to a story about drowsy driving, so the prosecution isn't even considering it a murder case. They have a plan to get to him in prison, but Taesan is already calculating, asking how long his sentence will be. Byung-jin lays out the grim legal reality. The driver surrendered and has a minor record. He concludes that the man won't be serving a long sentence, and Taesan can barely contain his disgust. But then, a dark thought crosses his mind. Maybe a shorter sentence is actually a good thing. With a chilling smile, he realizes it'll be much easier to deal with him on the outside. The sheer killing intent radiating from him sends a shiver down Byung-jin's spine. This is undeniably Taesan. Changing topics, Taesan asks about the prosecutor whose body he's in, and Byung-jin drops a bombshell. It turns out Kang Baron is the illegitimate son of Chairman Joe, the owner of the country's largest corporation. He's lived completely independently from the powerful family, and their relationship is complicated. The chairman's eldest legitimate son already died, leaving 2 other children in the line of succession. And those 2 are terrified that this unknown prosecutor will suddenly appear and challenge their inheritance. Taesan assumes the dead son's children are out of the running, but Byung-jin corrects him, mentioning a legal concept called representation inheritance. The gangster-turned-prosecutor is completely unfamiliar with this corporate law. Byung-jin explains it simply. The children can inherit their deceased father's full share. This means that if Kang Baron enters the fray, the other family member's inheritance gets smaller. While the second son's family currently holds an advantage, the eldest son's children are not without hope. The key player is the eldest granddaughter. a sharp woman in her 30s who was already in contact with Prosecutor Kang. Byung-jin theorizes she likely saw an alliance with an illegitimate heir as a powerful move in the succession battle. And if that's the case, the second son's family would see Prosecutor Kang as a massive thorn in their side. A slow, knowing smile spreads across Taesun's face. The list of suspects is getting shorter. Right on cue, Byung-jin pulls out a file. Having already compiled all the intel on Kang Baron and his circle, Byung-jin hands over a burner phone containing the file, his work complete for now. Settling in, Taesun gets ready to dive into the life of the man whose body he now inhabits. The file opens on Prosecutor Kang Baron, age 32, known for an uncompromising personality. Taesun smirks, finding the description of a stubborn man who clashed with his superiors all too familiar. But as he scrolls further, one detail about the prosecutor's parentage makes him pause. The mother's name is Han Yoon-ju, a name that jolts a memory from his childhood. The famous actress? She was a teen model who became a superstar, the goddess of every boy his age. Then, just as Taesun was entering middle school, she vanished without a trace. The file confirms the rumors. She retired to become Chairman Joe's hidden mistress. Scrolling to the chairman's family, his eyes lock onto a familiar face, the very first man he saw. So, this Ju In-ho is the chairman's loyal right-hand man. Taesun smirks. With a connection like that, this new life might be easier than he thought. The next day, he's out of the hospital, with a car speeding him away. Byung-jin is at the wheel, surprised Taesun managed to get discharged so soon. But Taesun just says he proved he was fine, earning an impressed look from his subordinate, who now drives him to Kang Baron's apartment. As they pull up to the high-rise, Byung-jin explains he called a locksmith, but he thinks someone has already been there. Taesun stands before the door, confused. Byung-jin clarifies. The entire apartment has been ransacked. He left the scene just as he found it. Punching in the code, the door swings open to reveal the utter chaos inside. Byung-jin asks if they should report it, but Taesun dismisses the idea. After all, he has no idea what, if anything, is even missing. He decides they'll just have to start by tidying up the place themselves. The ransacked room is a clear message. Someone was looking for something, and they were not subtle about it. With the apartment finally clean, Taesun lays out the new ground rules for Byung-jin. From now on, he's living as Prosecutor Kang. That means they can't be seen together. They'll keep their distance and communicate only through a burner phone. Byung-jin's loyalty flares up, worried about leaving his boss unprotected in a dangerous situation. But Taesun just smirks. His recovery is going well, and he promises he won't be so easily taken down again. Byung-jin reluctantly agrees, but on one condition. Taesun must stay put and recover fully. He'll have his men watch from afar, officially tasking them to monitor Prosecutor Kang as a person of interest. A clever cover. Later that night, the city lights reflect off the apartment window as time passes in silence. But elsewhere, a stern-looking woman stands with her arms crossed, sneering at some unwelcome visitors. A mother and her young son have arrived at the gate, looking up with a mix of apprehension and purpose. The boy, small and wearing glasses, clutches his mother's side, his expression unreadable as he faces the hostile reception. From inside the grand house, a young woman peeks out, asking her nanny who the visitors are. The housekeeper panics, trying to push her back inside before the madam sees, nervously asking if it's that child. But the woman just smirks, a chillingly knowing look on her face as she watches the scene unfold. The moment triggers a memory, flashing back to a much younger Kang Baron. Hez at the hospital, sitting by his mother's bedside, trying his best to look strong for her. He tells her not to worry. He's not a child anymore, and his future is already set. But his brave front shatters as his mother is suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit. He rushes to her side, his voice filled with concern, as she weakly grabs his hand. With her fading strength, she gives him one final command. Become someone no one can ever ignore. The weight of that memory crashes into the present, jolting Taesun awake in a cold sweat, the ghost of that promise haunting his eyes. He jolts upright in bed, the remnants of the nightmare clinging to him. As he tries to clear his head, a chilling realization dawns on him those were Kang Baron's memories. But his thoughts are suddenly shattered by the sound of his doorbell ringing. A quick glance at his phone shows it's just past 7 in the morning. Who could possibly be here? He cautiously gets out of bed, wondering who would be looking for Prosecutor Kang at this ungodly hour. Peering through the monitor, he sees a woman whose face seems oddly familiar. He hesitates for a moment before slowly reaching out to open the door. A dazzlingly bright woman stands on his doorstep, a confident smirk on her face. Her arms spread wide as she greets him with a cheerful and completely unexpected "Uncle." And before he can even process what's happening, she throws her arms around him in a tight embrace. Taesun's mind races, identifying her as Jo Hyun-young, the daughter of the chairman's deceased eldest son. She pulls back, playfully chiding him for speaking so formally and asking if he's mad at her. She hands him a gift, apologizing for being late and explaining she has to be careful not to let their grandfather know. Wiping a crocodile tear, she puts on a show of emotion, making Taesan wonder if she has no plans to use him in the succession battle. But something about her feels strangely familiar, a sense of déjà vu he can't quite shake. The feeling connects her to a disturbing, fragmented memory from his dreams, a memory that must belong to Kang Baron. If that's the case, he realizes, then the original prosecutor and this woman were definitely not close. She opens the gift, a large tin of cookies, telling him to cheer up. She calls them his favorite, but Taesan inwardly scoffs at the idea of a prosecutor liking such childish snacks. As she eagerly waits for him to try one, he decides he might as well eat one just to be polite. He takes a bite, and a jolt of pure shock runs through him. What is this taste? His cousin, Jo Hyun-young, watches him expectantly, asking if he feels better now. To his own disbelief, his body reacts with pure delight. This isn't his preference, it's Kang Baron's. She tries to build a connection, claiming they're similar outcasts in the family. Taking his hand, she proposes they team up to surprise everyone who looks down on them. But Taesan sees right through her act. She's just trying to create a fake bond to win him over. He knows this is all a lie. She never gave the original prosecutor Kang the time of day. Having planted her seeds of alliance, she suddenly announces it's time for her to leave. She waves goodbye with a practiced smile, promising they'll meet again soon. The moment she's gone, Taesan is back to his regimen, his mind processing her every calculated move. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he marvels at the physique he's inherited. A confident smirk spreads across his face. It's time to get this show on the road. He heads to the closet, ready to suit up for his first day back as a prosecutor. Looking sharp, he can't help but think this guy looks more like a celebrity than a public servant. With a final glance in the mirror, he congratulates Prosecutor Kang on his reinstatement. His destination is the Incheon District Prosecutor's office, specifically Criminal Division 3. Arriving at the chief's office, he takes a breath, reminding himself to stay calm and observant. He opens the door to find an aide carrying a box, seemingly caught off guard. She recognizes him instantly, asking if Prosecutor Kang has fully recovered. He assures her he's fine and asks for the chief, who she confirms has just arrived. With a polite knock, he steps into the chief's office, ready for his formal introduction. Chief Jang Jinho of Criminal Division 3 looks up from his desk, welcoming Prosecutor Kang back to work. He gestures for Taesan to sit, noting that he seems to be in much better shape than before. Taesan plays his part, apologizing for the worry and confirming that a good rest was all he needed. He sticks to the cover story, a secret battle with depression, a missed dose of medication, and a sudden breakdown. The chief nods, telling him to take his treatment seriously, as losing a talent like him would be a big loss for the company. Company, Taesan thinks. It's a word he's heard from both sides of the law, prosecutors and thugs alike. The chief adds that everyone struggled in his absence, especially a certain prosecutor An So-young. But then comes the thinly veiled warning. It's best for everyone if he doesn't discuss the details of his long leave. With the meeting over, Taesan finds his new office, room 506, and prepares to begin. But before he can even open the door, a smug voice stops him in his tracks. It's a colleague, Prosecutor Seo Dong-wook, and Taesan has no memory of this man at all. He offers a quick, dismissive apology for not seeing him sooner. But that casual tone sends Seo into a rage, who explodes over the perceived lack of respect. Not looking for a fight, Taesan calmly apologizes for his hasty words. Seo's anger vanishes as quickly as it came, replaced by a patronizing familiarity as he puts a hand on Taesan's shoulder. He leans in, telling him to take it easy, surprised he even bothered to return to work. The prosecutor smirks, wondering why he's suddenly so obedient when he used to treat everyone like trash. That's the last straw. Taesan coldly brushes the man's hand off his shoulder, his patience worn thin. As he enters his office, Seo watches him go, convinced that the real, arrogant Kang Baron is still in there. Back in his division, he's greeted by his team, a friendly-faced man and a stoic female aide. But instead of his usual arrogance, Taesan gives a deep, formal bow, apologizing for all the trouble. His eyes narrow slightly, focusing on the man in the cap team leader Lee Hungrel. He remembers the file, a capable subordinate who often covered for the real Kang Baron's incompetence. Seeing his opening, Taesan asks the team leader for a private word. In a quiet corner of the office, he prepares to set his plan in motion. With a practiced look of vulnerability, he admits the accident cost him his memories. He then corrects himself with a grim smile, confessing he's forgotten absolutely everything. This, he explains, is a secret he had to keep to ensure he could be reinstated. The team leader is stunned, breaking into a sweat as he suggests maybe Taesan should be resting, not working. But Taeson coolly states that resting is a luxury he simply can't afford. He probes deeper, asking if the team leader ever saw signs of suicidal intent in him. The man is floored when Taeson suggests the suicide note could have been fabricated. He then asks if anything seemed odd about his life before the accident. The team leader's eyes widen in realization Kang Baron was secretly investigating something. Now sweating, he asks just how much of his memory is truly gone. Taeson confesses that he's lost almost everything, including all memory of his work. With his trap set, he asks for help, and the team leader reluctantly agrees to keep his secret. Their private conversation ends, and back in the main office, a new face appears. A young man extends his hand, introducing himself as the new trainee, Choi Jin-woo. Team leader Lee makes the introductions, presenting the new trainee, Prosecutor Choi. Taeson gives the kid a quick once-over, noting just how young he looks. He sees a certain depth in the trainee's eyes, but silently scoffs, wondering if that baby face can survive here. Trying to build rapport, the trainee mentions he heard Kang Baron pass the bar exam while still in school. Taeson coolly corrects him, stating he skipped law school entirely because he despises wasting time. The trainee's face lights up, thinking he's found common ground, and declares they'll get along great. A cold, mocking smirk spreads across Taeson's face. Get along? Not a chance. His entire demeanor shifts as he icily informs the kid he despises book-smart types, so don't even try to act friendly. The trainee is left completely stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat from the sudden, vicious turn. He stammers, asking what he did wrong. As team leader Lee explains, he just stepped on a major landmine in prosecutor politics. The trainee is told to work on his image, and he eagerly promises to try his best. Meanwhile, Taeson is already drowning in paperwork, completely baffled by the legal documents on his desk. A sudden knock at the door interrupts his thoughts, and he tells the person to come in. A woman enters the office, a colleague here to welcome him back to work. Taeson quickly puts on a professional face, greeting Prosecutor An and thanking her for covering for him. She modestly brushes off his thanks, saying it was nothing. She then hands him a folder with all his ongoing cases, asking him to review them. But as he looks at the files, the complex legal text is completely incomprehensible to him. Prosecutor An, however, notices something else entirely. He isn't wearing his glasses, which he used to be lost without. Thinking fast, Taeson smirks, smoothly blaming his illness for the change and warning her he's not fully recovered yet. She agrees to continue assisting him, but something about his demeanor feels off. As she leaves his office and walks down the long, quiet hallway, her steps are heavy with a growing suspicion. This wasn't just a simple welcome back. She's been trying to find him for days. A flashback reveals her first attempt 3 days ago, and her second, each time being told he was out in the field. By the third day, her patience was clearly wearing thin. If he's not fully recovered, she wonders, then why has he been roaming around so much? She finally arrives at his aide's office, demanding to know if Prosecutor Kang is in. And this time, the aide confirms that yes, he's inside right now. Inside the office, the only sound is the soft hum of a computer and a steady, rhythmic snoring. Prosecutor An stands over the desk, her expression darkening as she finds Taeson completely passed out in his chair. His hand twitches, and he suddenly jolts awake. With an icy tone, she asks if he slept well, causing him to yelp, shocked to see Prosecutor An standing right there. He stammers, asking when she got here, but she coldly replies that he was sleeping too soundly to notice her arrival. She places a folder on his desk, explaining that while she's handling the reports, he's the lead prosecutor and needs to know the case details. Taeson takes the file, and without thinking, the old gangster in him mutters under his breath, "What a nuisance." Her eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Did he really just say that about his own case? Before she can confront him, team leader Lee Hungrel pokes his head in, announcing a site inspection for a robbery. Seeing a perfect escape, Taeson's face lights up, eagerly declaring, "Hell go with him," desperate to get out of this office. Prosecutor An tries to stop him about the report, but Taeson just brushes her off, telling her to leave it. But before he can leave, the trainee prosecutor, Choi Jin-woo, approaches him with a file on an assigned task. Taeson gives the document a quick, dismissive scan, barely pretending to read it. He pats the kid on the back, praising his skill and telling him to proceed, which makes the trainee absolutely beam. From the doorway, however, Prosecutor An watches this whole exchange with narrowed, suspicious eyes. She steps forward and demands the file from the trainee, needing to see if Prosecutor Kang even did his job. As she reads, her expression darkens. She took on his minor cases to help, but the major ones were his. And he's passing even those off to a rookie? The trainee smugly explains it was a reward for his good work. Her blood absolutely boils. The sheer audacity of this man to pawn off his most critical duties. Meanwhile, driving away from the office, Taeson quietly muses to himself that Prosecutor An is far too astute. He knows she's sharp, and if this continues, she might uncover his entire plan to get rid of the real Kang Baron. But telling the truth is too risky. He decides to keep the secret locked down until the perfect moment arrives. Just then, the police radio crackles to life with an urgent request for backup. The team leader grabs the mic, asking for a status report on the situation. A voice crackles back they're outside an apartment, waiting for a warrant to execute a seizure. The suspects are inside destroying evidence, and Taezon immediately pegs it as an internet gambling operation. And if it's in this area, it can only be one of director Park Jung-sung's infamous dens. A predatory grin spreads across Taezon's face. This is the perfect opportunity. He tells the driver to head there now. At the scene, the police are in a frenzy, shouting for the warrant to arrive before it's too late. Inside, a few plainclothes officers are in a tense standoff with some goons blocking the apartment door. The lead goon smirks, wondering who could possibly have the authority to stop them. But a hand lands on his shoulder, and he turns to see Taezon, looking utterly unimpressed. One of the officers quickly explains the warrant is on its way. The person in charge just stepped out. Taezon scoffs, asking why they're just standing around while all the evidence is being wiped. With a cynical grin, he makes it clear that he couldn't care less about the law in a situation like this. The goon, completely misreading the room, gets right in his face, furious at the interruption. Before he can even finish asking who Taezon is, a hand shoots out and grabs him by the collar. The goon is completely caught off guard, lifted off his feet in a blur of motion. With a sickening thud, he's slammed hard against the tiled floor. His subordinate can only cry out as Taezon stands over the crumpled body, having made his point perfectly clear. He coolly adjusts his tie, introducing himself with a smirk as Prosecutor Kang from the Incheon office. The plainclothes officers stare, their minds reeling. This is the prosecutor they were waiting for? Their leader immediately barks orders, telling his men to move in and make way for the prosecutor. From outside, screams of panic echo from the building as someone begs for anyone to stop him. Inside, Taezon is already a whirlwind of violence, cutting through the thugs trying to block his path. But the real evidence is being destroyed behind a locked door, and the men inside are getting desperate. One last goon, thinking he stands a chance, lets out a battle cry and charges forward. Taeson's eyes narrow with cold indifference, seeing the attack for the pathetic attempt it is. A single brutal backhand connects with a sickening crack, ending the charge instantly. Standing over the unconscious body, he calmly asks for a crowbar to deal with the locked door. The team leader, holding the crowbar, desperately begs for more time. But Taezon has run out of patience, a flash of annoyance crossing his face. He shoves the man aside and grabs the doorknob himself. With a grunt of effort, he puts his entire weight into it. The lock shatters under the immense pressure of his grip. Inside, a panicked goon screams at his accomplice to wipe the hard drives immediately. But it's too late. The door flies open, and Taezon is already in the room. He calmly adjusts his cuffs, ordering them to stop what they're doing. The blonde goon freezes, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. With a final shriek, he makes a mad dash for the window, as Taezon watches on, unimpressed. The terrified goon scrambles onto the balcony, warning Taezon not to come any closer. But Taezon just stops, a silent, intimidating presence. He calmly points out that they're only on the 3rd floor. A jump would be stupid, not an escape. The man's desperation grows, his voice cracking as he screams for him to stay back. Unfazed, Taeson's hand grips the railing right next to him. The goon looks down, momentarily confused by the sudden movement. But then his foot slips, and he's sent tumbling backwards over the edge in a panic. Cursing under his breath, Taezon lunges forward. He didn't actually mean for the idiot to fall. His hand shoots out, snatching the goon's wrist midair. Now dangling helplessly, the man's threats turn to desperate pleas for Taezon to save him. With a grunt of annoyance, Taezon yanks the flailing goon back onto the balcony, telling him to quit squirming. Just as the man collapses, team leader Lee arrives on the scene, proudly announcing that the evidence has been secured. He breathes a sigh of relief, lightly scolding Prosecutor Kang for giving him a scare and doing an investigator's job. But his casual tone vanishes as his eyes widen in horror, noticing something is very wrong with the prosecutor's arm. It's hanging completely limp at his side, clearly dislocated from the catch. Taezon glances down. Oh, it's broken? No big deal. He flashes a cocky grin, assuring the stunned team leader that it's nothing a little medicine can't fix. Later that night, the city skyline glows, a quiet moment after the day's violent raid. Meanwhile, back at the prosecutor's office, Prosecutor An is simmering with irritation, tapping her foot impatiently. She complains to a colleague that a certain someone has been doing absolutely nothing, and she's about to give him a piece of her mind. Right on cue, the office door slides open, and she turns to see the very man she was just ranting about has finally shown up. And of course, the first thing anyone notices is his arm, now snugly in a sling. Team leader Lee immediately jumps in front, flustered and ready to explain everything. But Prosecutor An is having none of it, grabbing the team leader and demanding to know if they assaulted a suspect. Her fury only grows when she learns they went in before the warrant was even issued. While they argue, Tae-san just sighs, wishing everyone would calm down so he could go home. The next day, however, he's called into the office of Chief Prosecutor Jang Jinho. The chief gets right to it, asking about the injury he sustained on the scene. He warns that while it might not seem like much to Tae-san, it's a huge liability for the entire department. They'll try to spin it as a necessary part of the arrest, but Tae-san still apologizes for the complication. The chief accepts, but then shifts gears, noting that he's been spending a lot of time on the ground lately for a prosecutor. The chief reminds him that getting his hands dirty is a job for the police, not for prosecutors. Hell, let the disciplinary issue slide, but orders Tae-san to keep a low profile until he's recovered. He then notes how reckless Kang Baron has become, pointedly asking if he's still getting psychiatric treatment. Tae-san calmly confirms that he is, and with that, he's dismissed from the office, leaving the chief's office behind him. Tae-san leans back at his desk, feeling the pressure mount from all sides. With Prosecutor An and now the chief growing suspicious, he knows he needs a new plan. Just then, the trainee prosecutor Choi Jin-woo enters, looking a bit flustered. He nervously hands over a completed report to his superior. Tae-san takes the file, ready to see what information it holds. The trainee presents his case. A recycling center employee was caught taking home appliances. Tae-san scans the file, his sharp mind immediately questioning the charge of habitual theft. Choi Jin-woo starts to stumble over his own logic, realizing it might be embezzlement instead. Then, a sudden spark of insight hits him. The key is whether purchasing authority was delegated. He immediately offers to redo the entire report, but Tae-san can see the kid is just floundering. Waving him off, Tae-san decides to take a different approach, telling him to just explain it slowly. But the legal jargon is too much. He demands an explanation simple enough for anyone to understand. The trainee simplifies. An employee with no possession rights who takes something is a simple thief. However, if the owner delegates purchasing rights to that same employee, then taking the items becomes embezzlement. The entire case depends on that one crucial detail. Finally, it clicks. Tae-san confirms he understands the difference. Possession is the key. Pleased with this new clarity, he tells the trainee to report all future cases this simply. He then gets to work, diving into the case files the original Kang Baron had been handling. As he reads, a strange feeling washes over him. His mind feels sharp, everything making perfect sense. A jolt of realization hits him. Is this what it feels like to have a truly sharp brain? He marvels at the sensation, thinking this must be the thrill smart people feel all the time. With a sly grin, he picks up his phone, a new plan already forming. He dials up Byung-jin, asking about the current status of a certain neighboring lawyer. Byung-jin confirms the man is free, prompting Tae-san to declare it's time to work together. The man in question is Han Kyung-wook, a lawyer Tae-san knows well, nicknamed the alcohol lawyer for his vices. This lawyer was a regular at one of Tae-san's gambling dens, a man drowning in his own vices. He even racked up a massive debt through private loans, making him an easy pawn. Tae-san found him useful for cleaning up minor messes his men got into. A lawyer on a very short leash. Now, in a pristine modern apartment, Han Kyung-wook finds himself summoned. He'd expected a call about his debts, but the request was strange. Tutoring? He eyes the young man across from him, wondering what his connection is to the fearsome Kim Byung-jin. The lawyer tentatively asks if he's preparing for law school, still trying to grasp the situation. But Tae-san cuts him off, stating that he's paying generously for tutoring, not an interrogation. Han Kyung-wook breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he's overstepped. He quickly agrees. With a forced smile, the lawyer opens his briefcase, ready to begin this very unusual lesson. Tae-san grows impatient, wanting to skip the theory and get straight to the good stuff. Murder and robbery. The lawyer is stunned. His student is a prodigy, absorbing information like a sponge, yet he knows absolutely nothing. He stares at the mountain of law books, completely baffled by the young man before him. But as he watches Tae-san study, a chilling sense of familiarity creeps in that intense expression. Those eyes, a phantom image of the real Tae-san flashes in his mind, and the lawyer's blood runs cold. The mannerisms, the tone, it's all there. He trembles, wondering if this kid is somehow related to the monster he once served. Despite the lawyer's growing fear, the lessons continue, and Tae-san's legal knowledge expands at an incredible rate. The scene shifts, and we're back at the prosecutor's office, right outside room 504. Tae-san, looking sharp in a suit, steps into Prosecutor An's office, ready to get back to work. She takes the report he hands her, impressed that he managed to write it all with his injured arm. He notes with a smirk that even with the cast, his fingertips are free more than enough to get the job done. Prosecutor An, flustered, asks him to wait just a moment, trying to gather her thoughts. He casually asks if she found anything strange in his report, almost daring her to find a flaw. With a charming smile, he promises to cause no more trouble and to fulfill his duties perfectly. The sudden shift in his demeanor leaves her completely stunned, wondering what on earth happened to him. As he walks away, she can't shake the feeling this man is deeply, deeply suspicious. His next stop is Team Leader Lee's office, where he confidently hands over the same report. The team leader is thrilled, clapping him on the back and congratulating him on his memory returning. Taesin stretches casually, admitting it's not fully back yet, but making it clear it's only a matter of time. The team leader feels a bit wistful, saying their time sharing a secret is over now that he's back on his own 2 feet. But Taeson grins, telling the team leader that he'll still need his help in the future. To seal the deal, he goes for a high five, smacking his rock-hard cast into the man's palm. The impact sends a jolt of pain through the team leader's entire body. Trying to play it cool, he asks if Prosecutor Kang's hand is all right after that. Taeson casually waves it off, but his superior warns him not to be reckless with an unhealed injury. He just smirks, joking that the one who got hit by the cast is probably in more pain, and the team leader silently agrees. The older man is genuinely touched, amazed that he's developed this kind of relationship with Prosecutor Kang. He admits he used to think Kang was a cold, stern robot, but now he sees how wrong he was. Seizing the moment, Taeson asks if the team leader could possibly look up a case record for him. He clarifies it's not an old case, but one that's currently on trial, leaving the team leader stunned. The team leader explains that's not how it works. Those records are locked down tight. Taeson listens intently, processing the bureaucratic roadblock ahead of him. Still, the older man offers a potential workaround, mentioning that there are always loopholes. Finally caving, he agrees to at least find out which department is handling it, and asks for the case details. Taeson's face hardens as he reveals it's a traffic accident manslaughter from occupational negligence. Later, at the hospital for a follow-up, things take a strange turn. The doctor stares at his monitor, completely stunned by the results he's seeing. When Taeson asks what's wrong, the doctor stammers, trying to brush off his own shock. He shows Taeson the x-rays, one from the day of the injury, and one from today. The fracture is gone. The doctor is in denial, certain there's been a machine error. It's medically impossible to heal that fast. But Taeson just smiles it off, casually telling the doctor that while it hurt, it seems to have healed up just fine. Later, he gets an update on that traffic accident case he's been looking into. Team leader Lee explains that for some reason, the investigating prosecutor is clinging to this simple case. The man in question is Seo Dongwook from Criminal Division 4, and Lee warns that he and the old Kang Baron did not get along. Taeson just smirks, reminding him that the original prosecutor wasn't really close with anyone. Lee then hints that Seo Dongwook isn't exactly a stickler for the rules and might be persuaded by other means. The suggestion of sweet-talking a prosecutor hangs in the air, and Taeson's mind begins to race. A confident, predatory grin spreads across his face. This kind of negotiation is his absolute specialty. And just like that, the meeting is set, with Seo Dongwook already remarking how approachable Taeson seems now. Over a lavish dinner, the prosecutor continues to flatter him, completely oblivious that he's the one being played. Seo Dongwook continues his flattery, not so subtly hinting at Taeson's wealth and expensive suit. Taeson plays along beautifully, offering to buy the man a Prada suit of his own, dangling the bait. With the hook set, he pivots to the real reason for this dinner, a certain case he needs to look into. The prosecutor, still munching away, casually asks which case he's talking about. Taeson explains it's just a simple traffic accident, where a drowsy driver caused 2 fatalities. The friendly atmosphere instantly vanishes as Seo Dongwook slams the table, his face contorted with rage. He accuses Taeson of trying to ruin his career, demanding to know why he's prying into another's case. With a final dramatic flourish, he declares he won't eat this dirty food and storms out of the room. Taeson watches him go, his mind piecing it all together. The man was perfectly happy until that specific case was mentioned. A slow, knowing grin spreads across his face. Oh yes, this smells very, very fishy indeed. The scene shifts, showing us a memory of the original Kang Baron's past, facing a suspect who smirks, thinking he's just a kid. But this kid was a prosecutor, slamming the table as he interrogated the man for a brutal, 3-hour-long assault on his wife. He demanded to know how anyone could be so cruel, his voice rising with every unanswered question. The suspect, however, was completely unfazed, leaning back and openly mocking the prosecutor's youth. You can see the fury building in Kang Baron's eyes, his professionalism cracking under the blatant disrespect. The man even puts on a show, feigning fear while his colleagues watch from the other side of the glass. But that was the last straw. In a flash of rage, Kang Baron kicks the interrogation room door shut. His fists are clenched, his composure completely shattered. Before the suspect can even process what's happening, the young prosecutor grabs him by the collar. And then, with a furious cry, he delivers a devastating right hook straight to the man's jaw. The suspect's bravado vanishes, replaced by fear as he asks if Kang Baron wants to lose his job. But the prosecutor leans in, daring him to file a complaint. Completely unfazed by the threat, he coldly explains that if he's going to lose his job, he might as well kill him and claim self-defense. Pinning the man to the wall, he muses that even a judge would call it taking out the trash. And with a terrifying grin, he clarifies that this isn't a threat, he genuinely wants to end him. The scene shifts, recalling the suspect's initial testimony where he admitted to hitting his wife. Back in the room, Kang Baron brings up the report of 3 hours of screaming. The man scoffs, claiming he only hit her once, and then a second time to shut her up. As his fingers tap on the laptop, Kang Baron asks him to clarify. Just 2 slaps with his palm? His eyes narrow on the suspect, questioning how 2 slaps could possibly cause 4 weeks of injury. With a roar, Kang Baron slams the desk, demanding the man stop mumbling and speak clearly. The suspect finally breaks, admitting he doesn't even remember how many times he hit her, he just used whatever he could grab. Kang Baron's voice drops to a chilling calm, pressing him for details. What exactly did he grab? The man confesses with a whisper it was a beer mug. A smirk plays on Kang Baron's lips. That's it. Using a tool qualifies as aggravated assault. He turns to leave, telling his colleague he's done good work here. The suspect, desperate, asks if the charges will stick even if his wife forgives him. The junior prosecutor explains that while simple assault can be dropped, aggravated assault cannot. From the observation room, the team leader watches, impressed, as the junior prosecutor vows to secure the evidence. Kang Baron gives his final orders, but a dark presence looms behind him. It's Prosecutor An, and she looks furious. Prosecutor An lays into him, reminding him it was the rookie's first interrogation and he just couldn't help but interfere. From the doorway, the team leader muses that some suspects simply don't respond to sweet talk, but she's adamant, lecturing Tae-san that violence has no place in an investigation. Their job, she insists, is to extract a confession through skill, not force. She orders him to just observe from now on, and let the team leader handle it if the rookie struggles. Suddenly, the rookie prosecutor Choi Jin-woo bursts in, eyes sparkling with admiration for how cool and strong Prosecutor Kang was. Prosecutor An can only watch in silent, utter disbelief at this hero worship. The scene shifts, as she and Taesan now observe a different interrogation through a one-way mirror. Inside, a prosecutor calmly lays out the evidence, telling the suspect to stop denying the obvious and just confess. But the suspect just leans back with a smirk, pointing right at them, asking if this is one of those magic mirrors from a drama. Taesan and Prosecutor An watch as the case details are laid out. Petty embezzlement of household appliances. Inside, the suspect, Kim Sundong, patronizes the young prosecutor, comparing him to a long-lost younger brother. He spins a sob story about being separated as kids, a clear attempt to derail the interrogation. And the rookie prosecutor, Choi Jin-woo, takes the bait hook, line, and sinker, slamming the desk in frustration. Having seen enough of this amateur hour, Tae-san decides it's time to step in and show him how it's done. Prosecutor An reminds him about his no-violence promise, but Tae-san simply agrees, his plan already in motion. Now, sitting across from the suspect, Tae-san completely changes tactics, asking to hear more about that brother. Kim Sundong is visibly confused by the question, but Tae-san just gives a placid smile, claiming he's just curious. The suspect refuses, but Tae-san doesn't even flinch, casually telling him to share whenever he feels ready. He then checks the time, calmly ordering 2 bowls of soup, settling in to prove he has all night to wait. The soup arrives, and Kim Sundong wolfs it down as Tae-san tells him to eat slowly. Tae-san remarks that when you've been hungry for a long time, you tend to eat fast. The suspect scoffs, sneering at how a privileged prosecutor could possibly know about hardship. But Tae-san just lets out a soft laugh, claiming he's been through those times himself. Then, he simply waits, letting the clock tick by in absolute, crushing silence. Outside the room, the rookie Choi Jin-woo is getting agitated, unable to stand the quiet. Prosecutor An tells him to go eat, deciding she'll stay and watch a little longer. As daylight fades, she can feel the tension shift, predicting that it's about to start. And right on cue, Kim Sundong's resolve finally crumbles, and he begins to talk. He spins his tale of being abandoned, playing right into Tae-san's patient hands. He weaves a tragic tale of his youth, filled with hardship and regret for abandoning his little brother. He claims no one ever listened to him, especially not when he stole just to survive. Across the table, Taeson remains perfectly still, a silent wall absorbing every word. Kim Sundong had learned that it was better to just keep quiet, expecting no one to care. But Taeson leans in, his voice steady, telling him that if he feels wronged, he should speak up because he will listen. The simple promise is enough to break him, and he finally begins to talk about his boss. He describes a kind man who gave him a job and even let him take small things from the store. Outside the room, the other prosecutors listen as he poses the central question. Why would his boss suddenly sue him? It all started, he says, over a trivial accounting error that the boss mistakenly blamed on him. After that, everything became a problem, leading to an argument and a sudden complaint for actions he swears were permitted. Kim Sundong finishes his story, explaining that the police wouldn't listen because of his past. Just then, the door creaks open as team leader Lee Hungrul enters the room. Taeson rises, his part done for now, and instructs the team leader to verify the store owner's supposed permission. He adds a crucial warning. If permission was given, the owner should be reminded what a false accusation entails. In the observation room, the other prosecutors look on, drained from the long night. Taeson acknowledges their effort, and his colleagues, a mix of awe and exhaustion, quickly bow in respect. He allows himself a small, confident smirk. Everything is proceeding exactly as he planned. The sun rises over the city, casting a new light on the prosecutor's office. Later, team leader Lee returns, finding Kim Sundong and confirming the prosecutor is ready to see him again. He gestures toward the door, inviting him back inside for the next stage of the interrogation. Back in the office, team leader Lee apologizes for how things went down, but Kim Sundong holds no grudge, understanding everyone had their reasons. But he's not there for the team leader. He's come to see Taeson, surprising the prosecutor with a small token of his gratitude. Taeson takes the bag, playfully chiding him for not bringing something more delicious. Sundong insists it's to thank him for being cleared, and when offered the chance to file a false accusation charge, he simply waves it off. He explains he just stepped out during his lunch break and needs to get back to work. With a final farewell, Sundong leaves, and Taeson watches him go, promising to enjoy the gift. A faint, genuine smile touches Taeson's lips as he watches the man depart. He looks inside the bag and finds not just the gift, but a handwritten letter tucked inside. It's a message of heartfelt thanks, vowing to live with his head held high and to find his lost sibling, inspired by the prosecutor's words. Team leader Lee notices a glint in Taeson's eye, asking if he's crying, but Taeson just scoffs, blaming the man's awful handwriting. Back in the office, the team decides it's time for a proper celebration dinner. They quickly make a reservation at a nearby Korean barbecue restaurant. Soon enough, the whole prosecutor's team is gathered, grilling meat and sharing drinks. The new trainee, Choi Jin-woo, is dying to know Taeson's secret for getting such easy confessions. Taeson just shrugs it off, explaining it's all about observing people and developing a feel for them. But team leader Lee scoffs, pointing out that even with 20 years of experience, he can't do what Taeson does. The trainee is completely starstruck, calling him a human truth serum. He explains that suspects just seem to spill everything the moment Taeson walks in the room. Now thoroughly drunk, Choi Jin-woo stumbles forward with a bottle, slurring his deep respect and love. Taeson just watches him calmly, a slight smirk on his face as he asks if Prosecutor Choi has had a bit too much. Prosecutor An and team leader Lee tell the trainee to relax and speak casually since they're off the clock. The table is laden with food, the atmosphere warm and informal. Taking this as his cue, the trainee boldly asks if he can call Taeson Hyung, an address for a close older brother. Taeson internally scoffs at the kid's forwardness, thinking he's old enough to be his father, and shuts him down. Senior is as far as he'll allow. Deciding he needs a tactical retreat from the clingy trainee, Taeson excuses himself to use the restroom. But his absence only gives Choi Jin-woo a captive audience to gush about how incredible Prosecutor Kang is. He passionately explains that unlike other seniors who treat juniors like puppets, Taeson guides them to find their own mistakes, treating them like real prosecutors, which has earned the trainees' undying loyalty. Everyone seems to agree that Prosecutor Kang is a genuinely good prosecutor, but Prosecutor An quietly reflects. Remembering the original Kang Baron, he was a good prosecutor, yes, but not a good person. She muses that while the old Kang Baron was a respectable prosecutor, he was a cold man who lacked any real humanity. But after the accident, something changed. He became more human, even if he seemed to slack off at first. His willingness to protect the innocent and his unique way of finding the truth ultimately won her respect all over again. Her train of thought is broken when Taeson returns to the table, asking what has the trainee so fired up. The female aide cheerfully explains they were just talking about him, and how Prosecutor Choi thinks he's the best. Playing along, Taeson holds up his drink and poses a question to the table. What exactly makes a good prosecutor? The others pipe up with practical answers, someone who gets confessions easily and doesn't make them work overtime. He just smiles, taking their very realistic, self-serving answers in stride. But Prosecutor An looks him in the eye and gives her own answer. A prosecutor who believes in justice. Her textbook perfect response is so earnest it makes the trainee spit out his drink, stunning the table into silence. Breaking the awkward silence, Taesun turns his attention to the trainee with a calm, knowing look. He offers his own definition. A good prosecutor is one who makes criminals tremble in fear. The trainee is stunned that Hez referring to his old self as Kang, jokingly asking if Hez trying to be cute. But Taesun, a man from another time, is genuinely clueless about the modern slang. Seeing the conversation derail, team leader Lee quickly stands up, raising his glass to intervene. He proposes a toast to the unity of Criminal Division 3, and the team readily agrees. Much later that night, the dinner party finally over, Taesun stands alone by the road. His very drunk colleagues try to pull him into a taxi for round 2, an offer he politely refuses. He watches them leave with an amused sigh, but his expression suddenly shifts to one of surprise. A sleek white car has pulled up, and it seems another group of people was waiting for him all along. Taesun's mind flashes back to the top brass of the prosecutor's office. He recalls a crucial detail. The prosecutor general, Woo Hyunjung, is a managed asset. A confident smirk plays on his lips as the pieces begin to fall into place. He remembers that the suspicious prosecutor, Seo Dongwook, was the one who handled that traffic accident case. Later, inside a luxurious apartment, the real discussion begins. Byumjin seeks confirmation, asking if the prosecutor general is truly the one pulling the strings on this case. Lounging on the sofa, Taesun confirms it, theorizing the top dog gave the orders on how to resolve everything. He muses that the prosecutor general is definitely the kind of man who can be lobbied for a cover-up. Byumjin, ever the loyal enforcer, immediately offers to start digging into the man's background. Taesun scoffs at the idea, warning him that targeting someone at that level will only make things more difficult. Taesun's lips curl into a vicious smirk. While the big boss is off limits, Prosecutor Seo is a different story entirely. And just like that, Seo Dongwook's world is turned upside down as he's sent plummeting from a high-rise. A pathetic scream tears from his throat as he hurtles through the air. He crashes onto a rooftop, only to be met by the imposing figure of Byumjin, who mockingly asks if this is his first kidnapping. Byumjin leans in with a chilling smile, warning him not to memorize his face because witnesses have to die. All the prosecutor's bravado instantly evaporates, replaced by pure, unadulterated terror. But in a flash, his first captor is down, and a new, far more menacing figure has taken his place. The masked man's eyes lock onto him, cold and piercing. It's time for a little chat. Tears stream down Seo Dongwook's face as he's told to just spill what he knows about a certain case. Taesun keeps the pressure on, telling the broken man not to overthink it, just talk, and this will all be over quickly. Taesun's eyes narrow. He knows this prosecutor wasn't acting alone. There had to be orders from above. The man's terrified reaction is all the confirmation he needs, and he demands to know who gave the order. But Seo Dongwook, through his tears, desperately tries to feign ignorance. Unimpressed, Taesun decides that if his captive can't remember, he'll just have to help jog his memory. That's all it takes. The prosecutor cracks, confessing it was the Shin Hyung-dong case, an order from the prosecutor general himself. But that's not the full story. Taesun pulls a knife, his patience clearly wearing thin. With a swift, merciless flash of steel, he brings the blade down. A guttural scream tears from the prosecutor's throat as the knife finds its mark. But Taesun just leans in closer, telling him to stop being so dramatic. The real interrogation hasn't even begun. With the knife still embedded in the table, Seo Dongwook frantically insists he doesn't know anything else. Taesun just stares back, his eyes asking a simple, chilling question. Really? The blade shifts ever so slightly, and the prosecutor's false bravado evaporates. He screams, promising to tell all. He confesses that the suspect in the Shin Hyung-dong case was unnervingly calm from the very beginning. Seo knew it was suspicious, that there must have been orders from above, but he chose to look the other way. Taesun finds this pathetic excuse utterly useless, but feigns acceptance, telling the man he'll be let go. Then the knife clatters to the floor, and the real mission is laid bare. Get close to the prosecutor general. Seo Dongwook, now a terrified puppet, can only bow and agree to find out who gave the final order. Byumjin steps out from the shadows, adding a final, chilling warning that they'll be watching his every move. Byumjin explains that the plan was to kill him, but for now, his life has been spared. He warns the prosecutor to be careful, as they could easily change their minds at any time. The next day, at the imposing prosecutor's office building, a new chapter of fear begins. Taesun bumps into Seo Dongwook in the hallway, casually asking if he's heading to court. The terrified prosecutor flinches, stammering that he does indeed have a trial to attend. But his mind is reeling, wondering when his once lanky colleague became so physically imposing. A sudden chilling memory surfaces. Prosecutor Kang was also curious about the Shin Hongdong case. Could it be? He quickly dismisses the thought. No, their way of speaking is completely different. It has to be a coincidence. Yet, unable to shake the suspicion, Seo turns and asks Taesun why he was so interested in that case. Taesun gives a smooth answer. The suspect he was investigating died in that accident, so of course he's curious. He then pushes his luck, asking to see the case files, but Seo immediately shuts him down, his voice laced with panic. Still rattled, Seo Dongwook heads straight for his true destination, the Prosecutor General's office. He reports to Prosecutor General Woo Hyunjung, confirming that the sentencing hearing for the traffic accident is today. The Prosecutor General nods with satisfaction, telling him to see the case through to its tidy conclusion. But Seo is haunted by a memory, the masked man who originally pressured him to handle the case quickly and quietly. His curiosity getting the better of his fear, he asks why the Prosecutor General himself took an interest in such a matter. He tries to play it off as simple ambition, hoping to network with whoever was important enough to warrant this cover-up. But his boss just scoffs, openly mocking his subordinate for already planning a career in politics. The Prosecutor General dangles the possibility of meeting this political figure, and Seo immediately eats it up, promising to do his best. But that information has already reached Taesun, who learns that a politician, likely a former prosecutor, is involved. This completely upends his theory that Director Park or the Waryong Association was behind the hit. When his subordinate offers to investigate, Taesun refuses. This is something he must handle personally. His first stop is the detention center, where he calls for an inmate named Lee Daewon. The prisoner looks up, the shadowy memory of the man who hired him still lingering in his mind. Standing before him is Prosecutor Kang Baron, radiating an unshakable authority. Lee Daewon warily asks what he wants, and Taesun gets right to the point. He's here for the details of the traffic accident. But the inmate immediately shuts down, claiming the case was tried fairly and there's nothing more to say. Taesun begins, noting how remarkably calm the inmate is for someone who killed a man. The prosecutor's aura is suffocating as he comments on the prison's fine facilities, wondering who's protecting him. He dangles the threat of reopening the case, but smoothly adds that he doesn't necessarily want to. He knows the inmate just wants to serve his short sentence, a plan that could easily be ruined. Lee Daewon plays dumb when Taesun cuts to the chase, demanding to know who ordered the hit. Taesun offers him a way-out protection, and he can even keep his reward if he just gives up a name. The alternative is grim, a new investigation that will strip him of his prize and add years to his sentence. He gives the prisoner an ultimatum, a final chance to cooperate, 1 week to think it over. But 7 days later, the only news from Yeoju prison is that of a sudden, convenient death. Team leader Lee Hungril enters with an update. A case from Yeoju prison has been assigned to their department. Taesun's expression tightens, already sensing the worst as he asks for the identity of the deceased. The name he receives is no surprise at all. Lee Daewon, the key to his investigation. The official cause of death? An all-too-convenient suicide by hanging. They arrive at the morgue, where the doctor explains the marks on the neck match the prison uniform used. He points to the telltale signs of asphyxiation, confidently concluding it's a clear-cut suicide, no autopsy needed. But Taesun isn't buying it for a second, immediately pressing him on the possibility of a staged homicide. The doctor sighs, admitting that while unlikely, it's not impossible to disguise a murder as a suicide. Citing a deep sense of unease, Taesun overrides him, ordering the body held for a full homicide investigation. The next step is the hardest, delivering the news to the family. A distraught woman opens the door, demanding to know what happened to her son. Taesun confirms she is indeed Lee Daewon's mother, his expression somber. He gently sits her down, explaining that the initial findings point to suicide, a conclusion she flatly refuses to believe. Taesun agrees that something feels off, and begins to press for details, asking if anything seemed unusual after the accident. The grieving mother can't think of anything, only that she spoke with him just yesterday and he seemed perfectly fine. That one detail immediately sets off alarms in Taesun's head. He spoke with him yesterday? She recalls their conversation, how Daewon was always so worried about her poor health. Then she mentions a name that changes everything, a Dr. Koo Jun-tae, who has apparently been taking care of them for a long time. The name clicks into place with a horrifying realization. She doesn't just mean a doctor, she means Mayor Koo Jun-tae of Incheon. A former prosecutor turned politician, Koo Jun-tae, the current mayor of Incheon. He was a popular figure, even winning the election against their own chief Jang Jin-ho. His reputation was so solid that even people who didn't care for politics knew his name. So Taesun has to ask, how did a powerful mayor get involved with a man like Lee Dae-won? The mother explains that when her son was a rebellious youth, Koo was the prosecutor in charge of his case. But instead of simply punishing him, Koo took Dae-won under his wing, guiding him onto a better path. He arranged scholarships and financial support for their struggling single-parent family. To them, he was a savior, and Dae-won trusted him like a father. Taesun listens to her heartfelt story, his face a mask as he agrees that he seems like a good person. He promises to contact her with any updates, then steps out into the hall where team leader Lee is waiting. Taesun orders a full investigation into Lee Dae-won's life, finances, assets, and especially his relationship with Mayor Koo. Team leader Lee is floored. The famous Mayor Koo? Surely he couldn't be involved in something like this. But a dark, predatory smile spreads across Taesun's face. Since the mayor's name came up, they can't afford to overlook anything. Back at the office, he pores over the case files. No other visitors came to see Dae-won, and the only calls were from his mother. Has certain the truth behind the man's extreme choice is hidden somewhere in these seemingly mundane details. His mind flashes back to what the mother said about a Dr. Koo who was always so concerned for her well-being. Taesun tries to put himself in Dae-won's shoes, imagining how he would have heard those words. Was it a promise that his sick mother would be cared for, or was it a chilling threat against her life? Just then, the team leader returns with a new lead. Dae-won acquired a commercial property right before he was arrested. The money trail seems clean enough, savings and a bank loan, perfectly reasonable for a hard-working truck driver. But the team leader drops a bombshell. Dae-won's mother didn't even know he'd bought a building. Taesun's instincts flare up. A son wouldn't hide that kind of news. He asks if there's any link to Mayor Koo. The team leader thinks for a moment and admits there is one, very thin connection. Dae-won's mother is suffering from severe renal failure and is receiving free treatment at a government-run hospital. The problem is, she only qualified for that program because Mayor Koo's influence likely pulled some strings. Taesun's eyes narrow. So they were holding his mother's life hostage after all. He doesn't care how weak the evidence seems, his going for an autopsy warrant. But his application is rejected again. And again for the third time, the system is stonewalling him. Just then, his phone buzzes with a summons. Taesun smirks. The interference has finally arrived. He walks into the room to find a senior prosecutor slamming the desk, roaring about whether he thinks he's writing a novel. The senior prosecutor scoffs, telling Taesun he's too busy for such nonsense and to wrap up this pointless investigation. But Taesun stands his ground, calmly stating that he has his own suspicions he intends to follow. His superior's face twists in annoyance, remarking that he was always odd, but he's gotten even stranger since his return. He's had enough of these reckless investigations, especially suspecting murder in such an open and shut case. With a smug grin, he brings up Taesun's psychiatric treatment, threatening disciplinary action pending a medical certificate. Taesun simply sighs, feigning compliance. Fine, he understands. There's no point arguing with a brick wall. Meanwhile, at Incheon City Hall, a major event is underway for the mayor's first anniversary. Mayor Koo Jun-tae is at the podium, delivering a grand speech about his vision for the city's future. He basks in the flash of cameras, a picture of confidence and political power, opening the floor to questions. Watching from the sidelines, Taesun observes his true target, wondering just how popular this man really is. The mayor lists his grand achievements, basking in the glow of the press. He smiles, asking if there are any final questions, expecting nothing but praise. But a hand shoots up, and Taesun introduces himself as Prosecutor Kang Baron. The mayor's smile falters as Taesun declares his personal interest in him. Ignoring the whispers, he gets straight to the point. Allegations of improper recommendations. The mayor's face twitches, but he quickly recovers, dismissing it as a simple misunderstanding. He spins a touching tale of a poor, sick mother he benevolently helped get treatment. Taesun scoffs internally. What a sly fox, turning corruption into a sob story. After the conference, the mayor makes a beeline for the prosecutor who dared to challenge him. With a smile that doesn't reach his eyes, he invites Taesun for a private cup of tea. Inside his office, Mayor Koo Jun-tae begins the interrogation himself, asking about Taesun's so-called interest. He sets his cup down with a condescending smile, trying to get a measure of this upstart prosecutor. But Taesun cuts straight to the chase, bringing up the name Lee Dae-won. He informs the mayor that he's investigating the man's death, and his name came up. The mayor's smile tightens as Taesun mentions his cozy relationship with the prosecutor general. Koo Jun-tae tries to wave it off as a simple misunderstanding, just a casual comment made in private. Taesun's eyes narrow. So without any request, the case was rushed and the sentence accepted without appeal? The mayor insists he knew nothing, claiming the prosecutor general must have acted out of his own consideration. Consideration? Taeson scoffs, his voice dripping with suspicion. To him, it looks exactly like a cover-up. He leans in, his expression turning venomous, asking if Lee Daewon's death was truly an accident or an instigated murder, leaving the mayor stunned into silence. The mayor erupts in laughter, finding the accusation so ridiculous he has to slap the table. He scoffs, asking if he's really being treated as a murder suspect over a simple traffic accident. But Taeson's gaze turns to ice as he explains the victim was a suspect he was personally investigating. His inner voice, however, is burning with a truth the mayor can't possibly comprehend. That victim was me. Continuing his act, he explains that he feels someone is trying to cover up the incident. The mayor, feigning ignorance, asks for the name of this deceased executive from the Waryong Association. He listens to the official charge of reconstruction fraud, then casually claims he's never heard of the man. Trying to regain control, he asks what possible motive there could even be for murder. A cold, knowing smile spreads across Taeson's face as he says he doesn't know, but Mayor Koo would. The mayor's smug expression falters as Taeson reminds him that a former prosecutor should know the crime itself is all that matters. Taeson leans back, lecturing the mayor that the motives for murder are never simple. He then drops the pretense, delivering a cold promise to keep a very close eye on him. The mayor scoffs, mockingly welcoming the attention from such a passionate junior. But as Taeson reaches the door, the mayor stops him with one final, chilling question. He asks if they've met before, and a flash of memory hits Taeson, a hidden, darker encounter. Taeson plays it off coolly, but inside, he knows this is a test. The door clicks shut, leaving the mayor alone with his thoughts. A sinister smile spreads across Koo Jun-tae's face. He knows the prosecutor doesn't remember yet, but Taeson's warning wasn't just talk, and his counterattack was already in motion. Because at that very moment, the news breaks. Mayor Koo is under investigation for corruption. Taeson sits back, confident that the reporters will have a field day with the mayor. But as he scrolls through the comments, he sees the public's reaction is underwhelming. He scoffs in disgust. The article was a puff piece, all heart and no bite. Just then, a call comes in from his chief, telling him it's time to get back to work. A sly grin spreads across Taeson's face as he agrees. Fine, hell handle this himself. The next day, he arrives at the prosecutor's office, not to file paperwork, but to start a war. He throws open a door, his voice booming as he confronts a colleague about a buried case. Prosecutor Seo Dongwook flinches, stammering and pretending he has no idea what's going on. But Taeson isn't playing games, naming the Yeonsudong internet gambling case that Seo tried to sweep under the rug. Seo tries to claim the investigation is over, but Taeson's icy glare promises him it has only just begun. Taeson lays out the entire criminal chessboard for the clueless prosecutor. He questions why Seo is so eager to close a case that could lead straight to the top. Seo stammers out a pathetic excuse, but Taeson isn't buying it for a second and tells him to get out. Fine, Taeson thinks. If you won't do it, I will. And he singles out one specific captured goon. Seo foolishly tries to pull rank, but Taeson just smirks, clarifying he's not investigating the gambling den. He's investigating something far more personal, attempted murder. And just like that, we're in an interrogation room with the very same goon, Song Il-kwon. Taeson leans back, reminding the man that his prior record means he's facing serious prison time now. But he dangles a lifeline. Cooperate, give up the mastermind, and maybe he can walk away again. The man sweats, breaking under the pressure, insisting he already told the other prosecutor everything. Taeson smirks, thinking to himself that this lowlife clearly doesn't understand the gravity of his situation. He leans in, assuring Song Il-kwon that he won't be getting away so easily this time. The prosecutor's gaze hardens, lecturing the man for not feeling the weight of his crimes while hiding behind a screen. But Taeson reminds him of the countless lives he's ruined, promising he has no intention of letting him walk. Not until he gives up something useful, threatening to tie him up with another charge if he has to. Song Il-kwon stammers, asking what he could possibly mean. As Taeson drops the new charge, attempted murder, the goon leaps to his feet, calling it absurd, but Taeson calmly asks if he forgot grabbing him during the arrest. He paints a picture of them falling together, but Song Il-kwon frantically insists it was the other way around. Taeson just gives a sly grin, flatly denying it and claiming all the investigators saw what really happened. And from the other room, his witness gives a thumbs up as Taeson finishes his lie. Song Il-kwon grabbed him and jumped. Taeson casually points out that a fall from the third floor is absolutely fatal if you land head first. Completely broken, Song Il-kwon asks why the prosecutor is being so cruel to him. Taeson just smirks, enjoying the man's denial as he realizes this prosecutor is trying to frame him. The goon is trapped. If he talks, the gangsters he works for will surely kill him. He can already see the faces of the ruthless men who run the entire operation. But Taeson smoothly dismisses his fear, promising to cover his tracks by questioning everyone. The choice is simple: a long sentence for attempted murder or a light slap on the wrist for gambling. And just like that, with the information squeezed out, the team arrives at the den's new location. A lookout tries to shout a warning, but Tae-san is on him in an instant, silencing him with a swift strike. Leading the charge, he orders his investigators to storm the building and subdue them all. Inside, it's a symphony of destruction as Tae-san single-handedly dismantles the entire crew with a smug grin. But a loud crash from a back room catches his attention. The big fish is trying to bolt. The den's boss, Young Tae-soo, scrambles to make a desperate phone call, but a shadow looms over him. Tae-san crashes into the office, a predatory smile on his face as he sees the pathetic attempt to escape. He casually strolls over, mocking the man for trying to call his powerful contact, Director Park Jung-sung. Meanwhile, on a dark and stormy night, Prosecutor An walks alone down a deserted path. She clutches her umbrella, muttering to herself about how the rain only makes the creepy night worse. Every shadow seems to move, and her anxiety builds with each step into the darkness. Suddenly, her heart stops as a figure emerges from the downpour, standing directly in her path. She's frozen in terror, face to face with a hooded man who was clearly waiting just for her. Her heart pounds as the figure just walks past her into the rainy night. A wave of relief washes over her, just a passerby. She was getting nervous over nothing. But as she glances back, a chill runs down her spine. Why was he dressed so darkly? In a flash, a different hooded man is right beside her, his face masked and his smile predatory. Meanwhile, back at the gambling den, Tae-san's voice cuts through a phone line with a casual greeting. He smirks, confirming he knows exactly who the panicked CEO is trying to call, Park Jung-sung. On the other end, Young Tae-soo is utterly baffled, demanding to know who this is before hanging up. But Tae-san is already in the room, calmly introducing himself as the prosecutor here to arrest him. He warns the CEO that the entire place is surrounded, so he'd better not try anything funny. Cornered and desperate, the man grabs a letter opener, pathetically telling Tae-san to stay back. Tae-san just sighs, telling the man not to struggle. They're both tired of this charade. From the doorway, team leader Lee shouts a warning, panicked that the prosecutor is about to be stabbed. But Tae-san doesn't even flinch, casually telling his team leader not to worry about a thing. With a desperate scream, the CEO lunges forward, swinging the letter opener in a wild arc. He puts all of his remaining strength into the pathetic, telegraphed attack. But for Tae-san, the world suddenly slows to a crawl, and he sees every micro-movement with perfect clarity. The direction of the attack is so painfully obvious, it's almost laughable. He smirks, figuring that after dying and coming back to life, a little super-perception isn't so surprising. In a flash, he moves, his hand shooting out to intercept the CEO's wrist mid-swing. A sickening crack echoes as the weapon clatters to the floor, leaving the CEO screaming in agony. Tae-san looks down at his torn shirt, calmly explaining he was just trying to get the knife. His team leader rushes in, panicking that his prosecutor has been stabbed and needs immediate medical attention. But beneath the shredded fabric, there's not a single scratch on his impossibly tough skin. Team leader Lee stares in utter disbelief, his mind struggling to process what he's seeing. He pats Tae-san down, confirming there's blood on the shirt but no wound, while Tae-san sweats, wondering how on earth he's going to explain this one. Meanwhile, in a high-rise office elsewhere, the ripples of Tae-san's actions are already being felt. Director Park reports to his boss that their operations have been hit by simultaneous raids. Chairman Lee of WB Holdings is unamused, wondering why their contact at the Prosecutor General's office gave them no warning. Park explains this wasn't a normal crackdown. It was a secret investigation run by Criminal Division 3, completely off the books. And the name of the prosecutor in charge? Kang Baron, a name that makes the chairman's blood run cold. The chairman plays it cool, quickly denying he knows the name, but his earlier shock says otherwise. Director Park immediately takes the fall, apologizing for his carelessness in getting them exposed. But the chairman isn't interested in apologies. He tells Park to just drop the whole operation for now. With a puff of his cigar, he orders him to focus everything on their new business. Director Park understands his orders and respectfully exits the room. But as he steps out, he finds someone was waiting just outside the door, listening in. He confronts the man, Byung-jin, accusing him of eavesdropping like a rat. The blatant disrespect infuriates Park, who snarls at how much nerve Byung-jin has grown. Byung-jin just smirks, taunting him about how his entire gambling operation just got wiped out. He twists the knife, asking if Park really thinks he can do as he pleases just because Hez in Tae-san's old spot. Byung-jin's eyes flash with fury, warning Park to never use Tae-san's name so casually again. Park glares back, utterly incensed by this blatant challenge to his authority. He storms off, muttering that this newborn puppy doesn't know the fear of a tiger yet. but Byung-jin just watches him go with a confident, knowing smirk. Meanwhile, the official report on the gambling den raid was being filed. The excuse given was that the goon known as Dognose had injured himself while resisting, but team leader Lee, who was there, knew what he saw, and his face was full of doubt. The higher-ups were even questioning if breaking the man's wrist was excessive force. But Taeson knew that uncovering the entire operation covered for everything, and it must be a huge blow to Park. Just then, a knock at his door reveals Prosecutor An, and he wonders what brings her here. Prosecutor An says she'd like some advice on a case she's handling. She slides a folder onto his desk, explaining it's a murder case that's hit a dead end. Taeson listens as she asks him to review it, worried she might have missed a crucial detail. The victim, she explains, was a woman in her 20s, attacked while walking home late on a rainy night. Her body was later found dumped unceremoniously in an irrigation canal. To make matters worse, the rain washed away every single trace of DNA evidence from the scene. Taesan correctly guesses the location must have been secluded, and she confirms the victim lived in a remote area. With no CCTV nearby, their only lead is footage of her taking a taxi from the subway station. He can tell something is weighing on her mind and asks what's really bothering her. Prosecutor An reveals her prime suspect is the taxi driver, who was once a suspect in a chillingly similar case. The real problem, she clarifies, is that the statute of limitations on the old case has expired. After a moment of thought, Taeson stands up, telling her it's time to go. He knows that staring at files is useless. They need to see the suspect's face to get a real read on him. Soon, they arrive at the headquarters of the taxi company, a lot filled with identical yellow cabs. They sit down with their man, taxi driver Song Chun-mo, and a dark, predatory aura immediately fills the room. Taeson takes one look at the driver, his eyes narrowing with cold certainty. This isn't just a man sitting across from him, it's a beast. He leans over to Prosecutor An, whispering that he guarantees this guy committed at least one of the murders. With a calm demeanor, Taeson begins the questioning, starting with a simple request for information. He asks the driver what he did after dropping off the victim, and the man gives a practiced, simple alibi. Seong Chun-mo calmly explains he had no other passengers and simply went home to sleep. Taeson knows the CCTV footage confirms the taxi's return, but the timing is suspicious. Changing tactics, he asks if he can take a look inside the car, and the driver agrees without hesitation. He and Prosecutor An head out to the parking lot to inspect the vehicle themselves. As Taeson sits inside, he immediately realizes something is profoundly wrong. The car is spotless, unnaturally so, for a taxi, without a single hair or fingerprint in sight. Stepping out, he casually compliments the driver on how extremely clean he keeps his car. Taeson presses, asking if he washed it on the day of the murder, but Seong claims he did it the next morning. With a smirk, Taeson then casually mentions he sees the driver was investigated for a similar crime in the past. Seong Chun-mo's smug demeanor tightens as he insists he was cleared of those charges long ago. Taeson's smile is sharp as a razor as he leans in, claiming he has nothing to hide. Seong Chun-mo's own grin widens, mockingly pointing out that the statute of limitations has expired anyway. A dark, twisted glee flashes in his eyes, the unmistakable look of a predator reliving a fond memory. Taeson's jaw tightens in disgust. The man is practically bragging. This bastard is a murderer, no doubt about it. The driver scoffs, asking if they really think he's stupid enough to admit to a past incident, just so they can pin this new murder on him, accusing all prosecutors of being desperate to fill quotas. But Taeson just leans against the taxi, completely unfazed, and says he couldn't care less about other prosecutors. He admits he's not some hero trying to lock up every bad guy, but looking at Seong, he feels a special kind of motivation. With a casual wave goodbye, Taeson promises he'll use any means necessary to bring him down. It's not a threat, it's a fact. Prosecutor An worries he's just provoked their suspect, but Taeson already knows a man like that has already destroyed all the evidence he could. A sharp, cunning glint appears in Taeson's eyes. It's time to stop wasting time and find another way in. Back in the office, Prosecutor An sighs in frustration, surrounded by case files. No matter how many times she looks, there's nothing useful. It feels completely impossible. But Taeson's attention is snagged by a single crime scene photo. The victim is only wearing one sock. Prosecutor An explains that while the shoes were found, one sock was missing, likely washed away by the rain. He places the photograph down, his mind already connecting dots others can't see. Deciding they need to search for even the smallest clue, Taeson suggests they visit the victim's home. They arrive at a large house, where a heartbroken family member greets them with a deep, sorrowful bow. The woman's face is a mask of grief, and even the stoic Prosecutor An can't help but feel a pang of sympathy. But Taeson cuts straight to the chase, asking to be shown to the victim's room. The grieving mother points them toward the victim's room. Inside, it's an ordinary space, filled with the quiet remnants of a life cut short. Without a word, Taesan starts pulling open drawers, earning a confused look from Prosecutor An. He explains that even if Seong Chun-mo seems guilty, they must explore every other possibility. He tasks her with finding diaries or photo albums while he continues his own search. But as expected, Prosecutor An finds nothing. The police would have already collected any real evidence. She can't help but feel like they're just wasting their time on a wild goose chase. So she's completely baffled when Taesan suddenly stands up and says they should go. After all that rummaging, he's just giving up? What was the point of any of this? But Taesan isn't looking at the room anymore. His eyes are locked on the mother, who's nervously checking her phone. He approaches the grieving mother, taking her hands and making a solemn vow that they will catch the man responsible. With his promise delivered, Taesan turns and walks away, leaving a bewildered Prosecutor An in his wake. She hurries after him, furious that he would give the family what she believes is false hope. But Taesan simply lays out the new plan. Find any minor charge to arrest Seong Chun-mo on, just to get him off the streets. And so, their prime suspect sits in the interrogation room, looking utterly unfazed by the whole situation. Prosecutor An tries to press him on manipulating his taximeter, but he casually dismisses the accusation. A creepy grin spreads across his face as he calls her bluff, knowing this is just a tactic to stall for time. His gaze turns predatory as he leans forward, his eyes fixed on her. He tells her that, up close, she's actually quite beautiful, making her skin crawl. That's the last straw. She slams her hands on the table, roaring at him to watch his eyes and answer the questions. But just as the interrogation stalls, the door flies open with a bang. The trainee prosecutor bursts in, holding up a piece of evidence, declaring they found the victim's belongings in the taxi. His announcement echoes through the room, completely shifting the atmosphere. It's a single sock, discovered wedged deep in a gap between the back seats. He explains that he only found it because Prosecutor Kang had a gut feeling, a hunch that something was hidden there. Prosecutor An is in disbelief. This is the physical proof they desperately needed. Taesan, meanwhile, had already considered the implications of finding only one. Seong Chun-mo's composure completely shatters as he leaps up, roaring that it's impossible. He remembers that night clearly he threw all the evidence into a waterway, so how could this be in his car? His panicked eyes dart around, realizing it had to be that prosecutor, framing him just like he'd promised. He lets out a primal scream, his mind snapping as he thrashes around the room. As he kicks over a chair, Prosecutor An rushes for the door, shouting for help. Seo Dongwook tries to intervene, pleading for the enraged taxi driver to calm himself. But his attempt fails, and now Seo Dongwook is furious too, demanding to know where that bastard prosecutor is. And speak of the devil, Taesan strolls in, observing the chaos he's created with a cool detachment. The moment Seong Chun-mo lays eyes on him, his target is locked. With a roar of pure hatred, he lunges forward, convinced Taesan planted the evidence. But Taesan doesn't even flinch, his hand blurring into motion to intercept the attack. In an instant, he's got the man by the throat, stopping his charge dead in its tracks. A terrifying grin spreads across Taesan's face as he effortlessly lifts the struggling killer off his feet. Prosecutor An is frozen in shock, wondering how she's supposed to handle this insane situation. She finally finds her voice, screaming for Prosecutor Kang to stop before he kills the man. Taesan pauses, a flicker of consideration on his face, as if weighing his options. Then he drops him, and with Seong Chun-mo now gasping on the floor, calmly places him under arrest. Seo Dongwook pins the screaming suspect, warning him to shut up or face even more charges. But a dark, satisfied smile plays on Taesan's lips. In his mind, the killer should just be grateful to be breathing. Later, the job done, Taesan gives a smug little compliment and takes his leave, leaving Prosecutor An stewing. The adrenaline wears off, and she's left completely drained, collapsing in her messy office. Seo Dongwook checks in on her, admitting that anyone would have been shocked by the violent confrontation. But Prosecutor An is lost in her own thoughts, still reeling from the discovery of the victim's sock in such an impossible place. Seo Dongwook is still haunted by the victim's final moments, imagining her desperation to leave a clue. But Prosecutor An stares at the image, and a different theory clicks into place that's not what happened at all. A sudden chilling realization hits her, and she springs to her feet with newfound purpose. She abruptly announces she's heading out, leaving her colleagues watching in confusion. Seo Dongwook can only assume she's still shaken from the violent arrest earlier. Her journey takes her to a quiet, secluded house as the sun begins to set. She rings the bell, and a hesitant voice from inside asks who's there. Prosecutor An introduces herself, reminding the occupant of her previous visit. The door opens to reveal the victim's mother, who apologizes for her caution, explaining her anxiety. With a heavy heart, the mother asks what could possibly bring the prosecutor back to her home. With a gentle but firm tone, Prosecutor An delivers the news the mother has been waiting for. They've caught him. She explains it was the taxi driver, the very first suspect, now with a solid confession and evidence to match. The words hit the grieving mother like a wave, and she chokes back a sob, completely overwhelmed. She collapses to her knees, weeping with relief that her daughter's killer won't escape justice. Trying to regain her composure, she offers to get the prosecutor a drink, but An politely declines. Her attention has already shifted, her eyes locking onto a closed door at the end of the hall. A sudden, sharp instinct guides her forward, compelled to see what's behind it. And there he is, standing inside the room as if he's been waiting. Tae-san. Prosecutor An steps inside, her expression hardening as she finds him exactly where her gut told her he'd be. He pays her no mind, his focus entirely on a small, ornate box he's found inside an open drawer. Her eyes fall upon a single, tiny sock left in the drawer, and her heart begins to pound. Tae-san turns to her with a knowing smirk, holding up a matching pair of small, white socks. The evidence is now in her hands, and the implication sends a chill down her spine. Her mind flashes with a horrifying vision. Tae-san planting the evidence himself. She knows a prosecutor without integrity is a terrifying, uncontrollable force, but she can't bring herself to report him. If she does, the crucial evidence disappears. She sinks to the floor, trapped, realizing the killer might walk free because of this. The victim's mother finds her, and An quickly covers, saying she was paying her respects. The mother thanks her profusely, completely unaware of the prosecutor's terrible dilemma. The night is quiet as Prosecutor An leaves, burdened by an impossible choice. Alone in her room, Prosecutor An is haunted by her impossible choice. The evidence of Tae-san's crime, a single white sock, sits before her. With a deep breath and trembling hands, she finally makes her decision. She retreats to the bathroom, scissors in hand, to erase his sin. With each cut, the proof is destroyed, and she becomes his accomplice. She flushes the pieces away, wondering what happened to the Kang Baron she once respected. Collapsing onto her bed, she's tormented by the thought of what he's become. What could have possibly broken him so completely? She no longer knows the man. But the very next day, Tae-san is at the office, cool as ever, as if nothing happened. His chief calls him in, detailing a brutal, high-profile murder case that has just landed on their desk. The chief explains the catch. The police have two suspects, but can't figure out which one is the real killer. They've sent one over, but if he walks free, the entire failure will land squarely on the prosecution's shoulders. The higher-ups want this case airtight, and they've specifically chosen him to handle it without any loose ends. Tae-san smirks, instantly seeing through the politics. Hez being handed a bomb, succeed and Hez a hero, fail and he's the fall guy. But on the surface, he accepts the mission without hesitation, promising to do his best. The suspect in custody is Lee Jong-do, a 28-year-old worker from a local industrial complex. He and his colleague, Bae Tae-sung, were out drinking when they saw the victim and followed him into a public restroom. The official story is that while his friend washed his hands, Lee Jong-do attacked the victim with a box cutter. But Lee Jong-do is desperately pleading his innocence, swearing up and down that it wasn't him. In fact, he claims his colleague, Bae Tae-sung, who owned the cutter, was the one who actually committed the murder. Bae Tae-sung's story is simple. He only lent the box cutter, claiming Lee Jong-do did the deed. Tae-san reviews the file, noting a key detail from the autopsy. The knife was stabbed from above. One of his team members lays out the police's logic. Lee Jong-do is taller, making him the obvious culprit. But Tae-san isn't buying such a simple explanation, immediately pointing out the height difference is negligible. He argues that with such a small margin, the angle of the attack depends entirely on posture, not height. If the victim was leaning forward, anyone could have struck downwards, collapsing the police's entire theory. The team agrees they'll need a forensic expert to be sure, but the doubts are already piling up. Team leader Lee then brings up another glaring issue. The blood evidence against Lee Jong-do is incredibly weak. The victim's artery was severed, yet it was Bae Tae-sung who was found with more blood on his clothes. His excuse? The victim fell on him. But Tae-san knows that's a flimsy alibi for a nearly spotless killer. Tae-san lays out his thinking. The real stabber would have been desperate to hide evidence. Team leader Lee is stressed, admitting that if they indict Lee Jong-do, he'll likely be found not guilty. Tae-san's simple suggestion to just indict the other guy, Bae Tae-sung, leaves the entire team momentarily confused. The veteran detective has to explain that criminal law doesn't work by process of elimination. They need concrete, sufficient evidence to prove either man's guilt. The police likely chose Lee Jong-do because the case was weak either way, but if both are acquitted, the prosecution is in huge trouble. Tae-san coolly reminds them of the principle of double jeopardy. They only get one chance to get this right. So, he devises a new plan. A confrontation interrogation to see which suspect's story cracks under pressure. Observing Bae Tae-sung from behind the glass, Tae-san's instincts flare up. This man is a complete hyena, and with a confident smirk, the prosecutor locks onto his target. He knows who the real culprit is. To Tae-san, a man like Bae Tae-sung is a hyena at feigns submission to a lion, but given the slightest opening, its cruel nature emerges, ready to tear its target apart. The interrogation begins, and Tae-san formally accuses Lee Jong-do of the murder. Lee Jong-do erupts, shaking his head frantically, insisting he was framed by that bastard Bae Tae-sung. Tae-san just smirks, leaning back with a chilling confidence. He's already called the other man in. Right on cue, the door opens, and an officer announces, "The witness has arrived." Tae-san rises from his seat, ready to observe the chaos he's about to unleash. But as he lays eyes on the man walking in, a jolt of shock runs through him. This guy, he's a complete hyena too, making this case far more complicated than he thought. The room explodes as Lee Jong-do lunges forward, screaming accusations, while Bae Tae-sung coolly denies everything. Tae-san slams his authority down, roaring for both of them to shut up and sit down. He lays down the rules. They'll each get to talk, but the first one to raise their voice gets booked as the prime suspect. With the room finally under control, he turns to Bae Tae-sung, asking why Lee Jong-do claims the murder weapon was his. Bae Tae-sung spins a convenient tale, saying he just lent the knife, and this psycho suddenly stabbed someone with it. Tae-san presses him about the blood spatter, but Bae Tae-sung has an answer for that too, claiming the victim fell on him. He insists his only crime was following the victim to see something interesting, but that word choice catches Tae-san's attention, who points out that sounds a lot like premeditation. Lee Jong-do erupts, claiming Bae Tae-sung was the one who provoked him, taunting him for being too cowardly to stab someone. He insists he refused, only for the crazy bastard to do the deed himself, causing him to flee in shock. "Oh, really?" Tae-san smirks, bringing up the CCTV footage that shows he lingered at the scene a little too long for an innocent man. Tae-san pivots, asking a simple, damning question. Why didn't either of them try to provide first aid? He presses on, asking why they just stood there and watched the victim get stabbed 10 times. Bae Tae-sung claims he was too flustered, even asking if failing to report the crime is really a crime itself. A knowing smirk spreads across Tae-san's face. His first impression was right, these two are nothing but hyenas. In his eyes, it doesn't matter who held the knife. They're both equally responsible for the man's death. Later, Tae-san is called into the office of his superior, Chief Jang Jin-ho, to report on the case. The chief cuts right to the chase, wanting to know if they figured out who actually did the stabbing. Tae-san calmly states that they haven't been able to confirm the identity of the stabber just yet. With a frustrated sigh, the chief suggests it doesn't even matter, just pin it on one of them and be done with it. But Tae-san's sharp reply catches him off guard, leaving the chief demanding to know what he means. Tae-san begins to school his own boss, explaining that people of the law get too fixated on simple logic. He doesn't care which of the two held the knife. The only thing that matters is that both are responsible. In his mind, they egged each other on, treating a human life as a sick form of entertainment. Therefore, he declares his intention to indict them as co-principals in a joint crime. The chief is skeptical, asking if Tae-san can actually prove they conspired together, but Tae-san lays out his strategy. A co-conspirator's testimony can be powerful evidence on its own. They've already admitted to cheering each other on during the act. Critically, neither of them tried to help the victim, and they both fled, which strongly supports his case. This approach is far better than risking both of these monsters walking free on a technicality. Convinced by the cold, hard logic, Chief Jang finally relents and gives him the green light. Chief Jang can't help but notice that Prosecutor Kang seems like a completely different person now. He recalls the man who used to prioritize legal principles above all else. Still, he admits this new approach aligns better with public sentiment, but warns him not to be reckless. Later that evening, the scene shifts to a quiet bar where Byung-jin sits waiting. Nearby, a woman in red is being pestered by a couple of guys asking if she's alone, but their attempts are cut short as Byung-jin confidently strides toward the bar. He arrives with a charming smile, asking if she had to wait long for him. The woman turns, her expression lighting up as she sees her long-awaited company. With a playful wink, she raises her wine glass, telling him she missed him. The next day, it's back to the grind at the prosecutor's office. Tae-san arrives at room 307, the public trial department, ready to hand off his case. He steps into the office, files tucked under his arm, and an aide at her desk looks up. She politely asks if she can help him with anything. He says he's looking for Prosecutor John Yun-ji, and the aide gestures toward a desk where a woman is completely passed out. Tae-san can only stare, slightly bewildered at the sight of a prosecutor snoring away on the job. He gives the stack of files a little tap on her desk, startling her awake with a jolt. Now, face to face with the groggy prosecutor, he introduces himself as Kang Baron from Criminal Division 3. The moment he mentions the Saknam-dong murder case, her sleepiness vanishes. She knows this is a big one. Tae-san explains he's built a rock-solid case against the co-conspirators and needs her to push for a heavy sentence. She doesn't miss a beat, assuring him that with the public outrage, she's already planning to demand the death penalty. She recognizes him, mentioning she heard he investigated the taxi driver murder case alongside Prosecutor An. Probing a little, she asks if he ran into any trouble, but Tae-san just smiles, saying they simply reviewed it. A sly, knowing look crosses her face, as if she's testing him. She reminisces that the case was a real headache, even with a confession and solid evidence. The defendant apparently caused a huge scene in court, screaming that the prosecutors fabricated everything, and at that, Tae-san's eyes sharpen. Has found a thread he can pull. He pivots back to their current case, remarking how sad it is to imagine a victim hiding a sock for evidence while being killed. Then he drops the bomb. He finds the idea of a prosecutor fabricating evidence far more believable than that story. She just waves him off, promising to do her best to secure a harsh sentence before sending him on his way. As the sun sets on the city, Tae-san has planted a dangerous seed of doubt. The news breaks. The defendants in the Saknam-dong murder case have been sentenced. 30 years in prison for each of them, a decisive victory for the prosecution. Back in his apartment, Tae-san watches the report, cracking open a cold beer. He lets out a satisfied sigh, musing that they really did push for the death penalty as promised. While they didn't get the ultimate sentence, he has to admit his colleague handled it well. She might seem a bit sloppy, but she clearly gets results, which makes him think. Her comment about fabricated evidence, maybe that wasn't just a random guess after all. The next day, he's back in the office, reviewing a new case with team leader Lee. Reading through the file, he notes that the new suspect's methods are remarkably cunning. A woman named Kim Young-suk, who built a seemingly solid beauty business entirely on clever schemes and promissory notes. After a year of building trust, Kim Young-suk would claim a massive order came in, demanding huge quantities from her suppliers. If they got nervous, she'd simply introduce one of her own employees as a home shopping executive to put their minds at ease. She'd then purchase everything on credit, dump the products at dirt cheap prices, and immediately file for bankruptcy. Team leader Lee sighs in frustration, wondering how anyone could be foolish enough to trust such a sudden, massive order. But Tae-san knows better, explaining that it's not so simple when someone has spent a year earning your trust. He describes a person with such irresistible charm that you almost want to be deceived, even when you know it's happening. Right on cue, the click of heels approaches, and a woman's voice announces she's here for questioning. Tae-san slowly turns his head, his focus shifting from the file to the person entering his office. And in walks the very woman they were just discussing, the architect of this entire elaborate fraud. But as he sees her face, his mind reels. This isn't Kim Young-suk, it's Han Seon-hwa. He remembers her as a brilliant, successful lobbyist, a woman who could lie and cry on command to get what she wanted. But she was more than that. So much more. In his past life, Han Seon-hwa was his woman. The world seems to shatter around Tae-san as the name Kim Young-suk echoes in his office. His mind races, trying to make sense of the impossible. This master fraudster is Seon-hwa? Was her entire identity a lie? But the woman herself is the picture of calm, confirming she is indeed Kim Young-suk and apologizing for the trouble. Tae-san forces a sharp, predatory smile, dismissing his team leader. He'll be handling this case alone. He leads her into his office, the picture of a prosecutor ready to begin an interrogation. Inside, she sits down without a hint of fear while he turns away, trying to process the storm in his head. He starts with the basics, reading from the file, asking her to confirm her age is 42. With a quiet nod and a simple yes, she confirms it, her composure absolutely unshakable. He begins the interrogation by the book, confirming she knows about the multiple fraud reports against her. She plays the part of a remorseful businesswoman, dabbing at a dry eye while lamenting the hardships she's faced. Tae-san paces, unimpressed by the act, and cuts straight to the heart of the matter. Why use a figurehead CEO? She claims it was to avoid humiliation. But he's already a step ahead, questioning the fake business cards she distributed. Leaning back on the couch, a smug smile spreads across his face. He's heard this kind of story 1,000 times. His eyes narrow, the professional prosecutor persona melting away to reveal the predator underneath. The atmosphere shifts as he offers a tempting deal. Confess everything, and maybe he can make this problem disappear for her. But her own sly smile reveals she's not intimidated. She knows he has no real intention of putting her away. She completely flips the script, coolly asking how he knew her real name when she was arrested under her favorite alias. Leaning in, she openly flirts, wondering what a handsome prosecutor like him really wants from her. Taeson scoffs at her advances, wondering if his death really wiped her memory clean. But she calmly sips her coffee, reminding him of a time he whispered promises of sincerity. He lays out a simple deal: compensate the victims, and he'll let her walk free. She places her mug down, considering his offer, but she senses there's more to it. A deal this sweet? She knows a prosecutor never gives special treatment for free. He smirks, realizing she's no amateur, and slides a business card across the table. He gives her an address, a time, and a 10-minute window before he raids her entire operation. Then, in front of his colleagues, he formally apologizes and drops all charges against Miss Kim Young-suk. The trainee prosecutor is completely fooled, remarking that such a kind woman could never be a con artist. But Taeson just shakes his head, schooling the rookie on a simple truth: the best cons always wear the kindest faces. Team leader Lee is still mulling it over. She just didn't seem like a con artist, he thought. She was too delicate. But one of the aides isn't having it, asking if they're just fawning over her because she's pretty. The trainee prosecutor starts to sweat, wondering if he was really that easily charmed. As Han Seonhwa walks out, the aide admits that looking so naturally beautiful is the mark of a true master. She then recalls that according to the records, the woman is in her 40s, a fact that seems impossible. Even Taeson, with his arms crossed, concedes that for a moment, he was fooled too. But now it's time to get back to work. He tells his chief he'll handle the case from here. Later that night, at the designated bar, Taeson and his subordinate wait as Han Seonhwa arrives. Before she can reach their table, two men try to make their move, asking if she's waiting for someone. She turns with a razor-sharp smile, asking if they're really trying to seduce an auntie like her. Taeson finally sits down with Han Seonhwa, the air thick with unspoken history. She smirks, telling him she's not innocent enough to be hurt by his words, then boldly asks if he'd fall for her. But Taeson is all business, reminding her of the proper manners for such a place. He notes that a bar this exclusive is far beyond a prosecutor's salary, and suggests they move to a private room. She tries to delay, insisting the atmosphere is nice and they should stay for just one drink. He isn't having it, coolly telling her to come to the room when she's finished. With a sigh, she calls him cold. But there's a playful glint in her eye. She takes her time, savoring her wine alone at the bar as he leaves. After a moment, she finishes her drink, gets up, and walks deeper into the establishment. But instead of going to Taeson, she meets another woman, sharing a knowing look. The woman in pink starts with a compliment, admiring Han Seonhwa's impeccable style. But the small talk quickly evaporates as she gets to the real question. Who was that man she was with? Seonhwa just gives a sly, thoughtful smile, taking a moment to consider her answer. She dismisses him with a wave of her hand, joking that he's just some stalker who wants to lock her away. The woman asks if she knows him, but then coyly shushes herself, mentioning the unwritten rule of this place. Just then, a man approaches the bar, calling the woman by her name, Hyun-young. He glances at Seonhwa, coolly asking Hyun-young if this is a friend of hers. Without another word, Hyun-young announces she's leaving and wishes Seonhwa a good time. Seonhwa watches silently as the man leads Hyun-young away, his arm linked with hers. As they walk off, he glances back over his shoulder, a smug, knowing smirk playing on his lips. Alone at the bar, Seonhwa watches him, a small smile on her face, thinking he's quite handsome. Meanwhile, Hyun-young's companion asks who that man was. She just scoffs that he was a nobody, asking about her clothes. She clicks her tongue in annoyance, thinking he's just another vulgar man trying his luck. But in a private room, that same man, Taeson, makes Seonhwa an offer she can't refuse. He'll clear her of the fraud charges and shield her from future trouble, but in return, she must get close to Mayor Koo Jun-tae. Seonhwa leans back, a playful glint in her eye, asking if he wants her to use her other charms to approach the mayor. Taeson isn't amused. He tells her to use what she's actually good at, creating irresistible investment opportunities. She takes a slow sip of her drink, musing that getting city support isn't exactly a simple task. He cuts her off, reminding her of her reputation as a lobbyist, and laying down an ultimatum: get it done or go to prison. Now her interest is truly piqued. She asks him why he's so fixated on the mayor, sensing a much bigger game is afoot. Taeson lets her question hang in the air, his expression unreadable. He begins to tell a story about a suspect he was investigating for fraud, a man who suddenly died in a traffic accident. Seonhwa's playful demeanor vanishes, her eyes widening as she realizes this isn't just business. He continues, explaining the truck driver who caused the crash also died in prison, a supposed suicide he never bought. With a chilling confidence, he reveals his prime suspect and the man behind it all, Mayor Koo Jun-tae. The pieces click into place for Seonhwa, a horrifying thought dawning as she asks if the original victim was Im Taeson himself. He confirms it with a sharp, unwavering gaze. the implications crash down on her. It wasn't an accident at all, it was murder. A fleeting memory surfaces of a time when she and the real Tae-san stood together, partners against the world. Back in the present, she takes a long drink, the weight of his revelation settling in. This changes everything. With newfound resolve, Seonhwa agrees. She'll dig up everything on the mayor, but he must promise to catch the one who killed their Tae-san. He watches her, a subtle curiosity in his eyes, as he asks if she and Tae-san were particularly close. Pouring another drink, she confirms it without hesitation. They were very close, but his friendly demeanor vanishes in an instant, replaced by a chilling, predatory smile. The atmosphere turns heavy as he leans in and asks the one question that cuts deep. If they were so close, why wasn't she at his funeral? Her composure cracks. The accusation hangs in the air, leaving her momentarily speechless. She begins to explain, her mind drifting back to the past, to when she first launched her massage parlor business. Some of her new shops were in his territory, and it wasn't long before his crew came knocking, demanding a cut for protection. She thought it was just a shakedown, but under his watch, the neighborhood cleaned up and her profits skyrocketed. He wasn't just some greedy thug, he was fair, and he was effective. This was how their long partnership began. She confesses that over time, their professional relationship blossomed into something more personal for her. He was the most formidable man she'd ever met, fearless, yet surprisingly gentle, and she found herself relying on him. But she was convinced he never truly understood the depth of her feelings for him. He would say all the right things, but she always felt a wall between them, a lack of genuine trust. With a heavy heart, she came to believe she was nothing more than a temporary dalliance to him. She recalls him standing by the window, physically present but emotionally a million miles away. Even when he was right beside her, she felt an inescapable loneliness. But back in the present, Tae-san just smirks, dismissing her entire sob story as utter nonsense. He calls her shameless, asking if that's the same line she used during her affair with that young host. His aura flares with menace as he leans in, driving the point home. If she truly cared, why did she abandon him at his funeral? Her face twists in fury, his accusation hitting far too close to home. Stunned, she can only ask how he could possibly know about that night. The scene shifts to the funeral hall, a memory from that lonely vigil. Tae-san's voice is chillingly calm as he reveals the simple truth. He was there. He remembers standing watch in his own body, noting it was his subordinate keeping vigil, not her. Taking a sip, he mocks her supposed love, saying she moved on the second he was gone. He slams his glass down, his eyes boring into hers. She only went to the public hall, didn't she? But he pushes further, asking if she ever once visited him in the ICU. The question triggers a memory of her, trembling in the hospital, unable to face his broken form. Cornered and exposed, she slams the table, screaming that he knows nothing about her pain. She confesses through her sobs that seeing him so broken was too horrifying. She ran away out of fear. The shame was so immense, she couldn't bring herself to face his portrait at the funeral. Her raw honesty completely disarms Tae-san, who freezes, wondering if her feelings were real after all. He pulls out a handkerchief, his sharp demeanor melting away as he apologizes for his careless words. With newfound resolve, she begs him to find who did this to Tae-san, vowing she'd do anything for revenge. A small, nostalgic smile appears on his face. He remembers this side of her, the one he was always weak to. She glances at her reflection, annoyed at her tear-streaked face and ruined makeup. But she admits that with him, she feels a strange comfort, as if they've known each other for a long time. The heavy atmosphere finally lifts as she suggests they speak casually, since they're in the same boat. Taking a sip, she smirks, playfully asking if he minds her dropping the honorifics, old man. Tae-san leans forward, deciding to steer the conversation back to business, or so it seems. He asks her to tell him about this man named Tae-san, feigning professional curiosity. She reminisces about their past, claiming they were together for a while but never got too attached. But a sly smirk crosses her face. She knows a secret that no prosecutor's file would ever contain. Despite his tough, bear-like exterior, there was a softer side to him. A very, very specific detail. A red birthmark on his butt that looked exactly like a gummy bear. The story sends a jolt through Tae-san, the memory of that exact moment making him blush furiously. He instinctively defends himself, muttering that it wasn't embarrassment he felt back then. Her playful demeanor vanishes. How on earth could he know that? She quickly dismisses her own suspicion, proudly stating that the real Tae-san's charisma was unshakable, as he awkwardly agrees. She compliments him on being a good listener, even for stories unrelated to his investigation. Tae-san just smiles, saying it's not entirely unrelated. After all, she needs time to mourn. Later that night, he has to warn her not to try and seduce him, a suggestion she playfully denies. The next morning, Han Seonhwa wakes up alone in her sunlit apartment, but for a moment, In a hazy dream, she feels a familiar touch and whispers the real Tae-san's name. She sits up, the lingering memory fading as she finds herself completely alone. A comical flashback reveals her drunkenly demanding a round two while he carried her home. He had simply put her to bed and left while she mumbled in her sleep, "Ever the gentleman." She sighs, realizing her usual charms and even a tearful act had no effect on the stoic prosecutor. But then she spots it, a bottle of green tea he left behind, a small kindness that catches her completely off guard. She pauses, a single thought echoing in her mind. She never told him she drank green tea for hangovers. Meanwhile, a cocky influencer starts a surprise live stream for what he calls a very important event. He reminds his viewers of Incheon City's failed attempt to build up its beauty market. But now, he smirks. A hero has arrived to help the struggling city. He leans into the camera, playfully demanding his audience guess who it could be. The scene cuts to a packed press conference, where an agreement between Incheon and Beauty Tech Corporation is announced. With the stroke of a pen, the deal is officially sealed. Mayor Koo Jun-tae hands the signed document to a woman, looking forward to their partnership. The woman accepts it with a confident smile, introducing herself and noting he's much more handsome in person. Mayor Koo tries to flatter the CEO, Han Seon-hwa, laying the compliments on thick, but she leans in close, whispering that real power isn't money, but information the kind she's willing to share. The mayor's face lights up, completely falling for the bait, thinking he's about to get an inside scoop. Her charming facade drops in an instant, a predatory glint in her eyes. So, this is the suspect she's been hunting. The official photo from the signing ceremony captures the perfect, professional moment, a complete lie. A picture that Tae-san himself is now reviewing on his phone, a satisfied smirk spreading across his face. His team leader steps in, confirming that everything is now in place and they're ready to proceed. Tae-san looks up, his expression sharp and determined. It's time to go. And just like that, he's in the interrogation room, ready to lay out the charges of habitual theft and a long list of prior offenses. The suspect, Song Il-kwon, puts on a pathetic act, claiming he only returns to crime because it's too hard to live honestly. Tae-san calmly recites the details of a specific burglary, confirming the time, location, and stolen items. But the man's eager agreement feels hollow, and Tae-san can't shake the feeling that something is very wrong here. Moving past the easy confessions, he pulls out the file for the final, most crucial case. He lays out several crime scene photos, pointing out a strange inconsistency in the lighting. All photos were taken during the day, so why is one building's entrance brightly lit while the others are cast in shadow? Sensing he's onto something, he asks his aide if she has the floor plans for the burgled buildings. She doesn't have the plans, but quickly prints out something even more useful: aerial views from Google Earth. And just as he thought, looking down from above reveals the clear difference he was searching for. Tae-san explains the pattern. Most of the burgled buildings face north, their entrances hidden in shadow. The thief's MO was clear. He targeted quiet, sunlit apartments around 3 or 4 p.m. when no one was home. This last case, however, breaks that pattern completely, both in its location and timing. The west-facing entrance would be blasted with sunlight, and the nearby bus stop would be swarming with students. With a confident smirk, Tae-san concludes that this house was a terrible, high-risk target for a simple burglary. He presses the suspect, whose vague agreement of "that must be right" sounds more like a guess than a memory. The man tries to cover, nervously claiming he's hit so many places that the details are a blur. But Tae-san just glances back at the file, feigning a moment of realization, as if he made a simple mistake. Then he drops the hammer. The report says the crime happened at 3 a.m., not 3 p.m. The suspect breaks into a cold sweat, insisting it can't be right. He only works in the daytime, far too scared for night jobs. But Tae-san just taps the document on the table. This is the statement the man already signed. The thief fumbles for an excuse, claiming the police just said 3 o'clock, so he assumed it was p.m. And that's when it clicks for Tae-san. Someone deliberately buried a 3 a.m. crime among all the others. Something is definitely fishy here. He dismisses the suspect for the day, his mind already working on this new puzzle. His team leader, Lee Hungrul, explains that this is a common police practice to clear unsolved cases. They'll pin extra charges on a habitual offender, creating a win-win for lazy cops and prosecutors who don't look too closely. The team leader suggests just calling the police to correct the supposed mistake, but Tae-san stops him. His instincts are screaming, and he decides he'll call the victim and investigate this himself. He gets the victim on the line, who recounts being robbed while away on vacation. The man asks a simple question. Now that the thief is caught, can he get his stolen items back? Tae-san mentions the cash is gone, but the victim only cares about a jewelry box given to him by his parents. Jewelry? Tae-san's instincts flare up. There was absolutely nothing about jewelry in the police report. The victim then describes a full set of platinum and sapphire pieces, clearly valuable and sentimental. Ending the call, Taesan immediately resolves to have his most trusted man, Byung-jin, look into this quietly. Byung-jin gets to work, quickly finding a jewelry store where the stolen items were sold. He calls Taesan from his car, updating him on the progress. But he adds a strange detail. The store owner claims the police already came by and arrested the culprit. Taesan's mind races. Did the police take the cash and pin a lesser charge on a different guy? Nothing about this makes sense. He tells Byung-jin to keep looking for the seller. He's going to check out the jewelry store himself. Stepping inside, he flashes his ID, announcing himself as Prosecutor Kang Baron, here to track down stolen goods. The owner immediately asks if he's talking about the platinum and sapphire wedding set, and Taesan confirms it. But the man is already getting agitated, complaining about being bothered again when he didn't even know the jewelry was stolen. Taesan calmly explains that since the police and prosecutors are separate agencies, these kinds of overlaps can happen. He asks what the police told him, and the owner says they simply asked him to come in as a witness. He'd already gone to the station, identified the person who sold him the jewelry, and given a full statement. Cutting to the chase, Taesan pulls out his phone and shows him a picture, asking if this was the suspect. The owner takes one look at the photo and scoffs, saying the man who sold him the jewelry looked completely different. A wicked grin spreads across Taesan's face as the pieces click into place. So the police caught the real culprit and then let him go. He calmly thanks the shop owner for his cooperation, warning him that the prosecutor's office might call him in again. Just as he steps outside, his phone buzzes with a call from Byung-jin, who reports they've found the man's address. Taesan tells him to hold on. He's on his way, and they'll go together. Byung-jin explains their target was easy to find, a man with a bulldog face, a mole on his hand, and some gambling debts to the organization. They arrive at a worn-down apartment building, and Byung-jin points out the basement unit, 102, belonging to a Kim Jin-nam. Taesan steps up to the door and knocks firmly, but the silence from within is heavy. Byung-jin suggests they wait, offering to leave his men behind to catch the guy, but Taesan seems to have other plans. But just as they're about to give up, the door creaks open, and a man emerges, cautiously asking who they are. The bulldog face, the mole on the hand, yep, that's their guy. A perfect match. A predatory grin spreads across Taesan's face as he calmly addresses the man by name, Kim Jin-nam. The moment he hears his name, the man's face twists in pure panic and he bolts up the stairs. Taesan shouts for him to stop, not about to let his key suspect just run away. He gives chase, a little surprised for an older guy. This man is surprisingly fast, but that surprise lasts only a second before Taesan's focus sharpens into a deadly glare. In a flash, he explodes forward, launching himself through the air with incredible speed. With a furious roar, Taesan delivers a devastating kick, slamming his heel right into the man's spine. Back at the prosecutor's office, a man's desperate cries echo from the street. But it's not a citizen in need, it's a suspect, Kim Jin-nam, being manhandled by Taesan himself, screaming about lawsuits. The entire office freezes as their new prosecutor literally throws the cuffed man to the floor. The team leader, utterly bewildered, points and asks who on earth this is. Taesan casually strolls past, dragging the suspect along as his colleagues stare, mouths agape. His aide suddenly remembers this must be from that strange burglary case he told them to keep an eye on. But the team leader is still stuck on the basics, demanding to know where he even found a suspect to begin with. As Taesan begins the interrogation, the others gossip, confused why he'd bring in a guy they already released. Inside, he leans forward, cutting through the man's defenses with a simple question. If you're innocent, why run? The man trembles, recalling the terrifying sight of men in black suits waiting for him completely unaware they were prosecutors. Taesan begins the interrogation calmly, advising the man to confess honestly to reduce his sentence. But the suspect, Kim Jin-nam, nervously claims his previous confession about a stabbing was a lie. A flash of insight hits Taesan. A stabbing? He realizes this fool is confessing to a much bigger crime. He bluffs, claiming new, decisive evidence has come to light, which is why he's personally handling this. With a chilling calm, he informs the man that the charge, be it injury or attempted murder, is his call. The suspect's face goes pale, the weight of the threat crushing his flimsy defenses. He finally breaks, recounting a past crime where he'd only meant to threaten someone with a knife. He'd tied up a woman, but was suddenly confronted by a man who came out of nowhere. In the ensuing struggle, he says he stabbed the man in a panic and fled the scene. Now, he sits trembling, explaining how that terror kept him from stealing again until desperation drove him back. Taesan cuts straight to the heart of it, asking how he could even think of stealing again after taking a life. The man frantically insists it was an accident, that he never meant to kill anyone. He claims he was so traumatized he only went back to thieving out of pure desperation. He recalls his first interrogation, how the pressure from the detectives made him confess to the stabbing, but something felt off. Their reaction wasn't what he expected. He sensed their confusion and realized they probably didn't have any hard evidence against him. So when they called him in a second time, he firmly denied everything, and they just let him go. He thought he'd gotten away with it, that the whole terrifying incident was behind him. Now, he begs the prosecutor, pleading for mercy, asking if he'll be spared the murder charge. But Taeson's expression is unreadable as he coolly states that a suspect's one-sided story means nothing to him. The thief desperately reminds the prosecutor of his promise, but Taeson coldly refutes him, saying he only promised to listen. Without missing a beat, he orders Captain Lee to arrest the man for robbery for now. The sudden order leaves both the captain and the trainee completely baffled by the prosecutor's intentions. Taeson hands his aide the crime scene address, telling her to find the victim's contact info. He knows the reason the police buried this case wasn't just some simple theft. The suspect's story points to a far darker crime, a murder that was deliberately covered up. And so, Taeson's investigation takes him to an unassuming apartment building at dusk. Inside, a phone buzzes on a nightstand, waking its sleeping owner. A hand reaches out as Prosecutor Kang Baron introduces himself, calling about a robbery from months ago. The woman on the other end is stunned, asking what this is about, as Taeson informs her the culprit has been caught. She's completely bewildered, reminding him that the culprit was already caught and the trial was long over. But Taeson begins to lay out the ugly truth behind the official story. The police arrested the wrong man, and to avoid admitting their catastrophic failure, they pinned it on an innocent person. His team is disgusted. How could they sacrifice a life just to protect their own reputation? Taeson, however, admits the prosecution is just as guilty for blindly indicting the poor soul. He decides to postpone dealing with the corrupt cops. First, they must correct this gross miscarriage of justice. Luckily, the appeal period hasn't ended, so their path is clear. Convict the real killer to secure the innocent man's freedom. With the strategy set, he turns to his team, ready to move. He orders his aide to immediately find and connect him with the defendant's lawyer. And Captain Lee is tasked with digging into the real culprit's circle, hunting for any lead they can find. He gives his final order. He and the trainee prosecutor will question the real culprit themselves. With no time to waste, the team springs into action as the sun sets over the city. Taeson waits in his office, poring over the case files alone. A soft knock at the door finally breaks the silence of the room. His aide enters, reporting that she's found the lawyer and he's arrived. She steps aside, revealing the man who came with her. Taeson's eyes widen in utter disbelief. He knows that face. It's Attorney Ju, looking disheveled and worn down by the world. The lawyer himself seems completely bewildered, stopping in his tracks. Taeson quickly recovers, welcoming the man in and introducing himself as Prosecutor Kang Baron. The lawyer introduces himself as Han Kyung-wook, and Taeson acknowledges him. But Taeson can't help himself, leaning back and asking if they aren't already acquainted. The lawyer freezes, his mind racing. Has seen this prosecutor's face before. A memory flashes by the imposing gangster Taeson standing beside the original, injured Kang Baron. He breaks out in a nervous sweat, forcing a laugh and trying to dismiss the eerie familiarity. Taeson leans forward, his voice dropping as he agrees the lawyer must be mistaken. Wiping his brow, the attorney quickly shifts gears, asking if it's true they've found the real culprit. Taeson confirms it. The man confessed, and he urges the lawyer to file an appeal before time runs out. A wave of pure relief washes over the attorney. He knew his client couldn't be the killer. As the court-appointed lawyer, he felt the injustice keenly and knew something was wrong with the whole case. But the lawyer reveals a problem. His client is insisting on giving up the appeal. Taeson's mind immediately snaps to legal principles. A defendant appealing alone can't receive a harsher sentence. He realizes the man must have heard jailhouse rumors that if the prosecution also appeals, the sentence could get worse. Still, the lawyer is baffled. For a man unjustly accused of murder, isn't he giving up way too easily? Taeson probes deeper, asking if there was any foul play during the original investigation. The attorney admits the atmosphere was probably coercive, but he doubts there was any actual mistreatment. Then why? Taeson wonders. The lawyer just sighs, saying he'll understand once he meets the man in person. With a plan forming, Taeson invites the lawyer to come with him to prepare the appeal documents. Their destination, the detention center where the wrongly convicted man is being held. Inside, the lawyer gestures for Taeson to take a seat, ready to confront the man who's given up all hope. The lawyer explains the good news. The real culprit has been caught, so they can appeal. But the man just looks back, hollow-eyed, and refuses. He panics, waving his hands frantically, insisting he can't appeal because he needs to see his mom, and appealing will only keep him here longer. Taeson tries to gently correct him, explaining that an appeal is actually the fastest way home, but the man is stuck, repeating that his mother is waiting. With a heavy sigh, the lawyer turns to Taesun. This is what he was talking about. The police first arrested the man for simply wandering the area incoherently. He vents his frustration, saying it's unbelievable that investigators didn't realize the man's condition and just pinned the crime on him to close the case quickly. They targeted him because they knew he couldn't properly defend himself. Taesun asks the obvious question, why wasn't a psychological evaluation ordered? The lawyer confirms he requested one, of course, but the court simply didn't approve it. Because the man looked normal and his confession matched the victim's account, they saw no reason to dig deeper, dismissing the lawyer's efforts as a waste of time. Hearing the full, infuriating story, Taesun's composure finally cracks. He slams his fist on the table, enraged at the injustice from the police, prosecution, and the court. The sudden outburst terrifies the framed man, who shrinks back in fear. Taesun immediately pulls his hand away, realizing he's only made the situation worse. Realizing his outburst only made things worse, Taesun softens his voice, trying to gently coax the terrified man back. He carefully walks him through the memory of his arrest, how scared he must have been, how he'd say anything just to see his mom again. And then he says the words the man has been desperate to hear, that they know he's innocent. The real villains, he explains, are the police who forced him to lie. His calm, steady words finally seem to break through the man's haze of fear. With hands trembling, the man finally whispers the truth he's been holding inside. I didn't do it. Taesun leans back, his expression firm and reassuring. That's right, I know. But the man is still weeping, haunted by the scary eyes and loud voices of every authority figure he's met. Taesun tells him to look up, to focus on him. Then, with a sudden heroic flourish, he grabs the lawyer, promising that from now on, they will protect him and get him home. The wrongly convicted man stares back, still stunned, barely daring to believe what he's hearing. Taesun, holding the exhausted lawyer, considers their next move with a thoughtful expression. But the lawyer, Han Kyung-wook, suddenly tells them to wait, a critical flaw in their plan dawning on him. Taesun just rolls up his sleeves, reminding the man that he's a prosecutor too, and a much stronger one at that. A wave of pure, tearful relief washes over the framed man's face. He's finally found his champion. With a confident smirk, Taesun tells them to trust him and file an appeal, because no one can stand against him. Later, outside the detention center, Han Kyung-wook's old anxieties begin to creep back in. He admits to Taesun that while he's grateful, he can't feel at ease. The man is just too easily intimidated. In court, all it takes is a stern glare from a judge or prosecutor for him to get scared and confess to anything. But Taesun's smile is sharp and unwavering. He tells the lawyer not to worry, because hell get the real culprit convicted before the appeal even begins. And so, back at the prosecutor's office, Taesun's work is far from over. He's immediately stopped in the hall, a voice calling out his name with clear hostility. It's Prosecutor Seo Dong-wook, the man who originally handled the case, and he is furious. Taesun, completely unfazed, suggests that maybe if he'd prosecuted properly, none of this would be necessary. Seo Dong-wook sputters, insisting he did nothing wrong. The suspect confessed, and the details matched. With a cool gaze, Taesun informs him that he just returned from the detention center. He lays out the simple, damning truth. The man they convicted is intellectually disabled. But Seo Dong-wook just scoffs, calling Taesun gullible and lecturing him about a separate criminal intelligence. He claims these people are experts at lying, and that it's child's play to fool a naive prosecutor. A dangerous smirk crosses Taesun's face as he leans in, correcting him, intelligence is intelligence, and Seo is the one who's being fooled. Taesun calls him out directly, guessing that Seo probably looks down on anyone without a fancy degree. He grabs the senior prosecutor by his lapels, reminding him that the back alleys are full of street smarts their suspect clearly lacks. He then lays out the perfect trap. Either Seo knowingly prosecuted an innocent man, or he was too incompetent to notice. Yanking the man's tie, Taesun tells him he needs to take responsibility for this case. His eyes burn with intensity as he gives his final command. If the man is found not guilty, Seo will apologize. He lets go, having already sized up the situation. Seo wasn't part of a cover-up, he was just lazy. The truth sends Seo Dong-wook collapsing to his knees. He'd just glanced over the police report, too busy to care. But Taesun knows that doesn't lessen his responsibility one bit. For a moment, the weight of his colossal mistake seems to crush the senior prosecutor. But his pride wins out, and he scrambles to his feet, absolutely livid that his junior would dare to speak to him so informally. Screaming that Prosecutor Kang will pay for this, Seo Dong-wook makes a hasty retreat. Taesun watches him go, utterly unfazed by the pathetic, childish threat. As the sun sets on the prosecutor's office, the day's exhausting work is finally done. The scene shifts to a quiet apartment building elsewhere in the city. Inside, a woman sits huddled on her couch, trapped in a state of deep trauma. Her isolation is broken by an unexpected call from the prosecutor's office. They inform her that the robbery suspect has been arrested, but the news only brings confusion. How could they have found the real culprit now? The thought fills her with a cold dread. Her mind flashes back to that night, waking from a restless sleep to a presence in her room. It was him, the real monster, holding a knife to her throat, telling her to close her eyes if she wanted to live. The memory begins with her husband's gentle voice, asking if she was asleep. He opened the bedroom door, thinking he'd heard a sound, stepping into the darkness. But her eyes weren't on him. They were on the stranger in their room, and she cried out in fear. A scream of pure terror rips through the memory, a nightmare she's relived 1,000 times. The scene shifts to the present, where Prosecutor Kang Baron introduces himself to the still shaken woman. She stands before him, quiet and withdrawn, the weight of her trauma pressing down on her. Understanding her state, he tells his aide to prepare the suspect's interrogation video. He assures her she won't have to face the man directly. She only needs to watch the recording. On the monitor, the real culprit, Kim Jin-nam, confesses to breaking into her apartment that night. Her eyes widen in shock as he recounts the fatal struggle, a version of events that changes everything she thought she knew. On the recording, Kim Jin-nam confesses that he saw the blood and ran away in a blind panic. The woman watches, hand clamped over her mouth, as he recounts getting home covered in blood. He'd almost thrown the clothes away before remembering the stolen items in his pockets. His haul for that night's horror? A few trinkets and a crumpled 50,000 won bill. The killer admits he felt disgusted, having stabbed someone for practically nothing. But for her, it's a sudden, sickening realization, the voice, the amount of money, it's all true. She turns to Taeson, breaking down, admitting she was too terrified to look at the man's face. Tears of regret fall as she realizes her mistake, wishing she had just checked properly. Taeson calmly places a hand on her shoulder, assuring her it's not too late to fix this. But her guilt is overwhelming. Because of her fear, an innocent man is suffering alone in a cell. Taeson's fist clenches as he insists this isn't her fault, but the fault of the police who forced a confession. They were always going to tailor the evidence to fit her statement, leaving an innocent man to rot. He tells her not to blame herself. All she has to do now is testify, so they can catch the real culprit. With newfound resolve, she agrees, ready to do whatever it takes to see justice served. A few days later, the wheels of that justice begin to turn, but not in the way Taeson expected. Hess summoned to the chief prosecutor's office, stepping inside to hear the man out. Chief Jang Jinho doesn't waste time, ordering him to transfer the entire case to prosecutor Seo Dong-wook. Taeson immediately questions the order. Why give the case back to the very man who caused this mess? The chief offers a flimsy excuse, claiming Seo's prior knowledge makes him the best fit to correct any errors. But Taeson knows better. Seo won't be correcting anything. He'll just be trying to cover it all up. The chief sighs, condescendingly telling Taeson he acts like an outsider who just doesn't understand. But Taeson fires back, saying he has no interest in understanding that kind of psychology. He doesn't get why they should sympathize with a prosecutor who let an innocent man suffer just to save face. Any prosecutor who forgets they're innocent until proven guilty, he argues, should just quit. The chief's face flushes with anger, demanding to know if Taeson truly understands what's at stake here. He spells it out for him. Overturning a case means the entire prosecutor's office has to admit they were wrong. It would make them look like a disorganized mess, shaking the very foundation of their authority. He claims it's just better for appearances if Seo is the one to fix his own mess, ordering Taeson to hand it over. But Taeson is seething. Why in the world should he care about protecting this corrupt organization? He tells his boss directly, if he truly cared about the organization, he wouldn't reassign the case to the one who failed. He flips the chief's logic entirely, arguing that another prosecutor fixing the mistake proves the system works. In fact, he suggests they could spin this into a positive image with the right media strategy. And then comes the final blow, a quiet threat that if he's pushed, he might just leak this whole cover-up to the press. The chief freezes, a nervous cough escaping his lips as he processes the sheer audacity. His mind flashes back to a dark room, a briefcase full of cash, and a voice reminding him that all his weaknesses were known. He slumps into his chair, utterly exhausted. This prosecutor was not someone he could reason with or intimidate, so he changes tactics, demanding to know if Taeson can even guarantee a guilty verdict this time around. Taeson simply smiles, his confidence unwavering, and tells his boss not to worry about a thing. With the argument settled, the scene shifts to the solemn interior of a courtroom. The sharp crack of the judge's gavel echoes, and the retrial officially begins. All eyes are on the defendant, a man who had lost all hope, as the prosecution offers no defense. Then, the judge's voice rings out, pronouncing the verdict they fought so hard for. Not guilty. The courtroom erupts in a wave of thunderous applause. While his aide is overcome with emotion, Taesan watches on, his expression calm and satisfied. The wrongly accused man can only weep, his voice cracking as he calls out for his mother. Outside, Taesan walks away from the courthouse. Another battle won, another ghost put to rest. But a voice cuts through the crowd, calling out his name, Prosecutor Kang Baron. A reporter with a sly grin approaches, praising him for uncovering the truth and asking for an interview. Taesan coolly deflects, stating that official press matters go through the deputy chief. The reporter isn't deterred, insisting that it's not the office he's interested in, it's Taesan himself. The reporter leaves him with a chilling offer, a reminder that one day, he might need a friend in the press. But far from the streets, in the gleaming towers of Hansong Town, other eyes are watching. Inside, Chairman Jo Jae-yong stares down at a newspaper, muttering that the boy still hasn't learned his place. His subordinate, Director Park, steps forward, asking just who he's referring to. The chairman taps the paper, his finger landing squarely on a picture of Kang Baron. Who else? He sneers, wondering how the higher-ups must feel about a mere low-ranking prosecutor causing such a scene. But Director Park suggests this might not be a foolish act at all. It's a calculated move. Thanks to this case, Taesan is now seen as a handsome and principled hero in the public eye. The chairman scoffs, telling him to stop talking nonsense. He sees it differently. This is just a demoted prosecutor, lashing out because he can't adapt. The chairman muses that, after such a reckless fall, the boy should have learned to be more cautious. He questions the point of this whole principled prosecutor act, unless he's secretly planning to run for president. Director Park can't help but crack a smile. The thought of that is actually quite amusing. But the chairman just calls him frivolous, seemingly dismissing the entire idea with a wave of his hand. And yet, his next order is to help Taesan, discreetly, so he can build his career and return to the central office. Meanwhile, Taesan himself is dealing with a scummy CEO who laughs off his 12 fines for delayed wage payments. He lays out the man's own cynical math. It's simply more profitable to pay a small fine than to pay his workers. The CEO smugly agrees, asking how much the fine will be this time, already reaching for his wallet. But Taesan just sighs, tired of the game. Hes not seeking a fine, Hes demanding a 3-year prison sentence. The man's face drains of all color. Prison? For this? He stammers, realizing Hes not dealing with a typical prosecutor. Taesan gives him a cold smile, explaining that with 12 priors, he can only be seen as a habitual offender. The man shows zero remorse and has a high chance of doing it again. So, slamming his hand on the desk, Taesan declares it's only natural to seek the maximum sentence possible. He dismisses the terrified CEO, whose pleas are cut short by a call from Byung-jin. Stepping out into the stairwell, Taesan answers his phone. The news is exactly what he wanted to hear. They've finally found their man. The target is Detective Park Dae-young, a key figure who covered up the Kim Jin-nam case before conveniently disappearing. As Byung-jin's investigation revealed, the detective was deep in the pockets of some very shady people. His corruption ran deep, from pinning unsolved cases on scapegoats to leaking crackdown info for bribes. He was a man straddling the line, a cop who acted more like one of the criminals he was supposed to be catching. Taesan demands to know the corrupt detective's exact location. The rental car, Byung-jin reports, was spotted in Hwaseong. Now it's on the move toward Songsan, and even better, it looks like their target is traveling alone. Taesan gives the order to follow him as far as they can without being seen. The net is closing. Hes already in the car with team leader Lee, explaining they've got a solid lead on Park Dae-young and are heading out to arrest him personally. The team leader asks where this sudden tip came from, but Taesan cryptically replies that the source must remain confidential. Following the coordinates, they arrive at a secluded field where the target's white car is parked, but as they pull up, a cold feeling creeps up Taesan's spine. This feels too easy, something is wrong. He doesn't hesitate, throwing his car door open and sprinting towards the vehicle. Inside, he finds Detective Park slumped in his seat, with a burning charcoal briquette set up in a classic, grim suicide scene. Taesan immediately identifies it as carbon monoxide poisoning and shouts for team leader Lee to call for an ambulance, now. With no time to waste, Taesan grabs the nearest hard object he can find. Ignoring the danger, he smashes his fist right through the car window. Team leader Lee cries out, worried the prosecutor will shred his own hand. But Taesan doesn't even flinch, shattering the glass with raw, desperate force. His team leader can only stare in disbelief at the brutal display. He yanks the door open and hauls the unconscious Detective Park from the toxic fumes. As sirens blare in the distance, Taesan lays the detective on the ground, checking for vitals. A weak cough sputters from Park's lips, a faint but definite sign of life. Taesan lets out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. They made it in time. The paramedics quickly load their key witness onto a stretcher, rushing him to the hospital. Team leader Lee is still reeling, fussing over Taeson's hand and warning him about broken bones. He can't get the image out of his head, a man shattering glass with his bare fist, but Taeson just calmly flexes his hand, completely fine. To quiet him down, Taeson points to a random rock, lying that he used it before demanding to know which hospital their witness was taken to. At the hospital, however, the news is bleak. The doctor explains that while Detective Park survived, regaining consciousness is a different story. It wasn't about how long he inhaled the gas, but how concentrated it was. Now, lying unresponsive in a hospital bed, the corrupt detective is kept alive only by machines. The doctor confirms their worst fears. With over half his brain function gone, the chances of recovery are practically zero. Taeson seethes internally. This scumbag took all those bribes only to end up a vegetable, useless for prosecution. His team leader misreads the cold fury, thinking the prosecutor is being heartless. But Taeson has no sympathy to spare for a dirty cop. He's just enraged that his one link to the conspiracy has just become a dead end. The team leader asks what Taeson will do now, assuming the investigation is over with a brain-dead witness. But Taeson isn't stopping. He declares they'll squeeze out every last drop of information before he's officially dead. A wicked smile forms as he reveals his next target, the corrupt detective's young partner. The scene shifts, taking us to the sleek headquarters of a seemingly legitimate business. Here, the fraudster Han Seon-hwa is in a meeting, boasting about the 30 beauty creators she's cultivating. She claims they're overflowing with potential, ready for exclusive contracts with her company. Her partner, Kim Jin-nam, smirks, acknowledging her impressive work, but she dismisses the domestic market as child's play. Her sights are set on going global. Their plan is to establish a branch in China, the biggest market for the Korean beauty craze. She then leans in with a sly, knowing look, asking if he's curious about how they'll be selecting their talent. Kim Jin-nam plays it cool, admitting he's not exactly an expert in her field, but Han Seon-hwa just smirks, ready to unveil the true genius of her plan. They've partnered with the media giant Tencent for a K-beauty selection program. He just nods along, processing the sheer audacity of her pitch. It's a creator survival show, she explains, where they'll pick the top 100 based on viewer votes. Then, they'll lock those rising stars into exclusive, ironclad contracts. She asks if he's amazed, but he just calmly sips his drink, calling it interesting. The real money, she continues, comes from their exclusive shop on China's biggest online market. She can already see the profits skyrocketing, envisioning a global beauty empire. She takes a triumphant sip of wine, but her partner just watches her, his expression unreadable. With a confident smile, she asks if he's ready to seize this incredible investment opportunity. He considers it, noting that while many want in, he'd rather give the chance to someone who needs impressing. Just then, his phone buzzes, and he excuses himself to take an urgent call. He steps away from the table, leaving her alone with her thoughts. She grits her teeth in frustration, wondering who could possibly be important enough to interrupt their deal. A new thought sparks in her mind. A call this urgent might be exactly the kind of information Prosecutor Kang needs. She quietly follows him, hiding just around the corner to eavesdrop on his conversation. She overhears him call the situation unfortunate, but a relief for now, since they've lost a valuable asset. He tells the person on the line, the commissioner, to just wrap things up and ensure their friend keeps quiet. Han Seon-hwa listens intently, her mind racing as she processes this very suspicious development. Commissioner? Her mind races, trying to figure out which powerful office he's connected to. But her eavesdropping is cut short when she turns the corner and nearly collides with someone. It's Mayor Koo, and she quickly puts on a smile, playing it off as a coincidence while he eyes her with deep suspicion. She casually points towards the sign, claiming she was simply heading to the restroom. Unconvinced, the mayor brings up her earlier investment proposal, reminding her that he's a public official. He argues that if he were to profit from a city-backed project, it would inevitably blow up into a scandal. A sly smile plays on her lips. A scandal is precisely what she's aiming for. She tells him not to be so short-sighted, assuring him there are always ways around such problems. With a confident wink, she suggests they can discuss the finer details later, leaving him hooked. Elsewhere, Detective Park's partner gives his statement, trying to pin all the blame on his former colleague. Detective Yoon insists he was just a subordinate whose opinions were always immediately dismissed. But Taeson presses him, asking if he truly felt nothing was wrong when they arrested the fraudster, Kim Jin-nam. The detective claims the victim's statement was vague, and that they even reversed their story later on. Taeson cuts through the excuses, demanding to know why they buried the case by blaming another habitual offender. Feigning ignorance, Yoon simply says he was following Detective Park's orders, nothing more. Taeson realizes this guy is just using his comatose partner as a shield, a convenient and legally sound excuse. With Park Dae-young having no chance of recovery, breaking this case with Yoon's testimony alone will be a nightmare. So he switches tactics, asking how long the two detectives had been partners, only about half a year. He then casually mentions hearing that Detective Park was a big spender, but Yoon plays dumb once more. Taeson finally lays his cards on the table, asking if he ever saw Park selling information to his targets. Yoon continues his act, explaining that Park always went to meet his sources alone, leaving him in the car. Taeson presses him, asking if that didn't strike him as the least bit strange for a partner, but the detective just plays it off, saying he figured he was the new guy and hadn't earned his senior's trust. Taeson sees right through it. This guy is building a wall, and verbal sparring won't break it down. So he switches tactics, pulling out a luxury watch that was found in Yoon's personal locker. He dangles the evidence with a predatory grin, commenting on its hefty price tag. And just like that, Yoon's composure shatters, leaving him stammering for an excuse. But before Taeson can land the final blow, the interrogation room door bursts open. Prosecutor Seo Dong-wook stands in the doorway, looking for Kang Baron. Taeson turns to face the unwelcome guest, confirming his identity with a cool smirk. The man flashes his badge. He's Inspector Song Haeon-gyu from Internal Affairs. He declares they're taking over the Detective Park case, and taking Yoon Chan-yeol with them. Taeson scoffs internally. The police, silent until now, suddenly want to snatch the case away? But the inspector fires back, claiming the prosecutors are the ones who jumped in and ruined their nearly finished investigation. Taeson's patience wears thin, and he calmly tells the agitated inspector to lower his voice so they can talk. Now seated, Taeson cuts right to the heart of the matter, asking if he's seriously claiming Yoon was an undercover agent. The inspector confirms it, stating the operation was highly confidential to protect his agent. He explains that Internal Affairs has been tracking the corrupt Detective Park for a long time. To get an in, they disguised the elite police academy graduate Yoon Chan-yeol as a rookie partner. The inspector concludes his story, leaving Taeson feeling a heavy burden of doubt about this all-too-convenient explanation. But Taeson isn't convinced, asking why the police would just stand by while a man was framed. The inspector claims even his agent wasn't certain, and intervening would have blown their cover. He then flips the blame, saying the prosecutor's interference led to Detective Park's death, ruining everything. Taeson processes this frustrating mess, trying to see a way forward. For the sake of the undercover agent's safety, he finally agrees to hand the case over. Elsewhere, Prosecutor Jeon Yoon-ji is deep in her own intense interrogation. She calmly instructs the elderly suspect to answer her questions truthfully. He just gives her a smug look, so she warns him not to make her get tough. She leans in, asking directly if he abused his wife and then killed her. The question triggers an explosion of fury as the old man lunges across the table to attack her. He lunges forward, his hands wrapping tight around Prosecutor Jeon's throat as she chokes for air. The old man's face twists into a sickening, triumphant grin, relishing his sudden attack. Meanwhile, in a quiet, upscale establishment somewhere else in the city, Han Seon-hwa is giving Taeson a status report on her own investigation. She complains that the former mayor she's targeting is a total snake. She can't find a single weakness. Taeson just smirks, teasing her for making a long speech just to say she's found nothing. She retorts that she wouldn't say there were no results, explaining her plan to use business reports for meetings. The more she meets him, the higher the chance hell slip up, and she's already overheard him calling a commissioner. Now that gets Taeson's attention. A commissioner? His interest is immediately piqued. She admits she doesn't know which one yet, but she's confident she's closing in on a real lead. She continues, explaining she overheard the mayor talking about silencing subordinates and someone losing their arms and legs. Taeson's demeanor instantly shifts. He demands to know exactly when she heard this conversation. His mind connects the dots. That was the very same day the corrupt officer Park Dae-young attempted suicide. The timing is far too perfect to be a coincidence, especially with another officer being taken into custody right after. If the mayor's contact is the Incheon police commissioner, this conspiracy runs deeper than he thought. He immediately makes a call. He orders his subordinate to put Police Corporal Yoon Chan-yeol under surveillance the moment he returns to duty, and not just watch him approach him on behalf of the company and build a connection. As he hangs up, Han Seon-hwa asks who was on the line, but he coldly tells her it's none of her business. She points out the device he used isn't his regular one, it's a burner phone. A sly smile plays on her lips as she realizes he's playing the same game she is, wondering who he has on his payroll. Taeson calmly explains that the person on the phone is just another informant, much like her. But Han Seon-hwa presses on, arguing that connections are assets and they might be able to help each other out. She lets out a laugh, amused by his secrecy and her own bold attempt to pry. With a slight smile, Taeson ends the conversation, telling her they should both just focus on their work. Later, he arrives at an interrogation room, his eyes locking onto the man sitting at the table. He instantly recognizes the suspect's face from the case files. This is Oh Seon-young, the very man who assaulted Prosecutor An and put her in the hospital. Taeson's expression hardens as he takes in the situation. The suspect's defense attorney smirks, explaining his client is suffering from severe alcohol withdrawal. He claims the man attacked the prosecutor because her female voice triggered hallucinations of his wife. Taeson listens to this long-winded excuse, completely unimpressed. He seriously doubts the man's alcoholism was that convenient. The defense attorney just smiles, adding that a psychiatric evaluation is pending, so they'll just have to wait for the results. Ignoring him, Taeson turns to the suspect, recalling the brutal attack on Prosecutor An, and asks if it's true he did it because of a hallucination. The lawyer immediately interjects, telling his client he doesn't have to answer if it's too difficult for him. Taeson can only scoff. Is this guy a defense attorney or a babysitter? The coddling is ridiculous. But Oh Seon-young answers anyway, confirming the story. So Taeson presses further, asking exactly what kind of hallucination he heard. The man describes hearing his wife's voice, a scornful, belittling tone coming from a shadowy figure in his mind. His face twists with genuine resentment as he recalls her words, calling him a useless freeloader who only drinks and wastes food. And right there, it all clicks into place for Taeson. This whole mess is because his imaginary wife hurt his feelings? He leans in, questioning if that voice was really a hallucination, or if perhaps he just couldn't stand being interrogated in a dismissive manner by a young female prosecutor. The defense attorney smoothly cuts in, explaining that his client suffers from persecutory delusions common in schizophrenia. He smugly accuses Taeson of investigating with preconceived notions, trying to paint the attack as intentional, but Taeson just brushes him off, changing the subject to a past crime, asking why he stabbed a different victim to death. Oh, Seon-young's excuse is simple. He drank too much and doesn't remember a thing. When asked how much, he just mumbles that his memory grew hazy as he kept drinking. Taeson glances at the police report. It's the same story he gave them. How predictable. He points out that for someone so confused, he was remarkably clear-headed about mentioning his mental illness and intoxication. Seeing his client cornered, the lawyer quickly instructs him to just ignore the prosecutor's provocations. Taeson leans back with a smirk, mocking the lawyer for being so overprotective of a grown man. But the attorney just grins, coolly stating that ignoring worthless questions is the smart thing to do. The lawyer stands up, declaring the interrogation a farce and announcing that they're leaving. He ushers Oh Seon-young toward the door, but Taeson doesn't even flinch, just watches them go. The attorney glances back with a smug grin, thinking he's won this round. Oh Seon-young follows suit, flashing a disgusting, triumphant smirk over his shoulder. But Taeson's cold smile promises a different outcome. He internally vows to see this man rot in prison. Later that night, the team is still trying to make sense of the case. Prosecutor Kim approaches Taeson, asking for his thoughts on the suspect's mental incapacity defense. Taeson casually dismisses the concern, saying it doesn't matter, which leaves his colleague completely baffled. Kim argues back, stressing that the man's mental state is crucial. It could get him acquitted. But Taeson is firm. He knows the man is fundamentally evil and will be put away. A sentiment even Kim secretly agrees with. Prosecutor Kim explains the biggest hurdle. The suspect's own daughter has submitted a statement. She's practically begging for leniency, claiming her father was drunk and mentally ill, not in his right mind. But Taeson just listens, a thoughtful smirk playing on his lips as he processes this new angle. His next move is clear. They need to summon the daughter, Oh Seon, and hear this story for themselves. The woman in question looks utterly broken, her face bruised, and her eyes hollow from trauma. Soon, She's sitting in the prosecutor's office, and Taeson begins by confirming a simple fact. She was the one who called the police. Oh Seon nervously agrees, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. He recounts her statement how she hid in her room after hearing a scream and made the call. Taeson leans back, making his first point. So you didn't actually witness the crime scene directly, did you? He then pivots, asking about her father's drinking habits, probing the very foundation of her testimony. He pushes her on the details of her father's drinking, but she nervously claims not to know his limits. Taeson can't help but feel the situation is twisted, a clear victim of abuse pleading for the man who murdered her mother. Oh Si-eun's face is a canvas of trauma, her testimony already starting to feel thin. He cuts to the chase, asking exactly how much her father drank on the day of the crime. She claims he was already drunk, but Taeson immediately counters, pointing out only one half-empty bottle was found at the scene. Was that small amount of soju really enough to make a seasoned alcoholic lose his mind? Her eyes shift away as she's forced to admit probably not. Taeson senses the opening. So if she didn't know his tolerance or how much he drank, why did she testify he was completely out of it? She fidgets, explaining it was because he was mumbling strange things, something about hearing a voice. And in that moment, Taeson visualizes the scene. a man possessed, consumed by a single, murderous command. She claims her father's behavior was so creepy she just ran to her room, but Taesan isn't buying it. He asks if that was a smart move, given her father's history of mental illness and domestic violence. He presses harder, pointing out that if she'd just grabbed her mother and fled, the murder could have been prevented. The accusation hits a nerve, and she finally cracks, shouting that she was just too scared to do anything. Taesan remains completely still, arms crossed, letting her emotional outburst die in the silence. But just as the tension peaks, the door bursts open, and a man calls out his daughter's name. It's her father, Oh Seon-young, smiling as he asks if she's doing well, and heard she asked for leniency. He thanks her, gloating that because of her testimony, he might get out of this soon. The room goes cold. Taesan watches intently as the father and daughter face each other. Oh Seon-young looks smugly satisfied, while his daughter trembles, unable to even look him in the eye. Taesan smirks, his suspicions confirmed. It's time to begin the confrontation. He starts with the father, who casually claims he has no idea what his alcohol tolerance is. Oh Seon-young sticks to his story, confirming he remembers nothing about the crime itself. He even specifies that he only started drinking after he got home that day. But Taesan's eyes narrow. He points out the man didn't even finish a single bottle of soju. The old man stammers, blaming his age for his supposed blackout. A convenient excuse. Taesan seems to back down, noting that their stories align and there's no need to push Oh Xian further. He dismisses the father, telling him He's free to go, letting him think He's won. But then he turns to the daughter, whose hands are trembling in her lap, and notes she didn't know her father was coming. He cuts right through the lies, asking why she's so terrified, revealing he knows the abuse has gone on her entire life. Taesan leans in, his logic cutting through her fear. If he's that monstrous, then testifying is the only right thing to do. He tells her a longer sentence is her freedom, a way to keep that monster away from her for good. All she needs is a little courage. A single tear escapes as she processes his words, the weight of her entire life hanging in the balance. Her voice trembling with a mix of rage and desperation, she asks if he can give her father the death penalty, or at least make sure he never gets out. But Taesan has to be honest. He's a prosecutor, not a god. He can't promise a life sentence, as the final decision rests with the judge. Her hope crumbles. She knows he'll get out eventually, and she'll be alone. Who will protect her from the man who murdered her own mother? Taesan counters her despair with a cold, hard choice. Help her father with his insanity plea and be his victim forever, or testify and win herself at least 10 years of freedom. He asks if she's really willing to sacrifice that precious, guaranteed time over a danger that might not even come to pass. Looking her straight in the eye, he admits he can't guarantee her father will be locked up forever, but he makes one solemn promise. He will take personal responsibility and fight to get the absolute heaviest sentence possible. Her decision made, she asks him to please help her stay strong and not waver. She will be brave and tell the truth, and he promises he'll be right there with her in court. Later, back in the prosecutor's office, Taesan debriefs with his two aides. The female aide expresses her pity for the victim's daughter, Oh Si-eun, who will surely be haunted by guilt. But Taesan just scoffs, launching into a cold lecture about the fundamental problem with the weak. They just lie there like dead mice when attacked, he says, and that's precisely why they get eaten. His assistants are left completely stunned by his brutal philosophy, as he simply tells them to get back to work. As he walks out, the female aide can't help but comment on how disheartening his words are. Her colleague just shrugs, remarking that their boss has always been a pretty cold person, but she knows that's not right. He used to be an annoyingly perfect hero, but now he gives off the scent of an immoral man. The trainee prosecutor, Choi Jin-woo, just smiles, admitting he doesn't really know what Kang Baron was like before all this. But his colleague isn't buying it, insisting the man she knew would never blame a victim for their own suffering. Choi Jin-woo fumbles for an excuse, suggesting maybe their boss was just trying to empower them, albeit with some harsh words. She just gives him a dead-eyed stare, retorting that his hero worship for the prosecutor is blinding him to the obvious. Flustered, he can only laugh nervously, caught red-handed in his admiration. The next day, the office buzzes with a new development. Taesan strides in, sensing the shift in the atmosphere immediately. He finds his team huddled together, looking over some documents with grim expressions, and asks what the matter is. His aide informs him that the evidence list from Oh Seon-young's defense team has finally arrived. And wouldn't you know it, they've included a psychiatric evaluation, the classic play for a lighter sentence. The aide reads the key phrase aloud: temporary alcoholic diminished capacity. And in his cell, Oh Seon-young smirks, already sensing that this case is about to get very difficult for them. The team tries to poke holes in it, suggesting his symptoms are from withdrawal after the arrest. But the official diagnosis hangs heavy in the air. and the young trainee Choi Jin-woo looks completely dejected. Taeson snaps them out of it with a sharp clap, reminding them that this isn't an insanity plea, an acquittal is impossible. He tells them not to get discouraged. There are plenty of other factors they can use to nail him. But alone in his office, the confident mask slips as he lets out a heavy sigh. The reality is that an expert has already made a determination of diminished capacity. And this wasn't just any doctor. It was an evaluation from a legal hospital at the court's request. He's left with a critical choice. Fight a losing battle on this front, or concede the point and find another way to win. Leaning back in his chair, Taeson vents his frustration. A crime is a crime, and the perpetrator should pay. But as he mulls it over, the phrase full responsibility triggers a sudden, sharp realization. He remembers the prosecutor's oath, the promise to fight for justice even when the battle seems impossible. With a new fire in his eyes, he decides to completely overhaul their strategy. The day of the final trial arrives, the courtroom silent with anticipation. The defense attorney begins, smoothly arguing that the evaluation only proves Oh Seon-young's current diminished capacity. He claims they're trying to retroactively apply that diagnosis, while the old man himself just sits there, smug. But Taeson is unfazed, rising to begin his examination and calling his first witness to the stand. A woman named Oh Seon. She walks confidently to the witness box, raising her hand to be sworn in. With a steady voice, she swears to tell the whole truth, fully aware of the weight of her words. Across the room, Oh Seon-young watches with a smug confidence, certain his act has everyone fooled. But as the questioning begins, Oh Seon flinches, a wave of fear washing over her. Taeson offers a calm, reassuring look, telling her there's no need to be afraid. He's right there with her, and his quiet confidence helps her find her resolve. Taeson gets straight to the point, asking what her father was doing on the day of the crime. She confirms he was drinking. He presses further, how drunk was he? She reveals he wasn't very drunk at all, his speech perfectly clear. This contradicts her initial police statement, and she admits she lied back then because she was terrified of her father. This is the moment Taeson was waiting for. He leans in, asking why she was so afraid of the defendant. The truth finally spills out. A confession that whenever he drank, he would hit her. It's a horror she's lived with since childhood, a constant fear that one day he might just beat her to death. The defense attorney steps forward, ready to poke holes in her testimony. He questions her claim of constant abuse, pointing out that only 2 assaults were ever reported. The judge leans in, prompting her to explain why she didn't report the other incidents. With a tremor in her voice, she reveals that she never made those calls. It was always the neighbors. And each time her father came back, the beatings were worse, making her terrified of the consequences of reporting him. The defense attorney senses the mood of the room turning against him. He needs to regain control. He switches tactics, trying to paint a picture of a decent man, asking what her father was like when sober. She admits he would apologize, but his promises to change were empty words that never lasted. The lawyer tries to twist this, bringing up her old statements about not wanting him punished. But she cuts him off. What good is a sober apology from a man who was almost never sober? The defense attorney leans in, a smug smile playing on his lips, asking if her father was nonviolent when sober. Trembling, the daughter is forced to admit that, no, he wasn't. With a flick of his hand, the lawyer rests his case, confident he's planted the seed of doubt. The judge turns to the prosecution, asking if they have any further questions for the witness. Taeson, with a strange calm, simply says no, he has nothing more to ask. His team is stunned. Why would he just give up? Why let the defense control the flow? They're practically handing the other side a diminished capacity defense on a silver platter. But then, his aide's eyes widen with a sudden realization. This isn't surrender. This is a trap. The defense calls their next witness to the stand, a psychiatrist named Seo Ji-sang. He reveals the defendant had been his patient for advanced schizophrenia 10 years ago. The defense attorney asks how long the treatment lasted, and the psychiatrist reveals it was only for 2 months before he stopped. He clarifies that the man was far from cured. In fact, he was still in a very dangerous state. The lawyer leads the witness, suggesting that after so long without treatment and with alcohol abuse, his condition must be severe. He drives the point home. Could it have worsened to the point of auditory and visual hallucinations? With a smug push of his glasses, the psychiatrist confirms it's entirely possible, sealing the defense's argument, or so they think. Now it's Taeson's turn. He calmly asks if the condition was so dangerous, why didn't the doctor strongly push for more treatment? The psychiatrist insists he remembers the case well, claiming the patient lied and said he was moving to another hospital. Taeson's eyes narrow. The trap is sprung. So the defendant unilaterally quit treatment, even lying to his doctor to do so? Having made his point, Taeson rests his case for this witness, and the judge calls for the next. An older woman, the defendant's neighbor, takes the stand, ready to give her testimony. The defense attorney begins his questioning, confirming the neighbor once reported the defendant to the police. She recalls the incident, explaining the sounds were so violent she thought it was a burglary, not a domestic dispute. In her memory, the defendant was always such a gentle, quiet man. She couldn't believe he could change so much. The attorney seizes on this, asking if he remembered his actions after he was drunk. She confirms he didn't, recalling how he came to apologize later, explaining he blacks out and becomes violent. Tayson watches, seeing the defense's entire strategy laid bare. Paint him as a victim of his own drunken blackouts. But now it's his turn. Tayson rises and asks a deceptively simple question. Was that the only time he caused trouble? The neighbor hesitates before admitting that no. It happens so often that rumors spread throughout the neighborhood. A sharp, victorious grin flashes across Tayson's face as he drives the point home. So he was a habitual drunkard, known for his violence. The defense attorney leaps to his feet in a panic, his entire case completely shattered by a single question. With a final, confident smile, Tayson rests his case. The judge, seeing the prosecution's point made, asks to conclude the examination of evidence. But while Tayson smirks, the defense attorney glares back, a storm brewing behind his glasses. He suddenly rises, informing the court that he has one last piece of evidence to submit. The judge immediately questions the tactic, but the attorney calmly claims there were unavoidable circumstances. He presents a file, the victim's medical records for the entire past year. The records reveal a horrific truth: the victim was habitually assaulted, treating her own wounds in secret. The attorney explains she intentionally visited distant hospitals to avoid mandatory domestic violence reports. This, he argues, is why the records were so difficult to obtain until now. But his inner thoughts betray a smug confidence. He knows a prosecutor could have found this easily, and Hes ready to paint Tayson as incompetent. Tayson scoffs internally. This lawyer isn't clever. He's just a thug putting on a show for the court. The attorney continues, dramatically stating that given the abuse, it was a miracle the victim was even alive to begin with. But when Tayson tries to interject, the defense attorney immediately objects, accusing him of letting personal feelings cloud the facts. The judge sustains the objection, coolly telling the prosecutor to restrain himself. With the interruption handled, the judge announces that they will now proceed with questioning the defendant. The old man, the husband, shuffles forward to take the stand, his expression heavy. The defense attorney gently prompts him to testify about his feelings at the time of the incident. The man begins his story, recounting his utter shock when he first heard his wife had died. He recalls the police confirming she was stabbed by his own knife, and in that moment, all he could regret was his drinking. As the defendant apologizes to his late wife and daughter, the defense attorney cracks a smug smile, his plan unfolding perfectly. But Tayson simply lets out a quiet, mocking laugh, completely unfazed by the performance. He leans forward, voice dripping with cold logic, pointing out the man spoke of an accident. Yet the autopsy clearly states his wife was stabbed 6 times. The defendant feigns ignorance, claiming he can't remember. Tayson's eyes narrow. How exactly does one accidentally stab someone multiple times? The old man looks away, sweating, just repeating that he can't recall the situation. So Tayson changes his line of attack, asking why he suddenly stopped his psychiatric treatment. The defendant offers a weak excuse about being too busy, but Tayson reframes the question. Wasn't he just accepting the risks? His voice drops, full of menace. The defendant was clearly aware he became violent when intoxicated, wasn't he? With the neighbor's testimony backing him up, Tayson demands an answer, and the old man finally, reluctantly agrees. Tayson presses his advantage, asking if he also knew the violence was getting worse, and tells him the medical records will prove it. Tayson paints a grim picture of the man's wife, constantly covered in injuries, making his claims of ignorance impossible to believe. He then poses the million-dollar question. Why didn't he ever seek treatment for his alcoholism? The old man can only sit in stunned silence as Tayson answers for him he never had any intention of getting help. A cold, mocking smirk spreads across Tayson's face. He knew the defendant simply didn't care. Whether he assaulted his family or not was irrelevant, as long as he got to keep drinking. The defendant's lawyer can't take it anymore, his face contorting with rage. He leaps to his feet, slamming the desk and screaming for the judge's attention. But Tayson plows right through the objection, accusing the man of drinking that day, fully accepting any accident that might happen. The defense attorney shouts his objection again, desperate to stop this verbal execution. Finally, the judge intervenes, sustaining the objection and ordering Tayson to halt his questioning. But Tayson remains perfectly composed, merely touching his ear as if to say, "I'm done anyway." The judge declares the questioning concluded and prompts the prosecutor for his final opinion. Without a moment's hesitation, Tayson pushes back his chair and rises to his feet. He begins his closing argument, stating plainly that the defendant is a habitual abuser with no intention of changing. He ignored the doctor's warnings and even lied, unilaterally stopping his own treatment. Worse, he knew his violent tendencies could cause serious harm when he was intoxicated, yet he drank voluntarily, fully aware of the monster he was unleashing on his family. With a sharp, knowing smirk, Tayson argues this shows eventual intent. He didn't care if his actions led to death. The defense attorney's face drains of color, the legal trap snapping shut around him. Even the judge is visibly stunned by the prosecutor's aggressive and brilliant legal strategy. His colleagues watch in stunned silence. This was the brilliant prosecutor they'd heard about. Tayson introduces a powerful legal doctrine, an act free from its cause. This is when a person intentionally gets themselves drunk or impaired, knowing they'll commit a crime. In such a case, the law offers no mercy. They must face full criminal responsibility. Seo Dongwook can't believe it. It's a theory so rare he never imagined anyone would actually use it in court. Tayson's voice rings with conviction, arguing that even if the defendant had diminished capacity, he must be held fully and completely responsible for his monstrous actions. He reminds the court of the years of habitual violence this man inflicted on his own family. A man who still shows no remorse and shamelessly tries to evade the consequences. For such a person, Tayson concludes, a heavy sentence is absolutely unavoidable. With his powerful closing argument complete, Tayson addresses the court one last time. His voice is cold steel as he requests the maximum penalty, life imprisonment. Later, outside the courthouse, the trial's conclusion is the only thing on everyone's mind. Seo Dongwook is floored, admitting he never imagined Tayson would use such an obscure legal theory. Prosecutor An agrees, finding his performance impressive for a number of reasons. Team leader Lee adds that it was a huge gamble, an abstract argument a judge could have easily shot down. Seo Dongwook smirks, thinking it sounded like something a naive law student would try, not the pragmatic Kang Baron he knew, but he frames it as a sign of incredible bravery, risking humiliation to see justice done. Prosecutor An quietly agrees, but she can't shake a strange feeling. It's an inexplicable sense of discomfort, as if the man she just saw wasn't Prosecutor Kang at all. Back at the prosecutor's office, the dust from the trial begins to settle. Tayson reviews the sentencing report, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. 30 years, not bad at all. He scoffs, remembering how hard those bastards tried to get away with it. They got exactly what they deserved. But his work isn't done. His gaze hardens as a new thought takes root. The Incheon Detention Center. He makes a call, and the voice on the other end immediately recognizes him as boss. Tayson gets straight to the point, asking about their assets inside the prison and telling his man to prep the craziest one. The newly convicted father is already a wreck, shivering in his cell, completely oblivious to the fresh hell awaiting him. With a cruel grin, Tayson explains he's sending a new toy for the old man to play with. Just then, his door slides open, and a flustered Prosecutor An rushes in, begging for his help with a suspect. Intrigued by her sudden urgency, Tayson calmly agrees, inviting her into his office. The day is far from over. He follows her out, only to find his office has turned into a chaotic circus. Prosecutor An looks completely overwhelmed, explaining that 8 suspects have just barged in. They're here to be interrogated all at once, and the department simply can't handle the sudden influx. She shoves a thick file of investigation records into his hands, begging him to handle half of them. Tayson, caught off guard by this bizarre request, can only manage a hesitant agreement. The entire group is arguing, a tangled mess of accusations and complaints filling the hallway. He steps forward, trying to calm the situation, but they're all shouting over each other. One of the women furiously declares they're the victims here, so why are they being treated like criminals? After finally getting everyone to quiet down, he ushers his half of the group into an interrogation room. And the story that unfolds is just absurd. One man was apparently two-timing all 8 of them, and this is their revenge. One of the women smirks, claiming that finding 8 girlfriends was just the tip of the iceberg. The man at the center of it all, Seo Eun-seop, was apparently quite the Casanova. It all unraveled when one of them, Yu Hua-young, got suspicious and found everything on his phone. The betrayed women quickly banded together, plotting a coordinated strike for revenge. While one lured him away, another swiped his phone and keys, exposing his misdeeds to everyone he knew. Back in the present, Tayson listens, thinking this should be an open and shut case since they're all confessing. But Hua Young is furious, shocked that after everything, the man had the nerve to sue them. She argues they were just taking back a fraction of the money and gifts he'd swindled from them. Tayson calmly shuts that down, explaining that legally, a gift belongs to the person who receives it. She fires back. What about breaking and entering? Because, she reveals, the apartment was in her name, but Tayson coldly shuts that down, explaining that breaking and entering is about who lives there, not who owns it. She scoffs, demanding to know where such a ridiculous law exists, but he just sighs. He hits her with a simple analogy about a landlord sneaking into a tenant's room, and her argument completely crumbles. He acknowledges their situation but lays out the hard truth. This was a premeditated group crime, and dropping charges is unlikely. Taesan begins to summarize, starting with Yu Hua Young using her key to enter and then changing the password. He continues down the report, noting another accomplice is being questioned for taking back the car. Then there was Song Ji-hyun, who took all the home appliances she had gifted him, and Aum Seon Young, who reclaimed the clothes and accessories, confirming they were all presents. Internally, Taesan is almost impressed. This conman, Seo Un-seop, was a clever and meticulous criminal. The guy was so careful that none of the gifts from the women even overlapped. This was a professional operation. He then turns to Kim Un-hyo, who admits she wasn't rich enough to give expensive gifts. With tears in her eyes, she explains he was a poor student, so she just gave him cash for living expenses. She even stocked his fridge, worried he'd be too focused on his studies to eat properly. It all came from a place of love. She was thinking of marriage and planned to support him completely. Taesan's eyes narrow. He asks if Seo Un-seop ever actually promised to marry her. She recalls his sweet words, how he'd repay her after the exam, a promise she now realizes never once included marriage. He poses the question to the entire room. Did the con man use marriage as bait with any of them? Yu Hua Young scoffs at the idea, stating she's 10 years older and never even thought about it. The other women murmur in agreement. They didn't expect a proposal, just a little gratitude. A chilling thought crosses Taesan's mind. The man never said the word. This wasn't an oversight. It was a calculated move. A smirk plays on Taesan's lips. This whole affair smells of a professional con artist. He explains that with Kim Un-hyo, they might just have a case for fraud, since the man constantly dangled the idea of marriage. She gave him money with the firm belief it was for their future together, a clear deception. With the interviews wrapping up, he gives the women one last chance to add any final details. One by one, they depart, thanking him for his time and leaving him to ponder the case. He turns to his aide, curious for her take now that she's heard the suspect's stories. Her response is shockingly blunt. She finds it pathetic they'd get into this mess over a man and should just move on. She grumbles, wondering why they're creating all this unnecessary trouble for themselves. But Taesan sees right through it. Her words are cold, but her eyes are filled with genuine concern for the women. He lays out the facts. The plaintiff wants blood. The suspects won't settle, so their only path is to pray for a lenient judge. He asks his aide her opinion on the plaintiff. She agrees it's suspicious, but they can't charge him with fraud. A sly, predatory grin spreads across Taesan's face as he volunteers to take charge of the man himself. His aide is instantly wary, reminding him not to be too aggressive with someone who is technically the victim here. Taesan just waves off her concerns, promising to call the man in under the simple pretext of hearing his statement. She lets out a defeated sigh, seeing there's no stopping him, and reluctantly gives him the go-ahead. Not long after, the plan is set in motion, and the victim is brought into the prosecutor's office. A man with a smug look on his face steps through the door, asking if this is Prosecutor Kang Baron's office. The moment Taesan sees him, a jolt of recognition hits him. He knows that bastard. A memory flashes from his past life of this very same man on his knees, pathetically begging to be spared. Seo Un-seop was on his knees, pathetically begging Taesan's original self to spare his life. But Taesan just loomed over him with a cold smirk, asking if he really thought he'd kill him. Over some woman? At that, Kim Un-hyo's face hardened with rage. She exploded, accusing Taesan of never being sincere and just leaving her all alone. Her emotional outburst didn't even faze him. He seemed to find it almost amusing. He turned his chilling gaze back to Un-seop, calmly stating that, if you touch another man's woman, you have to pay the price. The man frantically denied it, pleading that it was all a misunderstanding. Taesan didn't bother with a reply. A single, brutal kick landed with sickening accuracy. Un-seop's world shattered in a flash of white-hot, unimaginable pain. Walking away, Taesan casually remarked that since Head need to be a man for business, Head graciously leave him one side. He leaves the man foaming on the ground with a final chilling warning. Live modestly and stay out of his sight. But their paths were destined to cross again, as Seo Un-seop finds himself summoned to the prosecutor's office. And who should be waiting for him but Prosecutor Kang Baron, a cold smile playing on his lips as he invites the man in. The physical lesson was over. Now the legal one was about to begin, with new criminal allegations surfacing. Taesan gets straight to the point, explaining that some of the women involved are now claiming to be victims of marriage fraud. They allege they gave him expensive gifts, all on the premise that he was going to marry them. Un-seop immediately scoffs at the idea, frantically denying he ever once mentioned marriage. He paints himself as a passive recipient, acting as if it's ridiculous for them to cry foul now. But Taeson's smirk says otherwise. He knows Eun-seop promised to repay them after passing his exam. Ah, but the weasel has a comeback for that too, claiming he simply meant he'd pay them back once he had a salary. Taeson latches onto the word repay, his smile turning sharp. So, it was a loan, not a gift? Eun-seop immediately starts backpedaling, claiming he was just grateful and might pay them back if circumstances allowed. But inside, Taeson's old self is laughing. This guy, Seo Eun-seop, hasn't changed one bit. The comment throws Eun-seop off completely, who can only ask what he means. The prosecutor's face twists into a menacing grin, noting how he's still conning women, even with one side left. Eun-seop spits out his drink, his eyes wide with shock. How could this man possibly know about that? A violent memory flashes through his mind, the original Taesan, delivering a brutal lesson he never forgot. The horrifying connection clicks into place. He stammers, asking if Mr. Im knows he's here. Taeson just pulls out his phone, casually offering to let the man know, since it must be fate they met like this. That's the breaking point. Eun-seop scrambles forward, begging him to keep it a secret, terrified for his remaining family jewel. With a cruel smirk, Taeson tells the groveling man he'll decide his fate based on his future actions. The first order of business: withdraw the lawsuit against those women, apologize, and pay back every cent he conned from them. Later that night, sitting alone in his apartment, Taeson moves on to the next piece of his puzzle. His eyes narrow with focus as he dials a number from his past. The call connects, and he simply says his name. On the other end, a woman named Yu Hua-young answers, her voice dripping with playful curiosity about the late-night call. Taeson cuts right through the pleasantries, asking if she knows a man named Seo Eun-seop. She feigns ignorance, claiming that as a businesswoman, she meets too many people to remember every name. So he clarifies. Eun-seop mentioned their connection from his host club days and the beating he got from Im Taeson for daring to touch her. The memory clicks instantly. Her playful demeanor vanishes as she remembers the host's old name, Justin. Taeson bristles at her tone, asking what's so childish. As Yu Hua-young wonders if Eun-seop is doing well, he scoffs, informing her that people doing well don't usually end up at the prosecutor's office for swindling 8 women. A smirk plays on her lips. She muses that the boy really hasn't changed, and if Head just listened to her, he never would have been caught. That stops Taeson cold. Taught him? Taught him what? She casually explains her masterclass in manipulation. Hint at your struggles, never ask directly, and treat the word marriage like a curse. The revelation hits him like a truck. He blurts out, "Don't tell me that guy was your student?" She laughs it off, then pivots, asking if Eun-seop really claimed that he'd touched her all those years ago. Taeson leans back, admitting it wasn't a direct claim, which is all the confirmation she needs. She insists that she told Taeson back then they only talked, but he refused to believe her. She laments how talented Justin was, and how he could have been a success if Taeson hadn't crushed his spirit over a misunderstanding. Taeson retorts that it's a good thing he stopped the kid before he became a full-blown con artist. She just laughs, sarcastically asking if he means a successful entrepreneur just like him. The scene cuts away, and we're now following Seo Eun-seop as he drives down a highway. He glances into his rearview mirror, a flicker of suspicion crossing his mind. It's unmistakable. Hez being tailed, and they're not even trying to be subtle about it. The black sedan behind him keeps pace, its intentions clear as day. Unfazed, Eun-seop calmly picks up his radio to run a check on the vehicle's plates. The information comes back almost immediately. It's a company car from Taan Construction. His eyes narrow at the name. Taan Construction, those are the gangsters from WB Holdings. And he knows exactly who's in charge now. The young executive who took over after the original Taeson died. Realizing he can't shake them, Seo Eun-seop pulls over, and the executive from the black sedan steps out to meet him. A sharp tap on the window gets his attention, and Eun-seop looks up, already annoyed. The man calmly confirms his identity as a police corporal, much to Eun-seop's surprise. He introduces himself with a confident smile. Kim Baeom-jin, the new CEO of Taan Construction. Eun-seop isn't here for games. He cuts straight to the chase and demands to know what this is all about. Baeom-jin speaks of building connections, but Eun-seop scoffs, calling it a blatant attempt by a gangster to lobby a cop. The friendly facade cracks, replaced by a chilling smirk. Baeom-jin is glad they're on the same page. The scene shifts abruptly to a dark room, the silence broken only by the clatter of a keyboard. An unseen figure types with venomous speed, a wicked grin spreading across their face as they post hateful comments online. And we see the victim of this poison, an actress named Eun Hyun-seo, curled up alone, absorbing every cruel word. The hateful comments just keep coming, each one a tiny, sharp jab at Eun Hyun-seo's soul. Another notification mocks her for making easy money, and that's the last straw. Her phone goes flying. The anger fades instantly. replaced by a wave of despair as she collapses into tears, utterly alone. But the next day, at the prosecutor's office, the case has already become the talk of the building. Trainee prosecutor Choi Jin-woo bursts in, practically vibrating with excitement, asking if the rumors are true. His mind is already racing, filled with images of the beautiful actress who was his first love. He remembers her at the height of her fame, a superstar who dominated every single awards show. To think he might actually get to meet the legendary Eun Hyun-seo, he can barely contain himself. He tries to play it cool in front of Taeson, stammering that it's really not that big of a deal. But Taeson just gives him a look, cutting through the fantasy to state the mundane truth. It's a case against malicious commenters. Choi Jin-woo smirks, confidently telling Taeson he'll handle this simple defamation case himself. Taeson barely acknowledges him, giving a flat, do as you wish, which only fuels the trainee's excitement. But once alone, Taeson's calm facade breaks, a cold sweat betraying his true feelings about this case. His mind drifts back to a time in his old body, watching a movie with Prosecutor On. She had teased him back then, noting his apparent fondness for the lead actress, Eun Hyun-seo. She'd even joked that if he liked the actress so much, he should just go and date her. Back in the present, Taeson grips his arms, admitting to himself that he desperately wanted to handle this. As if on cue, the office door slides open, and the actress herself, Eun Hyun-seo, walks in. Choi Jin-woo is instantly starstruck, rushing forward to introduce himself with a flustered smile. He then gestures to his superior, formally presenting her to the lead prosecutor, Kang Baron. Taeson, all business now, assures the actress this will just be a brief confirmation of the facts. Eun Hyun-seo smiles gratefully, putting her full trust in the prosecutor's office. Getting straight to the point, Taeson confirms the core of the case, 1,000 malicious comments over 3 years. He asks if she knew the suspect, but she clarifies he was just a fan she'd never met personally. So, the real question is, why would a supposed fan suddenly turn so vicious? Eun Hyun-seo looks down, a grim understanding on her face. She has a pretty good idea why. It all started with DMs. When she couldn't reply to his increasingly strange messages, his tone grew harsher. Choi Jin-woo, reading the compiled comments, can't hide his shock at how truly vile they are. Taeson hands her the list, offering to let her lawyer review the difficult content instead. But she takes the tablet, determined to see the full extent of the harassment for herself. But as Taeson watches her, he can't shake a feeling of unease. Her stoic reaction to such vile words is unnatural. After reviewing the evidence, she confirms it. The repetitive phrases and unique style all point to one person. Choi Jin-woo expresses his sympathy, amazed she endured such vulgarity for 3 long years. She explains that she never intended to sue, but her company insisted on making an example of the worst offender. Taeson cuts to the chase, asking if she has any intention of settling the case. Her answer is immediate and firm. Absolutely not. Choi Jin-woo is taken aback by her unwavering resolve. He begins to explain that, typically, cases of malicious comments rarely result in actual prison time. But given the sheer length and severity of this harassment, he promises to do his best to ensure the perpetrator is punished to the fullest extent. For the first time, a small, grateful smile appears on Eun Hyun-seo's face. With the official business concluded, Eun Hyun-seo gets ready to leave. But Taeson stops her with one final, unexpected question. Is she receiving psychiatric treatment? She's taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a personal inquiry from a prosecutor. He explains his reasoning: 3 years of severe harassment would leave deep mental scars on anyone. She offers a resilient smile, admitting it had an effect but trying to downplay the severity. Taeson gently insists she see a doctor, reminding her that being a celebrity doesn't mean she has to suffer. But just as the heartfelt moment lands, trainee prosecutor Choi Jin-woo is practically vibrating in his seat. He suddenly blurts out that he's a massive fan and that it was an honor to meet her. Taeson's eye twitches in disbelief, shocked by his subordinate's sudden fanboy explosion. And as Choi Jin-woo excitedly asks for a photo, Taeson just slumps in his chair, looking utterly defeated. To his surprise, the actress graciously agrees, even suggesting they take a group photo outside. But back in the hallway, Taeson stands with his arms crossed, his expression anything but pleased. Choi Jin-woo, however, is on cloud 9, snapping a selfie he vows to treasure forever. His female colleague teases him for being such a fanboy, but he proudly proclaims he's reached nirvana. That's when Taeson's cold voice cuts through the celebration, asking if Choi considered the victim's feelings. The trainee's smile vanishes, replaced by a bead of sweat as he stammers in confusion. Taeson lays it out plain and simple. To a victim, a prosecutor holds immense power over their case. What Choi saw as a simple fan request could easily be perceived as pressure, a form of violence. The realization crashes down on the young prosecutor, his face frozen in dawning horror. Deeply humbled, he bows his head, admitting he was wrong, and promising to be more careful. Later that night, Tayson sits alone in his apartment, the city lights sprawling below. He pulls up the group photo from earlier, but a strange, unsettling feeling nags at him. His thoughts are shattered as a breaking news alert flashes across the television screen. The report is a bombshell. The actress Yoon Hyun-seo has been found dead in her home. Meanwhile, in a dark room, her online tormentor smirks while talking on the phone. He complains with a sneer that because she died, now He's the one who's going to suffer. Even though his lawyer assured him it was no big deal, the whole situation just feels crappy. He's not remorseful, just furious, cursing her for having the audacity to die at such a bad time. The scene cuts to another man in a suit, collapsing onto a sofa in utter despair. He's horrified, remembering his last words to her were that her harasser would likely walk free. Taeson's mind races with regret, wishing He'd at least promised to make the harasser see a jail cell. But even then, he knew the pathetic truth. She'd get 6 months at most, or just a simple fine. His thoughts are cut short by the raw anguish of his colleague, Prosecutor Choi, who slams his fists down. "Prosecutor," he screams, his face a mask of fury, vowing to kill that woman with his own 2 hands. But Taeson's expression turns to ice. He coldly reminds Choi that he's a prosecutor, not a vigilante. Such a blatant emotional outburst, he warns, is a gift to the defense, a weapon they will absolutely use in court. Choi's rage falters as Taeson drives the point home. His actions will only help the suspect. But Choi fires back, reminding Taeson that he himself had noticed something was wrong with the actress, Yoon Hyun-seo. He can't believe it after admitting she needed help. How could Taeson now claim the harasser wasn't at fault? Taeson cuts him off with chilling finality. A prosecutor speaks with evidence, and if Choi can't handle that, he needs to get off the case. Choi can only stare back, his righteous fury completely extinguished. Taeson's command is absolute, his glare daring the younger prosecutor to say another word. The trainee prosecutor flinches, silenced by the sheer force of his superior's will. With the outburst handled, Taeson takes a breath, his composure returning instantly. His focus immediately shifts to the task at hand, the emotional conflict already behind him. Just then, Team Leader Lee enters the office with an update. The suspect has arrived. Moments later, Taeson is face to face with the man, laying out the evidence of his 3-year harassment campaign. The troll feigns ignorance, casually claiming he can't recall every single comment he made. He shrugs it off, saying if the records show it, then it must be true. But when Taeson presses for a direct answer, the man admits it all without a hint of remorse. Taeson cuts straight to the point, asking when his admiration turned into a malicious obsession. The troll's excuse? Medical school was just too stressful. He needed an outlet. Taeson listens, completely unconvinced. Is he really trying to play the victim card right now? A slight mocking smile touches his lips as he calls the excuse what it is, unconvincing. The troll immediately breaks, covering his face in a dramatic show of shame. He confesses he was a huge fan of the actress, Yoon Hyun-seo, but his twisted adoration turned to hate whenever she didn't live up to his expectations. Taeson just watches, his face a mask of cold indifference as the troll claims he never meant any real harm. The man breaks down completely, wailing that he never thought she'd actually take her own life over his comments. And right on cue, his lawyer chimes in, arguing that while tragic, there's no legal proof of causation. The lawyer insists his client is reflecting, pleading for leniency, while the troll fakes his sorrow. But Taeson isn't moved, his eyes glinting as he points out that a keyboard can be just as deadly as a knife. The lawyer's professional mask cracks, calling the word murder harsh and threatening to file a complaint. Seeing he's lost control, he declares the interrogation over, claiming Taeson is too agitated to continue. Taeson watches them go, a cold, knowing smirk playing on his lips. This isn't over. He pulls out his phone, making a call to his most trusted man, Byung-jin. With a wicked grin, he gives the order. Grab one of them and bring him to that special place. The scene shifts to a desolate construction site under a full moon, the perfect spot for a private chat. And there, on the cold concrete floor, lies the online troll, knocked out and dragged from his safe little world. He slowly stirs, waking up not in his home, but in a waking nightmare he can't just log out of. His eyes snap open to the chilling word, kidnapping. He can't believe it, who even does this anymore? But then he hears his captors discussing how to make an example of him. One voice wonders if taking a single finger would be enough to send a message. But another, colder voice cuts in, suggesting they might as well take all 10. The troll's heart stops as he hears someone mention getting scissors from the toolbox. Pure terror fuels him as he scrambles to his feet, screaming for them to spare him. He runs blindly through the desolate site, shouting for anyone, for any sign of help. But his escape is cut short as a dark figure drops from the scaffolding above, landing with a heavy thud. Stumbling backward, the troll can only stammer, asking who this person is. The masked man raises a pair of scissors, his eyes glinting as he claims to be a messenger from hell, sent by Eun Hyun-seo herself. The masked man begins a chilling story, reminding the troll of a movie Eun Hyun-seo starred in. He asks if the troll remembers what happened to the traitor who leaked secrets in that film. A flicker of recognition crosses the troll's face, followed by dawning horror. He remembers the scene perfectly, and pure terror grips his heart. The punishment for running his mouth, Taeson states calmly, was having his tongue cut out. He grabs the troll, explaining that typing malicious comments is the exact same crime. The essence is the same, he says, but promises magnanimously to only cut off half. The troll breaks, screaming that he didn't kill her, that it wasn't him. But Taeson's voice turns cold, explaining that you don't need a knife to be a murderer. The troll can only choke back sobs, utterly broken by this twisted, poetic justice. With a gloved finger to his lips, Taeson silences the man's final, pathetic whimper. A moment later, a scream of pure agony echoes from a desolate construction site. Back at home, the troll's mother finds her son shivering under his blankets, completely broken. Her face contorts with worry and anger as she demands to know who did this to him. But the troll can only clutch his head, trapped in the fresh, horrifying memory. She presses him, asking if he was threatened, promising that his secret is safe with her. Finally, a single chilling word escapes his lips. It was a prosecutor. His mother stares back, utterly bewildered. A prosecutor? What could he possibly mean? He explains the man's terrifying logic that he was sent by Eun Hyun-seo to punish a murderer. By day, he's a man of the law, but by night, he's a devil, hunting for tongues to rip out. His mother can't believe her ears. A prosecutor was the one who did this. The troll immediately panics, trying to deny he ever said a word as he hides under the covers. But she's not letting this go, her hand clenching the blanket with grim determination. She rips the covers off, demanding to know if he's talking about the prosecutor from his questioning. Her gaze is intense. She tells him he doesn't even need to speak, just nod. With a slow, trembling nod, he confirms her worst fears. He begs her to keep it a secret, and she pulls him into a seemingly comforting embrace. But her expression hardens into something cold and vengeful as she promises to take care of everything. The scene shifts to a quiet apartment building, bathed in the light of the full moon. And in a parking lot below, Taeson stands waiting, a silent predator in the night. A figure cloaked in shadow emerges from behind a pillar, stalking his target. But Taeson is already aware, turning to face him with a calm, almost bored expression. He even offers a compliment, noting the man's professional ability to hide his presence. The hooded man's eyes narrow, confirming if he's speaking to Prosecutor Kang Baron. With a slight, knowing smile, Taeson confirms his identity, practically inviting the attack. In a flash, the assailant lunges, driving a knife straight for the prosecutor's heart. The blade sinks deep, blood spurting from the wound as the attacker looks down, expecting a kill. But he freezes in utter disbelief. What is this? The man he just stabbed isn't even flinching. Taeson's eyes are cold, sharp, and completely devoid of pain or fear. Before the assassin can process it, Taeson explodes into motion, disarming him and slamming him to the concrete. The assailant gasps, his eyes rolling back as the force of the slam knocks the wind right out of him. Taeson stands over the downed man, his expression cold and utterly unimpressed by the failed attack. He doesn't waste a moment, dragging the unconscious body out of the public garage. The scene shifts to a desolate, unfinished building, the perfect private venue for a little chat. Sometime later, the assassin slowly comes to, finding himself tightly bound to a chair. The sound of steady footsteps approaches, and he looks up to see his target walking toward him. Taeson greets him with a chillingly pleasant smile, asking if he's finally awake. The hitman's face is a mask of pure defiance, refusing to show a hint of fear. But his tough guy facade cracks when he sees what the prosecutor is holding. Taeson casually twirls the man's own knife, mockingly saying he just kept it safe for him. Taeson leans in, knife pressed to the man's throat, ready to find out who hired him. But the assassin remains silent, his face a mask of sweat and defiance. Taeson watches him, a little amused that the man still refuses to talk. The hitman finally explains that he can't carelessly reveal his clients. It's bad for business. Taeson questions if work is more important than his life. But the man is resigned, convinced he's dead either way. He knows if he talks, every single one of his past clients will come to silence him for good. He accepted this risk long ago, and coldly tells the prosecutor to just kill him already. Taeson's expression darkens as he gives him one last, chilling warning. With no more words needed, he raises the knife high and brings it down with vicious speed. The blade flashes right past the assassin's terrified eyes, stopping just short of his face. The cold steel stops just a millimeter from the assassin's eye, his bravado instantly melting into pure terror. Taeson glares, his voice dripping with contempt, wondering if this fool really plans to die for some twisted professional pride. He then pulls back, turning away as if the conversation is already taking a different turn. The assassin watches, completely baffled. He was prepared for death, not this. Then comes the proposal. A truly twisted offer from a prosecutor. He doesn't need a name. He wants the assassin to kill his own client. The payment? Oh, there is no payment. The price is simply the man's own life. Taeson presses him, forcing him to weigh the client's money against his next breath. A bead of sweat drips down the assassin's face as he poses the obvious question. What's to stop him from just running away? Taeson smirks, reminding him that while he was unconscious, all the evidence for the attempted murder of a prosecutor was secured. The knife returns, held with a predatory grin. All he has to do is accept the job, and he can live. Otherwise, the choice is his. Cornered and terrified, the assassin finally caves, stammering that he'll accept the deal. Taeson's voice cuts in, satisfied, but with a condition. He'll need a specific mark left on the body as proof. The bald man can only stare in confusion. A mark? What kind of twisted game is this prosecutor playing? The scene cuts away to a secluded house, battered by a relentless downpour. Inside, a man sits awake in bed, consumed by a nervous dread he can't seem to shake. Suddenly, a distant scream pierces the night, and his head snaps up in alarm. His mind is thrown back into a nightmare, a hooded killer standing over a body in the cold, unforgiving rain. The memory grips him, his face twisting in a mask of pure, unadulterated fear. He recoils with a choked scream, trying to push the horrifying vision away from his mind. But as he does, he realizes he's not alone. A masked intruder is already behind him, blade in hand. His blood runs cold. This masked man is definitely here to kill him. The scene flashes to a body lying motionless in the pouring rain. A horrifying realization dawns on him as he screams for his mother. He throws the door open and stumbles outside, desperate and terrified. But he stops dead in his tracks, his eyes locking onto a figure on the ground. It's her, his mother, lying in a pool of her own blood. He rushes to her side, shaking her, pleading for her to wake up. Clutching her body, he begs for this nightmare to end. And for a second, it seems to ease back inside. The door is closed, his mind reeling. But the bloody knife on the floor tells him the horrifying truth. This is no dream. Clutching the bloody knife, he refuses to let this be his end. His grief twists into rage, a vow to kill the man responsible before he's caught. Just then, the housekeeper opens the door, a worried look on her face. Her eyes fall upon the horrific scene. The boy, the knife, and his mother's body in the rain. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the night. The case lands on the prosecution's desk. Jung-eun-ho, now a suspect for murder. Taeson and his team listen as the details come in. The charge is parricide. Team leader Lee shakes his head, shocked that the kid just suddenly went insane. But for Taeson, it all clicks into place. The victim was the one who hired a hitman for him. He never wanted the boy to take the fall. But now, there's no other choice but to see him as the killer. The investigation records paint a grim picture, starting with the housekeeper's statement. A psychiatrist's report confirms Jung-eun-ho was suffering from severe psychosis and delusions. The housekeeper's testimony is damning. She found him blood-soaked, knife in hand, over his mother's body. To Taeson, it seems open and shut. Only the boy's fingerprints were found on the weapon. But one nagging detail throws everything off. Why did he carve a Y into the corpse? That single letter triggers a memory, a dark echo from his past life. He remembers interrogating a captive, the bald assassin, about leaving a specific mark. It was his own order, his signature. Leave a Y on the body, for no reason other than because he could. Back in the present, his colleagues write it off, figuring a crazy person's actions don't need a reason. But team leader Lee points out the real problem. If he's that insane, getting a guilty verdict will be nearly impossible. Taeson calmly lays out the plan. Even if the suspect is acquitted for insanity, he'll still be indicted. His colleague is just relieved, seeing it as a form of divine justice that the criminal will suffer one way or another. But Taeson can only offer a cold, cynical smirk at the mention of justice from a god. In his mind, justice has nothing to do with divinity. It's a burden carried solely by humans. He knows that the entire legal system was built because the world itself offers no fairness. And when that system failed, he remembers becoming the hand that delivered justice from the shadows. He's honest with himself, though it was never for some noble cause, but purely for personal vengeance. His thoughts carry him to a large, imposing hospital in the dead of night. Standing silently in the sterile hallway, he reflects on how much has changed. He recalls the intoxicating rush of power he felt after taking this new body, a dangerous confidence that made him feel invincible. But that invincibility is fading, replaced by a growing unease about the consequences of his actions. His thoughts are interrupted by a voice from behind, asking if he's heading home. He turns to see Prosecutor An, a colleague from his division, watching him. In her tired expression, he sees a mirror of his own troubled mind. On a sudden impulse, he asks if she might be up for a drink. He quickly clarifies, noting that she just looks like she's having a rough day. After a moment's hesitation, she surprisingly agrees to his offer. They both offer to pay as they leave the prosecutor's office together. Soon, they're settled into a small, unassuming restaurant to unwind. But as the drinks are poured, she cuts right to a serious point, reminding him that her caseload is full of female victims. Tae-san listens as she explains that her office, being all female, gets first dibs on certain cases. Specifically, any case involving a woman is automatically routed to them, a so-called efficient system. But her tone turns grim as she admits the moral complexities are wearing her down. She confesses that in many of her cases, the suspect is far more pitiful than the actual victim. When the victim is the one who suffered, her duty is clear, but she's completely lost when it's the other way around. She feels trapped, knowing that, as a prosecutor, she's forbidden from taking the suspect's side. He realizes she's more drunk than she seems and decides to offer a different perspective on their duty. A prosecutor's role, he reminds her, isn't to oppose the suspect, but to represent public interest with total objectivity. Cutting through her emotional haze, he asks her directly, "What kind of case is it?" His question hangs in the air, and she falls silent, wrestling with the weight of her secret. Finally, she breaks her silence, revealing it's a murder case where a wife killed her husband. Tae-san crosses his arms, completely unfazed. He's heard this story before. Prosecutor An confirms his suspicion, explaining the wife had been abused for years. Her body, a roadmap of old scars. He immediately probes for a legal angle, asking if there's any chance it could be ruled as self-defense. But she shuts that down completely. The wife waited until the beating was over and the man was asleep. Tae-san calmly lays out the cold, hard law. For self-defense to apply, the attack must be ongoing. He starts grilling her for more details, asking about the suspect's age and build. She's a small, 5'5" woman, and the autopsy showed no signs of drugs. With all the facts on the table, a glint appears in Tae-san's eyes. To him, the answer is simple. Prosecutor An just stares back, completely baffled by his sudden confidence. The answer, he says with a grin, is that they just need to find the person who actually stabbed him. Prosecutor An is completely floored by his assertion. She demands to know how he could possibly have figured that out. Tae-san calmly explains that killing a man with a single, clean stab to the heart isn't easy. For a small, 5'5" woman, landing such a precise and fatal blow is practically impossible. This means she either had an accomplice or she's covering for the real killer. The real question, he presses, is who is she so desperate to protect? Prosecutor An thinks back to the case file. The wife had confessed to everything herself. With no signs of forced entry, the police had simply accepted her story and closed the case. But she admits that she too had noticed some questionable details in the report. So, Tae-san explains, he decided to push her a little harder during the interrogation. The woman remembered the aftermath perfectly, but the actual moment of the crime was a complete blank. Her story was a mess. Details about the stabbing kept changing every time she told it. And the biggest red flag? The pajamas she claimed to have worn had almost no blood on them. That was the moment he knew. For Prosecutor An, it all clicks into place. The wife isn't the killer. She looks at him, demanding to know if he has another suspect in mind. Her eyes narrow, anticipating the answer that now seems so obvious. Of course he does. There's a son who left home years ago due to family problems. The mother deliberately avoids his name, getting visibly shaken whenever he's mentioned. It was the son, unable to watch his mother's abuse any longer, who finally killed his own father. So the son is the real killer, and his mother is desperately trying to take the fall. Tae-san shrugs, arms crossed. The logic is simple. Move forward and indict the son. But Prosecutor An can't bring herself to do it, her expression pained with empathy. He looks at her, genuinely confused. Why would she hesitate? She explains that this mother has decided to risk her entire life to protect her child. After living like a slave, she finally made a choice, and now they have to crush it. The court might be lenient with the mother, but the son committed patricide. He won't escape a heavy sentence. After a lifetime of suffering, watching her son go to prison would completely break her. Tae-san considers the easy path. If he just keeps his mouth shut, the police are happy and the suspect gets what she wants. But he closes his eyes, his own cold logic taking over. A parent's life is separate from their child's. Prosecutor An stares back, his words echoing in her mind. Life isn't over until it's over. He argues that even if the child goes to prison, the parent can still have their own life. Now that the one who tormented her is gone, her life might finally be able to blossom. His cold, pragmatic logic completely catches her off guard. They can't just assume that sacrificing herself for her child is what the mother truly wants. He stands firm, arms crossed, telling her to stop agonizing and focus on their job, indicting the real culprit. A small smile appears as she relents, admitting she let her emotions sway her judgment. Leaving the restaurant, she remarks that she never expected him to be the one lecturing her on principles. The case, however, is far from closed as the scene shifts back to the prosecutor's office. There, Taesun now sits across from his colleague, Seo Dongwook, ready for the next phase. Seo Dongwook begins, mentioning that with the new year, a big personnel reshuffle is on the horizon. He looks pointedly at Taesun, noting that after 2 years, it's about time he got a promotion. The real topic, however, is a new drug organization that's making waves in Incheon. With new distribution channels opening up, prices are dropping, and the intel points to Incheon as the source. Because of this, the government has decided to launch a major crackdown on all drug offenders in the area. They're establishing a brand new narcotics task force, operating independently out of the Incheon office. This unit won't answer to the local chief, but directly to the Minister of Justice and, by extension, the President. Taesun listens, unimpressed. He knows how these things really work, and it's never as clean as it sounds on paper. The prosecution, after all, acts like an independent branch, not a government agency taking orders. And the prosecutor general definitely doesn't like the president meddling, especially when prosecution reform is the new buzzword. He knows this game all too well. The prosecution has never been one to simply bow to the president. In other words, this new unit is basically an outsider squad, set up to fail with no support. Seo Dongwook frames it as a tough job, admitting that Taesun is the only one who can really handle it. He then formally offers him a spot on the new narcotics task force, but Taesun cuts to the chase. Who's the leader? The answer comes back. Chief Bae Jinmin of the Violent Crimes Division, a name that immediately gets Taesun's attention. This Bae Jinmin is described as a loose cannon, a guy who charges headfirst at his superiors and has long since given up on climbing the ladder. A smirk spreads across Taesun's face. Ah, so it's a political exile, a place to dump all the troublemakers. But then, a far more important thought surfaces. If his old boss is truly in the drug business, then he must be the one to stop him. Seo Dongwook starts to offer him more time to think it over, looking completely caught off guard by the silence. But Taesun cuts him off with a decisive no. There's nothing to consider. Hezin. And with that, the decision was made, sending ripples through the prosecutor's office. The moment Taesun steps back into his room, he's met by his concerned team. His aides are practically in disbelief, waving the official transfer notice around. Taesun just plays it cool, explaining with a sly smile that he apparently volunteered for the job. They're aghast. How could he make such a huge move without telling them anything? He brushes it off, saying it all happened too fast. But they cut to the real question. Are they coming with him? They make their case, insisting that keeping the well-oiled machine of their team together is the only logical choice. A faint smirk crosses his face as he warns them this new path will be incredibly difficult. But before they can answer, the trainee prosecutor, Choi Jinwoo, appears with tears streaming down his face, begging to go too. The poor kid gets shot down immediately. He's not even done with training, and this new world is no place for a rookie. But team leader Lee Hungry-ul cuts in with some unexpected news. Prosecutor An also volunteered for the task force. He immediately eyes Taesun with suspicion, asking if he'd already arranged her transfer behind the scenes. Taesun is genuinely caught off guard. He had absolutely no idea she was joining. Lee presses him, a skeptical look on his face, wondering if Taesun has some kind of problem with it. He clarifies, saying it's not a problem, but it's rough work for a woman, and he wonders if Taesun pushed her into it. Taesun flatly denies it, stating he never discussed transfers with her and that gender has no bearing on this job. The team leader backpedals, claiming he's just old-fashioned and didn't mean to imply she was incapable. His strange line of questioning leaves Taesun completely baffled. Lee leans forward, explaining that Taesun clearly doesn't understand the weight of her decision. He reveals that while violent crimes was once a path to glory, it's now a dead-end department that everyone actively avoids. It's especially a dead end, Lee explains, if you're in the narcotics task force. He asks if Taesun understands the real reason everyone avoids violent crimes. It's not just hard work, it's a pit you can't climb out of once you're in. The more specialized you become, the more you're typecast, stuck with gangs and drugs for life. Lee puts it bluntly, joining this team is career suicide, a permanent block on all promotions. For a man with Taesun's connections, that might not be a big deal, but for Prosecutor An, it's everything. She fought her way up from a difficult background, working tirelessly for a chance at a better post. Taesun is completely stunned. Prosecutor An is giving all that up? But for what reason? That's why Lee felt compelled to speak up, asking Taesun to talk her out of it if he had any influence. Left alone, the weight of her unspoken sacrifice begins to settle heavily on Taeson's shoulders. Taeson runs his hands through his hair, letting out a heavy, frustrated sigh. He can't let this go. He knows he has to talk to Prosecutor An about her decision. As evening settles over the city, the time to act is now. He heads to the office restroom to compose himself before leaving. Pulling out his phone, he confirms the dinner plans he'd already made with her. He pauses for a moment, a thought crossing his mind as he gets ready. Catching his reflection, he can't help a small, confident smirk. This prosecutor's body is undeniably handsome. Later, they're seated across from each other in an upscale restaurant, a full meal between them. But Prosecutor An seems distant, her fork resting untouched on her plate. Taeson notices her hesitation, gently asking if she doesn't like French food. She finally speaks, admitting she doesn't know what he's planning, but this fancy dinner feels like too much. Taeson calmly tells her not to worry. He suggested the place, so of course, he'll be the one to pay. But she's still visibly uncomfortable, explaining that she just feels awkward accepting a free meal. He waves off her concern with a casual air, telling her he has plenty of money, so she should just enjoy it. Her eyes narrow slightly. She knows the rumors about him, that everyone assumes he grew up well off, and he instantly catches the sharp, probing edge in her voice. Something's not right here. She states plainly that she doesn't care about his wealth. She's just wary of kindness that has no reason behind it. Looking him straight in the eye, she asks if there's another motive for this sudden generosity. A smirk plays on his lips. This woman has absolutely no charm. He chides her for being too rigid, but she cuts him down with a cold retort. That kind of thinking is how a prosecutor starts taking bribes. Taeson leans back, a mocking smile on his face as he praises her perfect, upright nature. She finally relents, agreeing to eat just this once, a boundary he readily accepts. After the plates are wiped clean, he can't help but tease her for eating so well, despite being uncomfortable. A faint smile touches her lips as she dabs her mouth, admitting she might as well enjoy a rare opportunity. He seems pleased with her attitude, crossing his arms as he finally pivots to the real topic. He asks if it's true that she volunteered for the notoriously dangerous narcotics task force. The question catches her off guard, but she quickly composes herself and confirms that she did. He presses further, wondering why she would willingly choose such a rough department. But she just turns the question right back around, reminding him that he volunteered too. He shrugs it off, saying it just suited him, while she insists she had her own serious reasons for the choice. A smug thought crosses his mind. Of course, Prosecutor An must have a thing for him. She just stares back, completely baffled by the sudden bizarre turn in his logic. He even imagines letting her down gently, telling her that he can't return her feelings. The sheer audacity of his assumption leaves her momentarily speechless. She finally asks if he genuinely believed she'd risk her life just for a crush on him. His confident facade shatters, a nervous sweat beading on his brow. Oh, so that wasn't it? As his ego deflates, her expression hardens. This man, she thinks, is impossible. The once cocky prosecutor can only stammer out a flustered, awkward apology. With his foolishness out of the way, she gets to the real point. She did decide to go with him because of him, but her gaze is cold and sharp as she declares that they are now accomplices. Taeson's eyes narrow as Prosecutor An lays it all out. She brings up the Sung Chun Mo case, accusing him of hiding the socks in the taxi. He listens silently, not denying the accusation for a moment. She confesses that she knew what he did, and chose to turn a blind eye. But that compromise shattered her principles, making him her new weak spot. He smirks, finding her rigid sense of justice almost amusing. She fires back that he, Prosecutor Kang, used to be even worse. She recalls the old Kang Baron, a man so stiff and unyielding that people complained, but she respected him for it. So, she asks, why has he changed so much? He simply states that the accident changed him. He declares that he's become a completely different person now the old Kang Baron is gone for good. With a knowing smirk, he tells her that she's the one who's more like the real Prosecutor Kang now. Prosecutor An is completely baffled, demanding to know what he could possibly mean. He explains that she's stubborn, set in her ways, and completely closed off, just like the old Kang Baron. She notes how he talks about his former self with such distance, like he's describing a stranger, and it's because he understands that unyielding nature that he knows he can't stop her. So he tells her to do as she wishes, but warns that he'll be doing the same, and she won't find it easy. She holds his gaze, unwavering, and declares that she's more than prepared for that. Later, the scene shifts to Taeson in his office, quietly packing his life into cardboard boxes. He takes off his long coat, having finally finished wrapping everything up. Outside, snow begins to fall as he stands alone in the empty room, a silent end to an era. With the new year comes a major personnel reshuffle, and Taeson can only muse on how quickly time has flown. He's been promoted to lead prosecutor of the new narcotics task force, bringing Prosecutor An and Team Leader Lee along with him. The rookie, Choi Jinwoo, however, is staying behind in Criminal Division 3, looking absolutely devastated to be left behind. But he seems to get over it pretty quick, happily celebrating the fact that he's no longer a trainee and finally has his own office. And with that, Tae-san's old office, the center of so many battles, is officially vacated. He stands in the empty room, thinking of all the loose ends he needs to tie up before the transfer. As he packs the last of his things, his attention falls on a single cabinet left untouched. A strange feeling washes over him, a sense of forgotten purpose that isn't his own. The memory hits him suddenly. It's from the original Kang Baron, being reminded by an aide about this very cabinet. It held materials for a case the prosecutor was investigating personally, a secret he took to his grave. The original Kang Baron believed this case was directly connected to his own death. He'd pored over the files late into the night, but it was just a chaotic mess. The deeper he dug, the more frustrated he became, unable to make sense of anything. Back in the present, Tae-san smirks, realizing he's never once touched these files since taking over. He kneels down, finally opening the box to see what secrets it holds. Pulling out a thick folder, he prepares to dive into the dead prosecutor's last obsession, but as he looks up, ready to get to work, his eyes catch something completely out of place. Taped to the top of the cabinet, hidden in plain sight, is a tiny USB drive. He immediately plugs it in, wondering what secrets Kang Baron was so desperate to hide. The file explorer opens, revealing the USB drive is completely barren. Tae-san stares at the screen, confirming out loud that it's empty, but his instincts are screaming an empty drive hidden so carefully is suspicious as hell. Knowing he needs an expert eye, he makes a call to his most trusted subordinate, Byung-jin. Later that evening, at Tae-san's apartment, the door opens, and he greets his guest. Byung-jin walks in, looking more like a dapper CEO than a gangster, asking if his boss has been well. He cheerfully explains he brought some good booze to celebrate the end of the year, but Tae-san is just frozen, a cold sweat breaking out on his face. This polite, smiling man is not the blood-soaked mad dog he remembers. Tae-san can't hide his unease, telling Byung-jin he feels like a stranger, but his subordinate just smiles, explaining he has to be the face of the company now. He flashes a confident grin, asking if this new, polished look doesn't suit him. Tae-san finally cracks a smile, admitting that Byung-jin finally looks like a proper human being. He was just a little rough around the edges before, Tae-san teases, as the tension between them finally breaks. With the pleasantries out of the way, Byung-jin holds up the real reason for his visit, the USB drive. Tae-san needs a tech expert to crack it, and asks if Byung-jin knows anyone who can handle the job discreetly. Byung-jin thinks for a moment. Yes, there is one person who comes to mind. But there's a serious complication. The guy works under Director Park Jung-sung. This isn't just any techie. He's the genius who built Director Park's entire online gambling operation, and now he's on the run from his old boss. Tae-san asks why, but Byung-jin doesn't know. All he knows is the man's name is Song Il-kwon, and he hasn't been caught yet. The name Song Il-kwon echoes in Tae-san's mind, and a flicker of recognition crosses his face. He remembers this guy, a sweaty, pathetic-looking man from his past. Byung-jin notices the change in his boss's demeanor as a cruel smirk spreads across Tae-san's lips. The order is given with chilling certainty. Find him, and make sure you get to him before Director Park does. The hunt begins, leading to a crowded PC bang where their target is hiding in plain sight. And there he is, Song Il-kwon, hunched over a monitor, completely oblivious to the world-ending trouble heading his way. He's busy mocking some poor soul online, feeling untouchable in his little digital kingdom. But his world comes crashing down when a hand grabs his shoulder, and a terrifying masked figure looms over him. The enforcer leans in close, his voice a venomous whisper, offering a simple choice: come with me, or die right here. All of Song Il-kwon's bravado evaporates, replaced by pure, stammering terror. He's dragged to an imposing building, the headquarters of Taan Construction. Song Il-kwon's face drains of all color. He knows this place belongs to the Wakeringer Association. He frantically asks the prosecutor if he's being handed over to the very people who want him dead. Spilling his guts, he confesses that he's the one who designed their illegal gambling site. A smug grin spreads across Tae-san's face. So, the little rat finally sings. He tells him to stop talking and just follow, assuring him this is the safest place he could possibly be. Suddenly, it dawns on Song Il-kwon that USB drive he handed over wasn't a bluff. They set him up in a room, sitting him down in front of a computer. The real work begins now. He looks up, finally understanding their true motive, and asks what's on the drive. Tae-san explains it's locked down with a serious encryption, but a guy like him can handle it, can't he? Song Il-kwon agrees he can crack it with enough time, so Tae-san tells him to just hide out here and get to work. The programmer looks up, completely bewildered by the proposition. He asks with disbelief if he's really meant to stay here, in this very room. And his new safe house is nothing more than a dingy little room with a bed and a fan. His face drains of color as he realizes this is a WB Holdings affiliate, a front for the Waryong-ho. Hez practically begging, saying his mouth goes dry just being in the building and they want him to work inside the tiger's mouth. Taezan just smirks, leaning in to ask what he's so afraid of. Has Director Park already found out he's the snitch? The programmer starts sweating, remembering how the prosecution promised him witness protection if he cooperated. He spits back that Taezan talks like it's someone else's problem now, but he was the one left to fend for himself. He had to lie, pretending to be some low-level hall manager just to barely escape with his life. Taezan scoffs, asking if the Waryong-ho actually bought his flimsy cover story. The programmer insists they did, believing he's just a low-level grunt who got caught up in the raid. With a predatory grin, Taezan points out the obvious flaw. If they don't know Hez the snitch, why are they hunting him? The question hits him like a truck, sweat beading on his face as the terrifying truth sinks in. Taezan dangles his phone, casually offering to call Director Park and clear up any misunderstandings. That's all it takes to break him. He blurts out that they're not trying to kill him, they want him for a new job. Taezan already knows it's not about rebuilding the gambling site. The organization has lost interest in that for now. With a grim look, the programmer reveals their new plan. They want him to build and run a marketplace on the dark web. A sinister smile creeps across Taezan's face as he guesses the product. Drugs, isn't it? The programmer looks away, admitting that even for a scumbag like him, dealing drugs is a line he never wanted to cross. Taezan listens, unimpressed, as the programmer explains that he ran simply because he refused to get involved in the drug trade. He almost respects it, remarking that this shred of morality makes the man seem slightly less pathetic. It reminds him of the old days, of the one strict rule he and Chairman Lee built their empire on. No drugs, no trafficking. That was a line the old chairman would have died to protect, a code of honor now long forgotten by his successors. He assures the programmer that this safe house is untouchable, a neutral ground his enemies wouldn't dare breach. After all, raiding this place would be a declaration of war, and is a mere programmer really worth that much to Director Park? The chilling logic sinks in, and the programmer realizes he's just a pawn in a much larger game. Defeated, he finally agrees to cooperate, placing his fate in Taezan's hands. With his new asset secured, Taezan heads straight for the prosecutor's office to the narcotics division. He arrives to find the trainee prosecutor, Choi Jin-woo, already there as they prepare their new base of operations. He confidently introduces himself as Prosecutor Kang Baron, ready to get started. But the only one there is a gruff-looking man from Violent Crimes, Prosecutor Gu Tae-ho. He gives a curt reply about their chief being late, and promptly turns his back. Taezan can't help but feel a flash of irritation. What kind of greeting was that? Just then, another prosecutor arrives, apologizing in case she's late for their first meeting. He smoothly assures her that she's right on time, he just got here himself. And suddenly, the stone-faced prosecutor from before becomes a flustered, blushing mess. Taezan watches this, completely baffled. Why the sudden, refreshingly normal reaction to her? Before he can figure it out, a team of investigators approaches, asking if they're the new prosecutors. He turns to greet them, confirming that he's just been assigned to the team. The lead investigator introduces himself and his team to Taezan. It seems the investigators and the other prosecutors are already locked in a tense standoff. Taezan can't help but smirk. A childish staring contest on day one? Pathetic. Just then, footsteps announce the arrival of their new boss. A man walks in with an air of authority, declaring that everyone seems to be present. He introduces himself as Deputy Chief Bae Jinmin, the one leading this new narcotics task force. His eyes immediately lock onto Taezan, noting that Chief Jang has told him a lot about him. Taezan's gaze hardens. So, has already being watched. The deputy chief then names Taezan the lead prosecutor due to seniority, and Taezan accepts the role. But as soon as he does, the gruff prosecutor from before crosses his arms, muttering that he's a bit worried. Taezan turns, calmly asking what exactly is worrying the man. The prosecutor, Gu Tae-ho, smirks, declaring that Taezan looks like a softie who can't handle violent crimes. Oh, this little punk? A dangerous grin spreads across Taezan's face. The two stand off in the hallway, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. But the deputy chief steps in, chiding Gu Tae-ho for being so rude in their first meeting. Gu Tae-ho sputters in disbelief, shocked that this softie was a prosecutor all along. With the childish squabble over, Deputy Chief Bae Jinmin calls everyone to their seats to begin the briefing. He lays out the situation. While Busan deals with pills, Incheon is a hub for meth. But recently, pill distribution has exploded, and all intel points to Incheon as the new epicenter. Gu Taeho listens intently, his earlier bravado replaced by a grim understanding of the mission ahead. Taeson listens intently, his sharp gaze missing nothing. Deputy Chief Bae Jinmin waves a hand, deciding it's time to move on from the grim details to logistics. He explains that due to limited office space, the new task force will be split into 2 rooms. He and Gu Taeho will take one office, leaving prosecutors Kang and An to share the other. Each office gets a team of investigators and a clerk, with Taeson's team getting 2 who are already on site. Gu Taeho, meanwhile, has apparently sent over his 2 youngest and most hot-blooded members as assets. Taeson can't help but scoff internally. Youngest just sounds like a nice way of saying inexperienced. The deputy chief admits that cramming 6 people into one office will be a bit tight. And right on cue, Gu Taeho's men start complaining about the shoddy conditions. Taeson just watches the outburst with his arms crossed, completely unimpressed by the lack of discipline. Seeing the tension, the deputy chief smoothly suggests they all go grab some food to break the ice. And so, the newly formed task force heads to a nearby restaurant for their first team meal. They all take their seats, an awkward mix of personalities forced to work together. Gu Taeho wastes no time, already pouring himself a drink with a satisfied grin. Taeson raises an eyebrow at the day drinking, but the deputy chief just laughs it off as a first-day perk. The team's female clerk, however, watches this display with a less than thrilled expression. Gu Taeho then turns his attention to her, insisting she have a drink with them. She immediately recoils, stating firmly that she's not comfortable drinking at this hour. The other men smugly agree, remarking how they shouldn't force the ladies to do anything. But that patronizing comment is the last straw, and her eyes flash with pure, unadulterated rage. With a sharp crack, she slams a bottle on the table and starts chugging, much to the men's surprise. She finishes the entire glass in one go, setting it down with a defiant thud. It's not about being a woman, she clarifies, her voice sharp. It's about the unprofessionalism of day drinking on the job. Gu Taeho just scoffs, smugly remarking that people without violent crimes experience just wouldn't understand. Oh, really? She fires back that she handled plenty of violent crime cases back in Criminal Division 3. He dismisses her experience, claiming his division deals with gangsters and junkies, making their work far rougher. Even Taeson chimes in, agreeing that their line of work doesn't follow strict office hours, with all-nighters being the norm. Feeling validated, Gu Taeho leans in, questioning how they can work together if she's going to be so inflexible. A slow, knowing smirk spreads across Taeson's face as he finally understands. So that's the real reason the Violent Crimes Division just looks down on everyone else. What a pathetic excuse. Gu Taeho sputters in disbelief, offended at being called pathetic. But the deputy chief calmly cuts through the noise, confirming that's exactly what it is. He sighs, tired of men and their childish need to establish a pecking order. So, to clear the air, he proposes a little entertainment. An arm wrestling match. Gu Taeho's face splits into a brutish grin. Now that sounds like fun. Taeson watches the whole display, completely unimpressed. Is this guy for real? The others start chattering, trying to figure out who their champion should be. But Taeson has already made his decision, standing up and shrugging off his jacket. With a confident smirk, he rolls up his sleeve and announces he'll take them all on. A burly investigator steps up to the plate, as the deputy chief grins, ready to referee the showdown. The 2 men lock hands, the investigator looking confident against the prosecutor's leaner frame. Their grips tighten, the signal is given, and the match begins. And in less than a second, it's over. A brutal slam pins the investigator's arm to the table. The man is left sweating in disbelief as Taeson, with a predatory grin, simply calls for the next opponent. Undeterred, another investigator steps up, thinking he can do better. But the result is exactly the same. Slam. Another win for Prosecutor Kang. And another. He's not even breaking a sweat. He's systematically dismantling the pride of the entire Violent Crimes Division. Finally, having run through the grunts, the deputy chief calls out to the last man, Prosecutor Gu Taeho. But the brute who was so eager for a fight a minute ago suddenly claims he's not very good at this. But with his pride on the line, Gu Taeho steps up, claiming he can't just sit this one out. Their hands lock in a powerful grip, the final showdown between divisions about to begin. Taeson's eyes are calm and measured, while Gu Taeho's are filled with fierce determination. The deputy chief watches with a smirk and gives the signal to start. The match begins, and Gu Taeho puts his entire weight into it, straining with all his might. For a moment, he actually holds his ground, sweat pouring down his face as he resists. Taeson allows himself a small, impressed smile. He has to admit, this guy has some real grit. But the time for games is over. He decides to end this now. With a sudden, brutal surge of force, he slams Gu Taeho's arm down onto the table. The deputy chief roars with laughter as the defeated prosecutor clutches his hand. Finally understanding why they call Tae-san the madman of his division, the deputy chief addresses his team, telling them to learn from the caliber of their new lead prosecutor. The scene shifts to the imposing prosecutor's office building. Later, inside his office, Deputy Chief Bae Jinmin hears a knock at his door. He leans back in his chair, a bit surprised to see Tae-san standing there. Tae-san, ever the professional, announces that he has something to report. Intrigued, the deputy chief gestures for him to go ahead. Tae-san reveals that he's picked up on movements from the Incheon crime syndicate. They're trying to open new distribution channels on the dark web, likely for drugs. The intel, he explains, comes from a very reliable informant they flipped during the online gambling bust. Now completely hooked, the deputy chief leans forward, asking which organization they're up against. With a grim certainty, Tae-san prepares to name the organization. It's the Waryong-ho, his old stomping grounds, a name that brings back memories of its powerful leaders. The deputy chief is surprised, questioning this sudden shift since they've been laundering money through legitimate businesses. Tae-san explains that a recent shift in the internal power balance is likely pushing them into this new, dangerous market. His superior is still hesitant, wondering why they can't just crack down on them immediately. He explains the harsh reality. The dark web is notoriously difficult to trace, and a premature move will only scatter the ringleaders. But Tae-san pushes back, arguing that waiting will only lead to more victims and suffering. The deputy chief calmly refutes this, stating that letting the core network escape now would cause even more long-term damage. Their true mission, he reminds Tae-san, is to wipe out the entire organization, fulfilling their duty as prosecutors. Understanding the strategy, Tae-san agrees to assign a dedicated investigator and prepares to take his leave. As Tae-san turns to leave, he spots the very investigator he plans to assign to this case. It's Gu Tae-ho, from the Violent Crimes Division, looking a bit worse for wear with his arm in a cast. Tae-san casually asks what happened to him, a hint of amusement in his voice. Gu Tae-ho scratches his head awkwardly, admitting it's just a stretched ligament. Despite the injury, Tae-san commends his grit, making it clear he's counting on him for this new mission. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Taan Construction, someone important is being kept under lock and key. It's Jae-ho, slouched in an office chair, looking utterly bored out of his mind. He wonders how many days it's been, surrounded by nothing but empty chip bags. The guy is going stir-crazy, desperate for a taste of freedom his handlers won't allow. Just as he's scheming for an excuse to get out, the door swings open, and Byung-jin walks in. Byung-jin casually checks in, asking how the special project is coming along. Jae-ho sighs, admitting it's tough work. He's doing his best, but progress is slow. He explains the files aren't just encrypted, they're locked with a custom-built program. It's a complex problem, and Hes going to need a little more time to crack it. Byung-jin asks if there are any problems or anything he needs to get the job done. Jae-ho's eyes light up. This is his chance. He suggests he could pop out to the market himself. But one sharp, knowing look from Byung-jin is enough to shatter that little fantasy. He immediately backtracks, sweating, stammering that he'll just write down a list instead. Byung-jin smirks, telling him that's a much better idea and warning him not to try anything funny. Hes not going anywhere. Hes stuck in this building until his work is complete. Seeing the guard at the front desk fast asleep, Jae-ho spots his opportunity. He fumes to himself, unable to believe they'd lock him up just for wanting to visit the convenience store. Slipping out unnoticed, he makes his way to the store and starts browsing for snacks. He grabs a bag of chips, scoffing at the idea that a simple trip like this could be dangerous. But as he reaches for a drink, a chilling reflection in the cooler door stops him cold. Two thugs grin back at him from the aisle they've found him. Elsewhere, in a lavish office, the leader of the Waryong Association holds a meeting with his top two men. Raising a glass, he begins a toast, a satisfied smirk on his face. He praises Director Park, noting that he's been performing his duties as reliably as ever. Then he turns to Byung-jin, commending him for stepping up so well to fill Tae-san's empty seat. The chairman finishes his toast, declaring he couldn't ask for a more solid team. But Byung-jin's mind races, disgusted that Director Park was even invited to this meeting. He wonders if the boss has truly accepted this man as Tae-san's replacement. Director Park, oozing arrogance, pipes up to say he's on a completely different level than Byung-jin. The chairman waves it off, trying to steer the conversation back to a friendly drink between brothers. Byung-jin just offers a tight, knowing smirk, seeing right through the facade. As the liquor flows, the chairman muses that it's been a while since he's had such good company. But Byung-jin's loyalty is unwavering. To him, there was only one true brother Tae-san. He clenches his jaw, the silent fury building just beneath the surface. And yet, here he is, forced to drink with the very men who could be his friend's killers. Chairman Lee breaks the silence, pointing out that Byung-jin doesn't look too pleased. Byung-jin quickly plays it off, insisting that it's nothing serious. Director Park chimes in, telling him not to kill the mood, and Byung-jin offers a stiff apology. But the tense atmosphere is cut short by a phone buzzing on the table, which the chairman picks up. Byung-jin's eyes widen as he catches a glimpse of the caller ID. Mayor Gu. The chairman calmly excuses himself to answer the important call. As he steps away, the air in the room grows even heavier. Byung-jin's mind connects the dots. Gu Juntae, the powerful mayor of Incheon. A memory surfaces. Prosecutor Seo once told Taesan the mastermind was likely a politician with a prosecutor's background. A horrifying possibility dawns on him. Could the mayor be the one who ordered Taesan's death?